You still have your 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock Zoom person?
I heard one of them. They have. You want to take the music?
Here. What do you know? I would know you. Coordinator and doing that for quite 10 years. Before that, I was a grad student. Oh, really? What? Okay. No, I
I set my alarm for 5:45 this morning, and I woke up at exactly 5:45, and I looked at my alarms, and I'd set it for PM.
Oh.
Wow. Now,
I went back there because I wanted to make it. I was like showing her like or whatever. I don't know. Maybe it has changed some, but it does some work there. It was on a construction.
yeah, they have like a.
Yeah. That was the name.
Which, which study keeps it from like walking up or going to that, start like.
I'll go grab
Control all
the.
the screen or whatever.
I'll grab the. Yeah.
Okay. I feel like I have. I'm Suzanne Chi.
I know where you're from.
First Unitarian, you came to ADP service.
Yes, okay, and you do something cool. I remember thinking it's cool. I just can't remember like the
Oh, let's see, I'm
context.
sure I go down the list and see which one's
You do a lot of great community work.
I work with women that are coming.
Yes.
Into the scenes with.
It's amazing. Yeah, nice to see you again. Yeah.
yeah, we met at the mill. See you again.
The mill that just opened up, the cool one with like the airplane things and stuff, yeah. My son made me take him there just because he wanted to sit there. He's 14, so he thought it was really cool.
Definitely putting all the coffee shops in Omaha to shame.
Yeah, I mean, it's literal, like, plain food, yeah. The mill, then he made me take him there.
Oh, wait.
Just do homework. I didn't want to homework actually, I don't want to work there that long. It's more of like, the vibe.
Oh, yeah.
They
Say our good name.
Good to see you.
Hey, this is it.
Reverend Dr. Slater.
Yeah, I was
Trinity
thinking
United
maybe
Methodist, he
this
did,
year the kids have
both,
been
part of his
oh,
doctoral work. So let's see, Megan's on
snow
top.
day or fall
This is
day
Ann.
or
She does
teacher training day.
Wednesday.
Crazy.
Dustin is.
I was,
Yeah.
went to visit my friends in Arizona. And we were talking in Kansas City, talking about the world now. And I came home and National Geographic that brought an article about
Gross
the
natural
world.
happiness.
I have not heard back from Rachel, and someone wanted, and she wanted to set up a series once a month, which everyone's going on next fall. And I haven't heard back from Aaron.
I'm still, are you still?
Little bit, maybe.
Which I feel so earlier.
I say go with it.
We were in Arizona.
She'll do it.
So it's just been like,
I saw.
Oh, gosh.
first of all,
She
Arizona
used
starts
to,
waiting for all
last
the
side.
in practice in the setting, so it's just like.
I could get on work.
Free break, so.
All these
No,
bills and all these things.
Rachel.
Yeah.
There always are though.
You should do. But they come, you should bring them here.
There are other issues.
Yeah, the free.
Oh, true. I didn't use that.
Well, I want that was really
Oh, yeah.
We got a new garden.
Oh,
The garden shop had 5
yeah.
5 years.
He's working all.
I don't know how song to song does on Spotify. Maybe you can turn it off. It's too loud or whatever. And stuff.
I heard that story from Ron. She's still there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically,
Now I know
she's
some-
over my age.
Oh, good.
Oh, good. No, I can't.
Well, you can.
Yeah,
Oh,
no, like a year ago, he's like, no, sorry. So now he's working at.
You have a lot of brownies?
Yeah. I don't know. But that's all. As far as the Nebraska system,
Biggest by far.
was the chancellor for UNO and UNMC. This was the best. big. So, I mean, they're all doing different things. So, I mean, maybe if he's like super good at if, you know, that puts a lot of, probably a lot of, on the shoulders of the assistant warden, and the assistant warden is subordinate and.
That's what I put on there.
And
That might be free.
Once they found. Streaming. That's a built with flavor in the air.
like, I don't think it's fixed. No, it's all been on the same team. The people said, oh, I can't come. So this one team is always this. Energy about it.
I remember. days into the world, like, I know something. So they had like,
Go get a car and.
I'm gonna walk.
No.
Yeah, the camera on you.
So there was another week that we had some help.
We had to go read.
Dark.
Driving back last Friday. So it it was mostly just me that like I kept thinking like, oh, all right. But there were semi trucks that were instantly.
You know what?
Yeah.
Sure.
Like their first winter when the place is for snow. They always do that. They're just. And then they can do it. And I was worried about. Why? Just live right in it. She's funny. She survived the poppy. Which is pretty impressive. Like I saw her and then I thought she was water. And then I go, oh my God, I took back to the she's sitting in the middle of the and she's just like, you saw it and you walked up and you're a miracle little slinky thing. I worked on it. You know,
Well, I mean, that's the-
today, my natural class will be just, this class. Really interested in that I have to
Weitz.
yeah. And they sent me an announcement on campus.
How many students? You're gonna, you need 36, right?
I thought I could like.
Oh.
They need us to sit.
Well,
They
you're-
volunteer to drink coffee.
Oh, wow, how much,
You didn't go yesterday. You didn't go yesterday.
well, now you right on their place.
I was like, what are we talking about? How do you go ahead? Like, I couldn't wait. I kept going on the playlist. I would like playlist or West Coast swing. Read just for like a sweet spot. Right, go out like that. So I would sort other people's playlists.
So it's a house band.
Yeah, they hop around, do literature.
And then, most of them are. And then I was just like, you're already. If anyone's bored and hasn't done the video straight, you can do that one. Character.org, take your straight to the open desk.
Sure, I'm the only one who did it. For their.
Which I think is great. It's still great. Can't get shit straight out. And because the eggs suck, and I'm just like, I hope you know what you're getting into because these are animals that like, and you gotta do your mom. And it kind of reminds me of like people getting like money for Easter, you know, where it's like, oh, it's good. And then you realize it's
Yeah, oh, yeah. I had kids across. Yeah, yeah, you- hang out. Oh my God.
That's fantastic.
So he,
Said beingstraight.org.
Yeah.
Oh, being a character. Okay.
Oh, I like that. Or
Yeah. Okay, I have somewhere else.
You can do this with the whole class and you can see what they look like. Oh.
I did it a little bit different. I did so that you see what all those things were. Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Isn't that fun?
It is fun. And then it also shows them, it gives them a little bit of like a sense of commonality, like, oh, a lot of us have the same area of growth, we can work together.
It's
pastor, and gave me spirituality is number one, so, you know, it's solid.
Yeah.
Like 50 something for a high. They'll start off pretty fast.
And she just sent me this email.
Oh, I wonder.
From now
So direct sunshine,
until.
direct sunshine.
No.
Oh shoot, it's better than it was when I came in 4 years ago.
Yeah, okay. I'll respond to her.
Like it- well, it's about me, like,
Sounds different today, Justin. Oh my gosh, we did. Kids, where we had do something. Right.
do the same.
Word it slightly to see if it's true.
Is this coming through? Or is it just me talking? Hello? Is that anything?
Can you step away from it for a second? Let's see.
Is it me or is it amplified?
Can you step this way?
Is it me? Is it
Sounds the same.
Sounds the same. We're in the middle. Now is it working?
Yes.
Luke. Oh. Okay. So yeah, it's live. So we can, I think we can control the cameras too. Yeah, you can move the camera. Okay. I don't like, no one's here. Like I can probably point, I mean, it's live streaming, so it's like, it'll be in perpetuity. Like, so.
Can you tell if people are logged on and doing it virtually?
Yeah, up there, it's.
Yeah, I mean, it's more like we can probably like edit it and, you know, make it fancy or something at some point, but it's we've got a record, so I don't think, well, I guess if we want to come up and use this, we could. And then for paneling, I don't know, maybe how's the room mic? Does anyone yeah, let's test it. So let's switch mics.
What?
Let's see, play room mic.
I think he's wondering if the room mics can pick us up over here
Oh,
and just stay around the table, which would be nice.
Oh, that would be nice, because I think this is kind of.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Which one? So who wants to test it? Who wants to test it? You guys, or I'll go test it. I'll see if I can hear
Okay.
it. You guys talk and
Oh,
I'll,
want us to talk?
yeah, I think it's live. Oh, does someone else want to check too? Make sure it's live? Just go to like positivitymatters.org, go to the Omaha one.
I thought you had it on Facebook too, or no? Did you put it on?
Oh yeah, I put the link on Facebook to, you know, if you can make YouTube go to Facebook, like to stream to Facebook?
No.
Oh, but
I've tried so many
I
things.
could post it though.
There are ways, but they're complicated and paywalled and all sorts of fun things.
Oh, yeah. I could.
That sounds awful.
They don't like playing with each other.
Let me get it posted so that people can just like watch the live stream if they go to YouTube or if they go to LinkedIn or Facebook for the thing. Right.
YouTube? You click on the YouTube?
Yeah, the live stream link, it should bring up something. Okay, let's see.
It's picking us up. No,
Yeah, we'll just, if you want to go test the sound quality, see if you can understand it out
I'd
there.
say that,
Oh,
Maybe just go out
you
there
It's
and
can.
delayed.
Well,
but
yeah.
yeah.
we'll
yeah.
talk.
Well, yeah, there would be a delay.
I'd say the
Can
little
you hear
green,
us like articulating words or is it all mumbly or
the
anything?
little green audio bar is low, but it is moving when you talk. See, if I go, part I'm gonna talk about. So if I talk a little louder, oh, I didn't do it. Okay.
But I think there's a microphone right above us.
The room's equipped somehow.
Yeah. Oh, I can hear what I'm saying.
It's just
Yeah.
a delay.
It's just delayed because of the, what, yes.
Is it-
I can hear
it's
everything I'm
loud
saying, yes.
It's loud enough? Okay, that's good. Okay, so copy that, and we'll go post it on Facebook.
You can have the camera.
Yeah, you can move the camera around wherever. Do you wanna,
Up there,
oh yeah,
here you go.
podium mic for now until someone wants to use it. From Omaha. Sending it to Facebook. Does that come through? Let's see. Yep, that came through. Posted to.
Oh, no, I exited out while I was working on that test. Oh, well, do it again, maybe it'll be different.
There's something very happy going on in the women's restroom. The toilets are flushing and there's nobody in there.
Or it's really concerning. What was it? It was a couple weeks ago when one of the buildings at our university, like water was just pouring, like a pipe must have burst. And it was just pouring like rain from the ceiling. And we were just like, what is the bad sign? We had to move buildings. And it's not the first time that's happened either.
Post on LinkedIn. That posted. Posts. Create a post, that's probably it.
Today's also the first day of spring.
Oh, is it?
It's like they did that intentionally or something. Sometimes I think the first day of spring isn't always the 20th exactly, but.
On the first day of spring, you're supposed to be able to stand your eggs. And you're supposed to put them on the flat side, the larger side, and they're supposed to stand up.
Wait, say this again?
On the first day of spring, you're
Like
supposed to.
today? Okay.
Yeah, like today. Because the equilibrium in the energy in the, whatever, I never tried it, I always forgot, it was like, oh, that was
You wanna
yesterday.
try this, Dustin? Can you make sure you try it when you get home?
Yeah, but
Cause I won't be able to
I'll put it
late
in
and
my
maybe have
calendar.
this like,
put a calendar entry.
maybe have the boys do it and take a picture. So wait, you put it on the side?
I think you put it on, you have the larger end,
Okay.
you put it on the larger end and they're supposed to stand up. My niece always told me that and I always forgot to do it.
Oh, I really wanna see if that works.
I'll have to find, I made I was really obsessed with this, a game book of all these different quizzes and games and facts and things about chickens and eggs. I'll see if I can still have them.
I get you, Suzanne. That sounds like something I would do. Oh.
Can you balance an egg on the equinox?
I feel like there would be videos of people that have done this, right? Doesn't look, you could do it like a ton of them.
It's worth a try.
It is worth a try. That's funny. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, the worst that'll happen is it just doesn't do anything.
Just roll over.
Yeah, just roll over.
We'll see. I got it in the-
They will lay on some side or another.
Where else? What groups are cool to post stuff on for Omaha? Oh, that 500 millennials one, right? There. Are there any other like?
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Should I join you?
It's,
Yes.
it's being recorded and live streamed to YouTube, so it'll, yeah. Richard Dean Spear, he's the toughness expert.
I'm very tough.
Yeah, it's like, I see it like for your hope setting, like do some things that are challenging. That's this guy. Are there any pleasure researchers amongst us?
I find pleasure in research, but no.
So that's also like the other end of hope is just like simple things that just, bring you joy, but just you gotta make it a habit, kind of like, it's like kind of that range, I think is, what would that be like? The difficulty of goals, and then what would another vector be? Difficulty, there's probably some other, something we could force for. Okay, so let's see, this is 500 millennials, there we go. I think what Nebraskans for Peace, I think let me post on theirs. So Dick was at the first conference that I tried back in 2014. And I think we said the occasion for that was 15 years since the first Positive Psychology Summit, which also took place in Lincoln. And it was when Gallup was still in Lincoln. Were you at that one too?
Mhm.
Sweet. Here we are, 26 years later.
Yeah, yeah, I wasn't the speaker at that, but I attended.
So you had, was it Kahneman there, Danny Kahneman? and
Yes.
Big
Oh, wow.
Seligman and,
Yes.
let's see, I think, Bob Emmons, he's a gratitude researcher.
I
I think he
don't
was there.
remember Bob Evans.
Ed Diener,
Yes, that was there.
I think his son too.
I don't think at that point his son was there, but
Was
I
Mihai
didn't know his
Csikszentmihalyi?
son. I knew Ed, but I didn't know his son.
Yeah, was Mihai Csikszentmihalyi there, the flow guy?
Oh, I don't think so.
No flow?
But, you know, it's a long time ago. We're
Yeah.
reaching way back.
It's a star-studded event.
Oh, John Haidt,
Pardon me?
Jonathan Haidt,
Mhm.
I think he was
so.
there, yeah.
Yeah.
Like cultural anthropology guy, like.
Yeah,
Like, what did he write? Like the happiness hypothesis is, I think you did the conference notes with Corey Keyes, probably not Corey, sociologist from Emory.
Like a $25,000 speaker, that's like, maybe not then, but now he's like high dollar.
Corey Keyes is?
No, Jonathan Haidt.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, he's big time.
Yeah, I think him and Corey Keyes did the conference write-up. And then his first book was, The Happiness Hypothesis.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That
I
was
think
before the
Elephant-
Righteous Mind, right?
Yeah, Elephant and the Rider, kind of a, like, interesting metaphor instead of system 1 and system 2 thinking, like what Kahneman came up with. So Haidt made it colorful, I would say, would that be kind of?
I actually didn't read that.
Here's the Nebraskans for Peace groups there. Any other groups you think it would be good on?
Righteous Mind. Righteous Mind, is that the same John Haidt?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he did happiness first, and then I think it's kind of like, I don't know, I always pictured the relationship as like, you got, like, that's what it's all about, like, or the stuff that conduces to human flourishing, but then how do you secure the environment so that you can have that? And I think that's where like the, sort of like, where's the moral bar, where's human rights gonna be kind of, and then once you have that, then that kind of enables the flourishing to commence kind of.
Sounds good.
But it's one of these build the plane while we're flying it kinds of things too, I think. No one ever like pushes pause on the human experience so far. Okay, I think it's going to enough places probably. Yeah, so, what else? Well, welcome to Omaha Celebrates International Day of Happiness. We are going to start this off looking at hope. So Megan Penley is here today to share with us kind of from the compassionate use of hope. Megan.
Okay, so I love that it's a little bit smaller. Can we do introductions really quick?
Oh,
Would that
sure,
be
yeah,
okay?
yeah.
Because I'd love to know, so that's me, sorry.
My name is Dustin Pendley. I work at UNO in the English department.
I'm Suzanne King. I'm with the Alternatives to Violence Project.
I'm Jeff Slater, lead pastor of Trinity United Methodist Church in Lincoln.
I'm Sebastian Hunt, and I'm a board member of Gross National Happiness USA.
Nick Hernandez, I have this umbrella positivitymatters.org for a bunch of different projects intended to translate well-being science into generative community experience. Thank you for joining us.
I'm Dick Deanspear. I'm emeritus from psychology department at UNO.
My name is Megan Penley. I work in the faculty at Nebraska Wesleyan University in the graduate social work department. And I've been a clinical social worker for, almost 20 years now. I've been working in some capacity in the field of social work. And my passion has always been working with people that are disadvantaged, that don't typically have a voice in some way. And this is something that I've really explored to my own journey, is why am I so drawn to working with, like the population I work with right now, my private practice is very much system involved, very misunderstood and misrepresented in the community. And they're really lacking a lot of hope because a lot of things get in the way to their success. And I feel very drawn to this population. And to add on to this, I'm very drawn to that I want to work with people that don't have a whole lot of options too. So I'm looking at people that maybe don't have insurance or they're underinsured, again, system involved in some way. And I'm really drawn to this idea of hope because I feel like hope is a protective factor in a lot of ways, but for certain populations, it's just not really there. And there's a lot of things that get in the way for hope. So when you think about the science of hope, there's three parts to it. There's that you have some kind of goal, right? That you have a way to get there, and then you have agency or some means to help you get there. Well, when you think about certain populations that are more disadvantaged or have lots of barriers, first thing, hope, when you think of, or the hope, the goal, how many times are the goals that someone else set for them? So I want you to think about how meaningful it is when someone sets a goal for you. Are you really invested in it? Is it something that you really want to do? So one of the things that when I first meet with clients is I talk to them about, well, what are your goals? And they list off what the systems have told them they have to do. And then I'm like, okay, let's put that aside. Do you really want to do any of those things? Right? And I remind them that I don't work for the systems, I work for you. System might be a referral source to me, but I don't work for them, right? I work for you. And so then it's an interesting conversation of what are your goals? Because I get that a lot of times they are like, I guess I really never thought about it, right? Because I've been told these are the things I need to do. So then you get to the next part, right? Do we have a way there? And I think if any of you have worked with more disadvantaged populations, you see that they get roadblocks everywhere they go. So they might have a goal, but then every time they try to get to that goal, it's like they've got to go around or they have to go somewhere else, or it just stops in motion. And so when you keep experiencing that kind of cycle over and over, what do you think happens?
You're discouraged.
Yeah, you just stop, right? And so so willpower, that last component of hope, it doesn't last forever. At some point, you need something maybe external to help you get to your goals, right? So that's where I think therapists, advocate, like that, lots of different roles, even everyday people can play some kind of role in inspiring and keeping people in a path that is true to them. So that's the other part I wanted to talk about today, is being true to yourself. This is something I and I brought some of my tools here. I do a lot of values-based work with my clients. So a lot of people don't know what their values are or how to define them and tell people what their values are. And to me, that's a very essential part of your life, because values are what drive our behaviors. And I think you can see that even more now than ever in our community. Values drive behaviors. So if we don't know what those are, that's an issue. Another issue that I see when people come into therapy with me is that they don't understand what their values are or they're in some kind of crisis because other people's values have been put on them. So a really great example is parenting. When you're growing up as a child, your values, you learn them from your parents and you align with it until you get older and you're trying to figure out your identity and you're like, oh shoot, maybe I don't have those same values that my parents do. And you get a little, or these idealized values don't really match my behaviors, doesn't really reflect who I am. That's typically when people get in a crisis, some type, various ways, it looks different for every person. And then we're in therapy, right? To explore what's going on and what the direction do I want to go in. So these seem like simple questions, and I'm going to show you with some of these tools here. So this I use in therapy all the time. It's called a value stack. I think language is really important, and labeling can be very harmful or very powerful at the same time. So when someone tells me, for example, that they value family, great. But what does that mean? Because my family is very different than your family and your family, right? So let's get more specific and label these things. So is family, okay, look at all these. Is it loyalty, right? Determination, could that be involved with it? Intelligence, some of these might be a little bit different. Control. Do you see where I'm going? Like, these are all different words that describe what family might represent for you, and these have very different meanings. Another activity I do with clients too is I have them go through this entire deck and either endorse the values or reject them. We explore them. Why did we endorse those? And I actually love exploring the rejection pile even more, because those usually have lots of history towards them. It brings up a lot of what I call the feels when I'm talking with them. So this is certainly something that I find really helpful for anyone to really understand who they are, is what drives their behaviors. And that very much goes along with hope for me. The other part that I do in therapy a lot too is we look at, again, being able to really name and define who we are. So I pose this question to students of mine all the time. If I were to ask you what you needed right now, could you tell me? Like, if you're upset, like if they come in upset about something and I ask, what do you need right now? And these are future therapists, right? And they're like, I have no idea. And I'm like, I think that's a problem, right? We need to understand our feelings, what's going on in our bodies, and then attach it to what the need is. And it's not always like how people approach kind of self-care. Self-care is kind of one of those trigger words for me, because we oversimplify it. Like, if you go on a walk today, you're going to feel better. Well, you might a little bit, but does it really get to the root of what your need is? It may not, right? It may just be a distraction to a much more deep-rooted need. So this is, I love this tool here. Don't love all the options it gives you, but it gives you some discussion points on, do you need achievement, affection, belonging? Then you can take some action, right? That's a little bit different. So if you're needing to feel belonging, how can you address that need? That would be very different than going on a walk or getting your nails done, like those typical ways that people use to repair things. And again, to identifying feelings, because a lot of times someone will say, I'm angry. That's really broad to me, because anger can a lot of times be a secondary emotion. It can be concurrent with other emotions. And when you look at language again here, anger can be associated to betrayal, jealousy, feeling controlled, irritated, victimized, those are all very different. So that's really what I wanted to kind of share with you today is that maybe the major takeaway, and this is what I found with my work with people, is giving people a voice, having them feel heard and understood when all the systems around them might be telling them, we know who you are and what you're about. That can be really frustrating, and to help them develop a sense of self, identity, and a direction for where they want to go in their life. So yeah, I don't know if there's any other questions, but I just wanted to kind of present the work that I do. I just give a real brief overview here, but I would love some discussion if anyone has questions or thoughts.
I really like what you're presenting. And how it's packaged and how it's presented makes such a difference to people. So in January of 2011, a friend of mine, I was living in Houston, my friend said, oh, Suzanne, I'm presenting this workshop on nonviolent communication. I said, no, I'm a nonviolent person. Suzanne, I'm doing a workshop on compassionate communication. I said, I'll be right there and bring my husband. And it was the same workshop, but the labeling, I was willing to learn how to be compassionate, but I wasn't willing to see myself as nonviolent. And the foundation of what I heard that day, well, two things. One, that it was really hard to hear as a mother, that giving advice is a form of violence. I'm so busted. And the other one was that everything we do are attempts to meet our needs. You know, you might have, like you said, for belonging. And for me, walking in nature really helps me spiritually feel like I'm belonging. That's my spiritual center. But if I need interaction with people, I'm probably not going to get on the walk. I might have with the animals on the walk, but it's not going to be the same as if I sit down and have a conversation. So how we meet our needs is a big question. I haven't seen these cards that way. But Marshall Rosenberg is the person who formulated this nonviolent communication that I've studied for almost 15 years, and it truly was not something I ever heard in life. You know, I'd gone to 12-step meetings and you talk about how you're feeling and what's going on, but what do you need? Like, I don't have any idea what I need. Nobody's ever asked me. They've told me what they think I need, but what do I need? And it really is value-based, because I had to really slow down and see, what do I need? What do I value in life that's my priority? And
which leads into what your goals and your direction is too. I'm really drawn to what you said, oh gosh, now I'm kind of losing it, but about giving advice. So this is another thing, this is interesting, is that a lot of my clients get frustrated because I don't give them advice. That's like a boundary that I have, is that they're so used to going and saying, tell me what I need to do. And so my response is, what if there's not a problem to fix right now? Which blows their mind. Maybe it's about learning how to live alongside these traumas and and going on with you and understand them and gain insight. Because when you have insight, then you can have a better idea of what your direction you want to go in your life. And so it really frustrates a lot of my clients that they're just like, just tell me what to do. And I'm like, that's not my role to tell you what to do, but we can explore what your options are. And another thing I'll add to that too is that the option of doing nothing is always there. With positive and neutral and negative consequences, right? So yeah, I really was drawn to what you were saying about giving advice, because I think that when in the community, when we give advice, oh gosh, a lot of times I look at myself when I do that to other people, like my children, it's usually to make me feel better. To kind of and it's a little dismissive sometimes. I think it's just worth kind of reflecting on. Am I saying giving this advice to dismiss because it's there's feelings that we need to sit with? So those are things that come up.
your discomfort makes me uncomfortable. I want to fix you.
Yes.
Tell me what to do.
Yes, very similar to if someone's like, hey, do I look fat in this, right? And everything in me is like, no, because I'd have to sit with, oh gosh, this is an uncomfortable topic if I tell you something differently. So we just dismiss it, kind of thing. Yeah.
The answer is always no.
Yeah.
How long have you been married?
Almost 20 years, yeah.
I know it's adjacent, but I love the values deck. I'm gonna do some Googling. I may have to get one of those for my own work.
So
There's something about the physicality and the groundedness of having a thing.
I've had clients sit and just run them all over the floor. I also, because sometimes with weather, we have to do virtual sessions, there's also a value sorter, and I can share the link for it. And, so you can click and they go into different piles and you can visually look at all the values there too. But this, I'm so glad I came across this.
How many in all?
Oh gosh, there's tons.
It's a beautifully tall stack.
So those are all different ones.
All different values, yeah. Yeah, all
So-
different values.
I really appreciate when you gave that example of like family, and then you are basically using other values to help people like further describe. I think that's, that I've thought about this a lot, because there's so many different like schemes of, organizing values, like I had a friend of mine who built a program to do it. There's Gallup, there's VIA, there's all sorts of things. And then like, when you're in the working world, every company says they have values. And one of the first thing that I really heard that resonated with me, like as far as like, I get like really nitpicky about understanding values. And so the first thing I ever heard that like really resonated with me was, I heard that, at a company, the values are the basis for which they hire, fire, or promote, right? And so I've been looking for like that equivalent to in like in the personal life, because when we look at values, it's like there's probably nothing on that list that somebody's going to say no to. If somebody's in their, thinking about all the examples in their life, they're going to like all of those values at some given point.
Oh,
And
yeah,
so
that
for
makes
me, it's
sense.
about like ranking them basically, and like how if we were to run a million simulations of this value versus that value, to me, like understanding values is like which ends up at the top most frequently versus which ends up at the bottom most frequently, because.
And which situation would they switch?
Yeah, what are
Like
the
what's the hierarchy?
characteristics?
Yeah.
Or the hierarchy of values essentially is what it comes down to, and there's so many different schemes. Not even just the individual values that get chosen within a deck like that or within a system, but like they're like the VIA strengths organizes it into like 6 categories with whatever 24. And so yeah, I don't really know like what my question is, other than like how does this deck do that? And it seems like it's making a great leap forward though, in that it says, hey, here's this value called family, and then we're going to use these other values to decompose it even further and let people react to it.
And I love what you said about, because there are lots of ways that you can use this. Like I just happened to stumble across this, but the ranking and then all the conversations about, well, why in that situation would that value trump another one? Or why does this one guide you in this area and it's important here, but you reject it over here? And so you learn a lot about yourself by understanding, or where it even came from, like achievement, right? Where did this sense, where did you get these messages or this idea that achievement is important to you and integral in your life?
And I think what it's also really doing is like getting at that idea of the rounding errors in language. When you're saying we're going to really specify this, and I have this definition of family that's slightly different than your definition of family, and now we could get on like a common language system. So I like that a lot.
Absolutely.
And have you guys ever heard of 40 developmental assets? Like, I wonder how that would engage in that. If you haven't, look it up. It's a free framework of 40 things that is important for kids. 40 developmental assets. It's generated by the Search Institute in Minnesota. And it's really a list of 40 things for kids to be successful, but that's kids, even if you're 61. Like, it's, and there are certain ones that have trended as they've surveyed across the country, that kids who do well at school have 9 of them that pop out. But of the 40, 20 are external. So things you get from outside of that box, like somebody is involved with you at your school, or someone's helping you build healthy expectations, or you're involved in volunteer or extracurricular activities. And then there's 20 that are internal, like I like to read, I like to be part of something bigger than me, I like to be motivated, and doing that with kids for many years, I think the bottom part is somewhat manipulated by the top part, if you don't have that surrounding piece. But I wonder, looking at those, I mean, they're all value-centered things, like you said, like like taking the strength finder. Mine's pretty spot on. I'm empathy, woo, and connected just like that. But I was working somewhere many years ago and they were doing it again with the staff and I thought, I'll just take it again. It's completely different and I cried because there was not healthy support from administration and we were working our patooties off to try to do stuff. But the reason we were working so hard is it wasn't in our strength area. It was things that were, I'd love to see how those kind of all intersect. We do I work at Project Harmony now, and one that we do is called Emergenetics. And it's, it's kind of a twist off of the 40 assets, et cetera, but it really builds on if you are a social person, conceptual, big picture person, if you're a structural person, you need things in order, or you're analytical. Well, I'm like 3% on analytical and structural, but I could sell cars to anybody alive. I mean, like, I love to talk, I love to know people, but I love that they're willing to embrace that as it's a child advocacy center, so it's not really a company, but as a group of people moving toward the same goal to really be able to let you thrive, period. Because if we're thriving in what we're doing, then we don't have to get lost in trying to figure those things out. They're naturally
That's
coming.
another, so this idea of shared values, even if we all take a different way to get there based on our strengths, can definitely unify. And then I also was reflecting on while you were talking, how values can change over time.
Yeah.
So, and I noticed that even when I'm working with people, because typically the type of therapy that I do, I work with people for a longer period of time. I don't do, because the work that I do is not a brief 8-week kind of thing. So when we're like in year 1 or 2 and they're in a different place with their sobriety, and their mental health, the values change for sure. And so we're continually exploring that.
I'm doing a study on critical hope right now, and we've been doing a little deep dive on epigenetics. And the concept of that is that when you were in your mother's womb, you could have actually picked up whatever she was going through at that time. And that becomes legacy. It doesn't mean that has to own you, but you have to become aware of it, what's yours and what you're carrying, and get some help to flip that switch in your DNA. I have I just retired this last May from alternative ed, and it just breaks my heart for the kids that I've loved and carried for so many years that they're not even dealing with all their own stuff. Like, it's so been passed on, and heartbreaking.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm Susie. Sorry I'm late. My car was out, but my son's car was stuck in the driveway.
There is an app you can download called Pocket NVC, and it says feelings when your needs are not met, feelings, and it gives you a list of all these feelings. And then it says like fatigue, other words would be beat, burnout, depleted, exhausted. And then there's feelings when your needs are met and a list of needs. So you can start to learn the language. But as I'm looking at this, the word impact is really pulling me in. And I think there's a whole lot of people on all sides who really want a strong impact. My strategy for impact in this country is very different than Donald Trump's, but we share the same need. We just have different ways of meeting it. And if I can share a story. My neighbors had a flag up for the candidate that I didn't vote for. And their candidate didn't win, and they spotlighted it, literally spotlighted this huge flag on their front porch, and it was almost Christmas, and it was still spotlighted. I wanted to go over and use some not kind words about their flag. And instead I went over and thought, I know how I feel when my candidate doesn't win. And I went over and said, Kathy, this must be a really hard time for you. And so what do you value when you choose a candidate? And hers was, well, they were retired military, so military was really important. And for her, economy was really important. But really her biggest issue was she was anti-abortion. And that was her primary choice. And she asked me, and I said, well, because I go in and do work in prison, I said, criminal justice reform is really important. Her whole face changed. I did not know this about this woman. We've been neighbors for 7 years. She said, my brother was incarcerated. And 2 years after he got out, because of the trauma he experienced in prison, he took his own life. And she said, anything you need for your program, I will help you. And then we finally found a common ground, even though I still hated that flag. And our friendship changed because I went over there to offer some empathy and to just, why the fuck are you still playing this flag? But without saying that, and we have,
Your bubble was saying.
yeah, we had to find that, and I use this example because I think if we could get down to finding the common ground with the people that we view as our enemies, we would find a lot more to.
I love that, yeah, and so I even, so this is part of, the draw of the population I work with too is very misunderstood. And I think that a lot of people lack empathy towards this population. So I started working on, my specialty area is sex addiction and people that are on the offender registry too.
Mm-hmm.
And what drew me to that was I was working with co-occurring issues, and I started seeing this come up, and that they don't have a lot of options, really. And they are very, a lot of my clients will say something to the effect of, I would much rather be labeled as a meth addict than a sex addict.
Mm-hmm.
So what helps is exactly what you're talking about, and people will ask me, how can you work with this kind of person? Or other therapists will say, I just can't work with someone that has done something like that. And what I look at is, okay, help me understand how you got here, right? I want to understand because there are definitely things that have happened that have led to where you are today. And I want to understand who you are as a person, and I'm not defining you as this action or this behavior. And it gives me a lot of empathy when I start, especially when there's people that have differences for me, to understand where those differences come from, give me empathy for the situation. So when you were talking about politics, I sit and I reflect on all the values and experiences that I know clients that I've worked with have had, and I want to sit and hear theirs, and then I get a better idea of, I have more empathy for it. Usually there's a lot of trauma in those backgrounds that is very much not heard. So, and that has been my experience with sex addiction in particular, is that it's very rooted in a long history of trauma. Yeah. Other thoughts? Oh, wow, I don't know how we're doing on time. You just kind of left.
I doubt it's being kept very.
It's 10:12. I know you have somewhere you have to go, but I don't.
Yep, I have to leave in just a little bit. But this was a good discussion.
Yeah.
I enjoyed hearing.
Any reach back to the old Rokich system of values that was highly researched back in the 60s, 70s, 80s?
I don't know that I know very much about that. Could
Okay.
you help us understand that? Yeah.
Well, they tended to be lists of around 16 or so, and were a bit more abstract than even something like family. And the one of the things that emerged that was particularly interesting when people arranged the list in an order from, this is my top value: wisdom, kindness, empathy. The ones that really had some tie to political issues, which we're sort of discussing in a way, were freedom and equality, and the way in which they fell in the hierarchy. And one could see political differences between folks who were conservative and people who were very progressive, with both tending to end up very, very high for progressive people. Certainly equality tended to be really up at the top, but freedom as a value was also very high. Whereas people who tended to be conservative, freedom was always right at the top, and equality was lost somewhere back in the early teens or so. It's not all that important. And interesting way of defining yourself, defining someone else by looking at that. Anyway, it was a pretty highly researched system, but apparently it's not all that useful for the sort of things you're doing.
Yeah, I'll have to look it up. I'm not very familiar. But it sounds fascinating, so I do want to look it up.
Twice, and
Sounds like some of the research that, and maybe that's what he based it on, Jonathan Haidt's, The Righteous Mind, looking at conservatives and, I don't know if he used the word progressive, but the values that were their core values were just very different for the two groups. It wasn't that he didn't have values, it was that what they prioritized were different.
He looks at libertarian, liberal, and conservative, and there were 6 values looked at, and the libertarian was like really high on freedom, right? Because that's like, I want, I want to do what I want, don't regulate me. And the conservative was pretty equal on all 6, and spirituality is one of the values. Equality, freedom, and then a few others. But in the liberal, those, like you mentioned, those were high, and then everything else was kind of low. But take it away one, but I thought it was pretty useful information. I thought that book was really good because I was going through a bit of a crisis with everything, 2016, and actually hatched a plan with my cousin to read the book and have like a book club and change our other relatives' mind, right? Like we were like, we're gonna change them, and
You can't do
That's
what ended up happening was like,
Dream is one of your strengths.
what ended up happening was I changed, right? Like I had a new insight in where people were coming from. It was pretty powerful experience.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry I was late. Could you all just tell me who you are one more time? Since I missed that piece.
Sebastian Hunt, I'm a board member for a nonprofit called Gross National Happiness USA.
Here in Omaha.
It's kind of headquartered in Vermont.
Cool.
Jeff Slater, I'm a United Methodist pastor in Lincoln, and I teach adjunct at Boston University. It's a heck of a commute.
Yeah.
it is.
I'm Suzanne King, I'm with Alternative Violence Project.
Are you here in Omaha?
I'm Dustin Henley. I work here at UNO in the department.
In the English department?
Megan Penley, I work at Nebraska Wesleyan in the social work department.
Oh, I graduated from there.
Yeah, and Scott Butler, he was my guidance counselor in
Oh,
high school.
wow.
Yes, and I love sharing that with people that know him, and he's the reason why I went into social work, so.
He's pretty much the reson I ended up at Project Harmony.
I know, and he's a pretty
He's that
amazing.
guy.
Yeah, he is that
He had
guy.
things on his schedule this morning, so he's not here. How about you?
I'm Dick Deanspear. I'm ex of the psychology department at UNL.
At UNL, okay, all right. I'm Dr. Susie Busby. I retired from OPS just this last May with a big broken heart emoji because I have been at Blackburn Alternative for 20 of my 32 and a half, but 4 different times. Loved every second of it. And actually I left being an administrator my last 11 years and was the counselor there. Blackburn is a locked high school facility. Probably 96% gang related, and everything that goes with that, locked on purpose because it's the safest place the kids go in a day. They turn in their phone, they turn in their backpack, they go through a metal detector. I watched the biggest gang members in town skip to breakfast because they're safe there. And if something does go down, we're there to help and handle it. Nobody has a phone to video it and start any stuff and call their friends and, most things that most of us just take for granted in the day. I loved it. It was definitely my calling. And I didn't leave because I needed to. I left because I just, toward the end of my tenure, I hear him yell on the radio, "Hey, there's a fight in the cafeteria, Busby, stay out of it." Did they just call me old on the radio? Like what? I loved being the counselor. I loved being an administrator before that because it really gave me that balance of what kids need. And just like you said before, sometimes kids, we don't know what they need because nobody asks them.
Yeah.
We just make decisions for them.
Absolutely.
The whole engagement conversation of recidivism and all of those things, kids are never at those tables.
Susie, I think we did talk about that before you came in, about how these goals are really not successful when someone else makes them for you, right? And that's the
But even
story
as
of
a
lot of
parent,
people.
we just do that.
Yeah.
Even
This
as
is
a
what you have
spouse,
to
we
do.
do that, right? It's just kind of how the world works. Sometimes I used to say for a lot of my students, they were not lazy learners because they intended that. We created that space for them. You know, I mean, if you call somebody MF enough times, you could go home for a few days. Hey, why not? You know, and you get kids that love that. I'd have kids come in my office and say, "Husband, can you just help me get back to jail? Like, at least there, I have my own room
No,
and
it's
nobody's
true.
jacking with me,
Yeah.
and I know I'm gonna eat like,
Yeah.
wow, how do
so
you wrestle with that
I
question?
recently had, well, this is commonality I hear a lot of the times, is that it's structured, I have a routine, I know it's expected of me, I feel safe because of the structure that's involved. And yeah, that's how I hear about jail all the time.
And if you trip out enough, you don't have to have those value conversations.
And you don't have to have, so change is uncomfortable. That you have to experience some kind of discomfort for change, and that's kind of removed from you, right? Like when you were talking about the kids, that would be like, I just wanna get sent home today.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that makes sense, because the function of behavior is escape.
So it's wild
Yeah.
now that.
Sorry, former school social worker too.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, yes, with Stephanie Hasting, I was the lead social worker with her for a little bit, so, yeah.
So
I'm surprised we never met then,
we probably crossed paths.
probably.
It's wild now that I'm at Project Harmony because, you know, I mean, I know what my strengths are. It's not rocket science to figure it out if you're with me for 10 minutes. And I just think God's hilarious that now I'm on the preventive and proactive side of, I'm training 250 plus people a month on how to deal with your own trauma, how to realize that resilience is a stepping stone, but all of us are literally, our trajectory is hope. That's how we live every day. That's why you need community. That's why, that's awesome that you went to your neighbor, didn't really want to talk to her, but when you did, community was already waiting for you. You guys just had to come into the space.
Yeah.
And so I do a lot of training on hope, building hope in yourself and others, even using hope science to drive outcomes in an organization. But the one I always push people back to is trauma and resilience, because, you know, if this is what I brought today to get hope from you guys, but it's already this full of my own stuff, then I don't have much capacity to gain hope from anybody, you know? I guess my husband and I were joking about it. It's sort of like going to church on Christmas and Easter, and that's all the capacity you have then. Like if this became your walk, whatever you do, you going to your neighbors, if that's an all the time thing, then your capacity to understand each other is much greater. But usually we compartmentalize things, you know, I only need this much room, I only have this much room. No, you don't, that's crap. You have this much room, but you have to do your own work to get past that. So I can fully say I'm healing my own heart in this job right now, because I didn't realize how vicariously traumatized I was from being empathetic in a space where kids and families needed me to. And I was doing it, man. I was loving every second of it, but I have been to the doctor over 60 times since I retired. Just hadn't taken care of myself, you know? And I liken that to an old native analogy that each of us is a house of 4 rooms: mental, emotional, spiritual, and physical. Except most of us find one room to live in, and we don't pay much attention to the rest of them. And that's what happens. I mean, I was living emotionally and mentally right here. I was in that all the time. My spiritual being was helping with that, but I really wasn't taking care of my body at all. And you look at anybody that ends up in a crisis, they're not living in their full capacity, you know, that analogy says you should at least air those 4 rooms out every day. And it's an easy thing to deal with kids. I give them that picture a lot, you know, with social media the way it is. Video games, kids are pretty visual about things, and they can get that, you know. And then it's okay to say, you know, how you doing in this emotional room? Like, what do you do? Well, I smoke a lot. Okay, thanks for being, you know, open with me, but that ain't it, chief. Like, that's not gonna end the whole thing, so, yeah.
Step in for a moment. I wonder if you and Dick might switch spots, and then Jeff is gonna share a little bit about hope sharing, if that is.
Yes, better choose a spot.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
No, I'm really pretty happy.
Makes you feel any better. I'm not a fan of standing up either.
And I am so sorry, everyone, but I do have to get going because I have in a little bit, so.
Back in Lincoln?
Yeah, but this was great. And I hope to see you again soon. I know I will.
Yeah,
I'll be at
It's a
the
great
conference.
spot.
Oh, good.
So let's be
I
sure.
wanted to break up.
Oh, good, so let's be sure and connect. I haven't had a Wesleyan tour for a while, I need,
Oh, come on up, yes. Or if you ever want to see us, yeah.
oh, we need to
Because
stay in touch. You want me to talk to Fel to the same part?
If anybody wants
So it's so nice to see you again.
use the podium.
Bye, everyone.
Nice to meet you guys.
Oh, thank you.
Should we check with the live stream audience? They might have preferred the other view. Just saying.
Certainly not.
My turn, want me to go?
Yeah, please do, yeah.
Okay. So I'm a United Methodist pastor, and I was a church nerd long before I was a pastor. And by church nerd, I mean mostly music, but like when the choir was on vacation in the summer, I would just pick churches and go there. And I'd look at how their worship services worked, and I started learning about how community forms in a church. And then I was surprised when I heard the call into ministry, because that's how life works. But one thing that I had noticed again and again is a pattern of churches that apologize when you walk in the door. Now, I don't know if any of you are in churches much at all. It's a lot, it's less common than it was a few decades ago. But things like, well, you know, there used to be a lot more people around here. Oh, you know, there used to be so many more children here. It's like, oh, you should have seen this church back in the day. Churches that apologize when you walk in the door. I had noticed that over and over again. When I started studying hope, one thing that surprised me is that the opposite of hope is not despair. You ask people, as many of you I'm sure know, if you ask people, they'll say the opposite of hope is despair. No, because if you're despairing, you at least know what good looks like. You at least have some vision of what a positive thing would be. My favorite definition, like the opposite of hope, comes from the theologian Jürgen Moltmann. The opposite is humble acquiescence in the present. So pick it apart a little. Humble meaning disempowered, placed low in this context. Acquiescence, so just accepting things as they are. So it's kind of that ho-hum, it's like, well, here we are. That's the opposite of hope. It's not despair. It's not even particularly emotional. It's just resigned. And that is what I saw in so many churches and in so many now, whether it comes from decades of decline, however you want to say it, there it is. But one of my big moments came when I realized how nuanced and complex hope can be. So I was the pastor of one of these apologizing churches, trying to figure out what to do. And I was talking to a man that I'm going to call Stanley, and tremendous smile. Stanley was in his late 80s, I believe. Always had a cane that he carried like this, and he would go upstairs and kind of do one of these while holding his cane up. It was just saying. And once he told me about how he was not afraid to die. Now we can talk theology, belief, and afterlife. Just set that aside for a second. His hope was so profound that it touched my soul in that moment. But then, after telling me how he wasn't afraid to die, he just took a deep breath and said, but I don't know what we're going to do here. So, same thing, almost in the same breath. Here is a man with such profound hope and such profound hopelessness that it made me want to figure out what was going on. What's going on with this nuance, this complexity of hope? So I was doing my doctorate, and that's when I discovered C.R. Snyder, which I'm guessing some of you are familiar with. Earlier, Megan referenced agency and pathways as a definition of hope. You know, if we feel we can do something, and if we know how to get there, then we have high hope. But I was surprised, in fact, shocked that nobody had brought hope psychology into the church. I mean, Christian theology is about hope. The Christian hope is referenced so often that it's cliche. It's almost meaningless. It's used so often, yet nobody had brought this in. And I figured out why. It's because that theory of hope kind of falls apart when you try to move it into the theology. Now, you talk about our agency and our pathway, but what happens when we're talking about something that's beyond what any of us can do, where the agency is not ours, where pathways are not ours? So, I mean, I'm not gonna go into theology and all that, but if you wanna talk about salvation, whatever that means, if you wanna talk about what happens at the communion table, if you wanna talk about the kind of transformation of a religious experience, any mystic will tell you that when God touches our hearts, when we have that kind of experience, yes, there are pathways that make the ground fertile in our hearts, but in the end, the agency is not ours. So what is hope when the agency and the pathways aren't really ours? Well, I found that a wonderful essay by Václav Havel and Viktor Frankl, the author of A Man's Search for Meaning, he saw a type of hope in the concentration camps, which also defy Snyder's theory, which also seem to come from beyond. And what I realized is that there's two kinds of hope, at least in my formulation of it. There's our own hope, where it's our own agency and pathways, which is so important and valid and so affirming and life-giving. But there are times when the agency and pathway have to come from outside of us, whether that be from the community, whether it be from a relationship that you have, or whether it be theological hope from even beyond that. And that is what makes a difference. You know, when I talked to Stanley, what he was showing was that he had a very high ultimate hope, as I call it, the hope from beyond ourselves. But his practical hope for this life and this world was darn near zero. Now, churches are my world. But anybody who's been to a community organization like Kiwanis knows, or a nonprofit that is kind of an old school nonprofit, knows that this same kind of mentality that comes from decline in a valuable organization that's been through a period of decline and stagnation, it kills hope. It erodes that hope. And these organizations are worth, I don't like the word saving. It's worth restoring their hope because of the value that they bring. So my next question was to ask how we do that. And 10 minutes is not a lot to share lots of information. But I'll just say that one of them is hope sourcing. So hope is contagious, it spreads. So one avenue is to ask what kind of hope you're missing. So in most churches, ultimate hope is high, hope from outside ourselves, but hope for this world is low. So find somebody in the community, like most of you around this table, who believe that things can be better here and now, who have a high practical hope, bring them in to talk. If you find somebody who thinks that it's all up to them, so they have high practical hope, but they have little hope from beyond themselves, well, then bring in a mystic. Bring in somebody who has a connection, or somebody who truly believes in what we can do as a community beyond ourselves. You know, figure out the kind of hope that's missing and bring it in and let it spread. Another good tactic is hope reminding. That's where you retell the stories of the past in such a way that it points out how it seemed hopeless, but hope came from it. But the biggest by far, I think, is hope leadership. The phrase from the research that has most stuck with me is about hope therapy. And it's this: a hopeful therapeutic relationship is necessary and perhaps sufficient to yield cognitive change and increased hope. So in other words, if a hope therapist believes that the client can get better, can have a better future, if the therapist themselves believes that this person can have a better future, that might be enough. That might even be, it's critical, but it might even be sufficient. And as a pastor who's served churches who've lost their hope, I will tell you, it drags you down. It drags you down to the ground. And those same churches, you're doing funerals all the time, and it drags you down to the ground. And so maintaining the hope of the leader may be the most important thing. And for the leader to believe that this church, this organization, this nonprofit, whatever it may happen to be, has meaning, has value, and can have a future. Maintaining that hope is everything, and it spreads. And I will tell you that church I was serving, where Stanley was, it regained its hope. And I feel more humble than I should probably be because my research shows that me believing in them was a big part of it. But it was more than that. We also talked about goals. We talked about, I mean, there's all the other things we did too. But if a church like that, who had experienced massive, massive decline over 40, 50 years, can find their hope again, then it shows that any organization that's of value also has that potential.
So how do you think that happened? Because you held it for them? Introduced it to them?
So I cannot deflect.
Right. You were there.
I was too naive to give up on it. And because I could see their value, because I thought they had a future, because I thought that they could reorient their goals and see it too, they did. And I think that's a positive naivety that I'm trying to hold on to.
So some say that hope is naivety, but critical hope is what you did.
Critical hope, I like
Critical
that
hope
term.
Is when you, critical hope is what you do, not what you have. Kind of deep diving on that and writing a training on it is, Carrie Grain has a book out, Thinker, Graine, I think it is. If any of you are into that. If you've never signed up for Audible, you should. Greatest gift I ever did for myself this year. Here it is, Carrie Grain, Graine.
Oh, I'm getting that.
It's Carrie, K-E-R-R-Y, K-A-R-I.
What's the name, the title again?
Critical hope. So the concept is that hope is something you have, but critical hope is something you do. I would liken it to, you take your child to the doctor and there's a plan to get better. But what if your child is terminal? You still have to have hope. So how do you do that on the next level? Make-A-Wish Foundation. I mean, that's a one that we all know of that I use as an example. It'll press you a little bit. Yeah, it's good.
As a theologian, my answer to that would also be that there is meaning in death, and meaning being a close cousin of hope and deeply connected to it. One can find hope through finding meaning in what's going on, even if it's not desired.
The idea is that is critical hope is entangled with the land and our bodies. Because then that's where the meaningful piece comes from. I have a friend who is an artist, and she's doing a project in New York with a lady that has created a barge that has a full garden on it, full garden, water supply, everything. Well, initially, they can take that barge to compromised communities, to food deserts, to populations who are not able to get what the rest of us take for granted. But also, because it's in the water, it doesn't have to deal with the same rules of the land. So it literally is critical hope. They took a situation that no one seems to be able to solve. We have food deserts in Omaha. I mean, insanity. How can that be? But now, not only do they take the barge over to a population of folks and hand them a bag of food, they say, come in to this space and take your own vegetables and fruit and what you want and build relationship with us and learn. Like, I'm saving my pennies to visit there. It sounds like that's where we need to live. But sometimes you have to have the worst thing happen before you can find the best thing that happens.
I was listening to an NPR discussion on the way up in the car today. The theme of the discussion was a lot of countries that have been on the brink of disaster, who've been through things like the Second World War, England and the National Health Service were the main topics actually, have rebuilt better and done some things far, far better than we've done in this country with respect to, for example, healthcare. As an aftermath of the disaster that preceded. And I think you know, the underlying thought of this discussion on NPR was we're right now heading into a period of disaster. Don't, in a political sense. But don't think of this as the end. Think of it as perhaps like Japan emerged from the Second World War and built one of the best transportation systems in the whole world, and certainly had an economic recovery to be admired, at least for a while, up until the 80s. That we could be heading. We may also be able to take the impending disaster and build back better, I guess. The theme of a prior administration that wasn't very effective in building back better.
Another big part of my own theology, the hope from outside myself, there's always the potential for good. Even after disaster, even when it's on its way down, there's always potential. Even expectation.
That's like the kind of the basis of 12-step, right? Like you crash and burn your life, and then you get hooked into a community, and sort of it's restored and better than it was previously.
Hopefully you do at least.
Yeah.
It's not inevitable.
Yeah.
So,
So who said hope springs eternal? I forget who was that said that. Anybody know? That's one of them cliches that's out there now.
I never looked it up. I can't believe that.
Hope springs eternal, right? That's probably right. But myself, you know, if any, something that as a Native person in this crazy world, and our situation is kind of like, of course, not the same as the Palestinians. And so you see the, you know, the challenge, the tragedy of their situation as indigenous people of that area and indigenous people here. There's very similar elements. One of them is that we're victims of, well, okay, some would say, oh, you should be a victim, but impacted by genocide. And what does that mean? Most Americans are ignorant or don't know, and there are a few though that do know, which is great. So there's that hope there. Of what this true history of this country has been. So when we see the falling of this present system or this American empire, we rejoice because things will now get better. But it's not just for us, but for everyone. Because that system that oppresses and that has kept things, it kept people down, and that's why we have poverty, will eventually give way to, well, how we're supposed to be living as human beings. And that's with these spiritual principles and virtues that everyone has, but for some reason it's not emphasized in this present system, a system based on materialism. And this whole concept of atheism, I remember in high school when I first came across this whole thing of existentialism, if you guys are familiar with that, and read that Albert Camus' book, and I was just curious because coming from an indigenous viewpoint, we believe in a creator and the force and the spirit, and that is within everything. And for me to say, okay, well, what is this whole theory that there's no God, there's no spirit, everything's dead? It just blew my mind because I couldn't conceive of it. And so I learned about it because I was curious. And I just go, oh, how sad. How sad. They don't realize, you know, Creator God in whatever aspect and manifestation you would say is there. And I said, well, no wonder they went through the dark ages. They espoused ideals like this, that oh, there is no God. And this whole, you know, belief and everything. Oh my God. I said, wow. To go to that extreme of saying there's no God. I mean, to reason away. Like that when the song goes, the fool can reason away or whatever, you know. And it's like, wow, that's pretty arrogant because you end up putting all this emphasis in your mind and logic and rational thought, like Spock and all. But you forget, yes, the energy field of the mind, okay, yes, you know, it has its place. But as you know, through heart math and other people, the heart has a bigger resonance and more energy. And that is where you truly should be coming from, or at least in contact with. And then there's the harmony between the mind and the heart. And that is what we're striving for as human beings. And this is what we need, that harmony. And you can also say the divine masculine and divine feminine. But working as it does in nature and in the universe, in harmony, there's that flow. We're out of sync because by and large, this world is patriarchally centered, and so that needs to change. So that's how I view things.
Thank you. All right. Well, it's, thank you so much for sharing about hope. And now I think we'll transition to toughness. So, or should we take a little break?
Like chair back?
How's everyone doing? Yeah. We'll switch. Maybe we'll break just for a few minutes.
Oh, that's fine. I did bring that.
Do you want to go to the podium to present? We can rearrange the camera.
Can we use it?
Yeah, let's figure it out. We'll take a break and get this next thing sorted.
How can it be so people out today? Wow.
My favorite media screen was of somebody's weather widgets 2 days ago. 6 in the morning.
Still
That's pretty much.
maintain the over there. That'd be great.
Wait, say that again?
If we can use this, you know, and
No.
2 slides.
Yeah.
But if I can still be over there.
United Methodist Pastor in Nebraska.
I mean, this is such a
Oh,
small group.
we could probably raise it so it captures that a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, that should work.
I'm just thinking, you know, I
His wife's name.
want to turn this into.
See,
It's been such a profitable discussion.
before that, I was in,
Yeah.
But turning it into a more
so I
more
made.
of a lecture format doesn't seem appropriate.
If you-
at this point.
Oh, if you've met him, you would remember. Memorable cat, that's. for
That's
sure.
true of a lot of us.
Yeah, well, I think that's probably the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Oh, break time, huh?
Yeah, break time.
My name's
Dustin.
Dustin.
Dustin,
All right. You see on
Yeah,
there,
so
probably the last
around here?
things put on there is what we're looking for.
Oh, okay. So I know there's been some change, which is always good because it's always
Toughness and, yes, that's it.
good, as they say.
That's the very thing.
you know, yeah, we're everywhere.
Is this thing still on?
Here, but, I track my life.
Probably.
All right. So we
I'm a professional student.
Oh, are you currently a student or what? Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah. I was an international studies major and, I minored in, native studies and stuff. But, you know, happened to work and everything and things happen, so.
How many credits do you have?
Well, over more than that's needed for graduation, I think I got about 148 or something like that.
Have you ever checked in to see about
Oh, yeah, I have.
a BMS, like a Bachelor of Multidisciplinary Studies degree?
Yeah, the general studies thing, I was looking into that and once again,
And
I
the,
got off the track there and so I said, okay, well, eventually.
jump right behind
This-
you. Yeah, we
this-
probably need to bring some.
This is
I know,
Sheets down.
I've worked with students
It'll be on that
who
screen over there.
were a distance away from
Okay.
a Bachelor of Arts or a Bachelor of Science. And when they switched over to that Bachelor of Multidisciplinary Studies, they were like maybe one class, or maybe they hadn't. Like I helped one student who just had to get done. And I'm like, well, look at the Bachelor of Multidisciplinary Studies, and they're like, oh yeah, you can graduate. So,
Okay, I have to look at that. I think it was just on the, you know, I got to the last part of the science. And then it's the part. and then English, I- Oh my God, English have a hard time learning top right. You expect me? to learn that?
yeah, there's no way out of composition if that was.
Oh, yeah, the second part. completed, Algebra, I said, well, where am I gonna apply this? Am I gonna be an engineer?
They've changed the math. Now students can take a class called, there's like quantitative literacy, and then there's a mathematical computation. So you can avoid algebra and take classes that are more like practical.
Right,
But
hey, that's good to know, wow,
Yeah.
see? There's hope for us.
yeah, it's because I advise English majors and medical humanities. Medical humanities, a lot of them are more math because a lot of them are pre-health.
I
But,
have a seat there, I'll see if it's
yeah, the
captured
English
there.
majors are like, I don't want to take that.
She's over here. Yeah, the presenter seat, I guess, is that one on the right there?
So what area?
I
did you
want to
study?
be able to see the screen
I have a
though,
master's in English.
so that I can relate to the slides.
Doctorate in
So
education.
perhaps
higher
I would be
education
best
administration.
off here.
Currently.
Yeah.
Oh, you're aware of the,
Sure.
oh,
I don't
the
like to
wave of change that's happening throughout.
Should do a more formal thing, but on the
Oh,
other
yeah.
side,
Rules and organizations.
He's sitting in an order to dismantle the Department of Education today, so. Though he doesn't have the authority.
We were
to do
sitting
it.
there, but we can start out.
Perfect.
Hey, Brett. How's it going?
There he is.
Is this thing on again?
Right.
Very disruptive.
Does someone want to check on the live stream, make sure it's coming up right?
Turns out my wife was watching.
Sweet.
All right.
You
least
said
it
that
was.
we just move closer, or well, now for your camera, what you want?
I think the camera's focused on Dick and the screen, so we
Okay.
can stay here, yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So we'll be cozy, maybe we can move the conversation back over here after. Is that-
I mean, certainly.
We will be here soon.
Okay, yeah, fine.
So the table won't be big enough for everybody.
Okay.
I added the link to the,
It's working.
Oh, okay.
I just checked
I've
it there.
run to some of the guys that's here, Urban Abbey and.
Oh, Urban Abbey is
So we-
fantastic.
So I'm Nick Hernandez, and I started Positivity Matters in 2006 after I did the Strengths Finder.
Oh, yeah.
And
Also go to.
had a pre-existing interest in community building, and those two interests merged. And then I started to envision community building around well-being science. And the University of Pennsylvania's website had quite a list of faculty from across the country that were sort of in the genre of well-being science. And I remember back in 2006 or so, seeing the name Richard Deanspear, Toughness, and hope that, oh, wow, he's right here in Lincoln, Nebraska. Maybe someday I'll get to meet this gentleman. And lo and behold, here he is to tell us about toughness, affection, and the benefits of doing challenging things. Dick, welcome to the Happiness Omaha 2025 edition.
Thank you, Nick. And we certainly owe a great deal of gratitude to Nick for putting these sorts of things together, drawing people who are really representing very different perspectives to one place where we can really educate each other about things that may be out of our own normal sphere. So my thing has been, and in fact, Nick was talking about running into my thinking back in 2006. 2006 was, it was a year after I retired. So I've been retired now for 20 years and have been thinking about toughness from way before I retired because it kind of had some underlying research in this area, and finally produced a book on that topic that I think I have a picture of. It's called Building Resistance to Stress and Aging, the Toughness Model. And this has been one of my bigger fans and was always there while I was working on this book. So she is owed a great deal of thanks. Anyway, I want to start by summarizing what toughness is all about and in a sense, provide the bottom line, the ending of this talk at the beginning. And then we can put some things together that lead towards that ending. Starting with the negative stuff first, stress and aging do degrade our brains and rob us of mental capacities. And note the brains thing is in there, and that alerts you that we're going to be talking a good bit about physiological things and brain stuff and neurotransmitters a bit and so forth. Nothing that's too fancy, nothing that'll, I hope, leave you shaking your head wondering what's he really talking about. But to continue with the summary, activities that make us tougher, and we'll get to the toughness definition in a moment, are challenge and mental enrichment, physical exercise, meditation, and giving and receiving affection. What these things do is to help us to resist being anxious and neurotic and fearful, because they change us physically in ways that our modern research actually shows us how that happens. So toughening activities, as it says here, enhance brain neurochemistry and build brain structures by turning genes on and off, sometimes permanently, sometimes temporarily. And when these things happen, mental and physiological toughness results. Now, why that happens is because whenever we're involved in these sorts of things, like the mental challenge, studying new stuff, physical exercise, even affectionate activities, it changes brain activity in a temporary sense, and some sort of depletions almost always occur, especially if the challenging activities that we're talking about, let's say studying a new foreign language or learning to play a new instrument, these challenges continue to use neural structures and to deplete neurochemistry in various ways. And when that happens, to borrow the phrase that just got used a few moments ago, we do build back better, in the sense that a temporary depletion tends to lead to a rebuilding, a resurgence, a resupply of whatever it was that was depleted. And when that happens in a continuing basis, that is, not continuing in the sense of all at one time, but rather spaced out, repeating that study of the language day after day, that building back better also tends to mean to emphasize better in the sense that neural structures and reserves of neural chemistry build up to a much higher level than they were before. And this, again, harks back to what we were saying a few moments ago about disasters sometimes leading to renewed hope, or the health system in England recovering from the Second World War being something much better than it was before. So being tough means emotional stability and tolerance of stress. And for the sake of what we're doing here, also tends to feed into our ability to be optimistic and to have hope. And rather than pessimism and despair, which we've just been informed is certainly not the opposite of hope, but never mind that. So fluid intelligence, which means problem-solving abilities and so forth, also increase as we get tougher, as we rebuild some of the neural structures and neurochemistry that we use as we encounter challenges. Capacity for affection also changes and increases and results from affectionate expression. Enhanced energies, all part of toughness. The only parts of the brain that I want to talk about today are the prefrontal cortex, where we do most of our problem solving and so forth, and the hippocampus, which is where episodic memories are formed and sent out for storage.
Ice.
Ice.
Sure, you say ice, I say bombs. Watch out. Hippocampus, really important as a brain structure, and I'm sure most of you know a good bit about it. But when we form memories of the episodes of our lives, they're formed in the sense that they're assembled, they're put together in the hippocampus. And then the components of that memory, the emotional component, the visual component, some of the ideas that are part of the memory, get sent out to different areas of the brain to be stored. So that when we then later remember that episode, the individual elements stored in different places get brought together in this structure called the hippocampus. So if you've watched people suffering from dementia in the early stages, when those memories begin to disappear, you can see with brain scans that the damage is just setting in around the hippocampus. And that's, of course, a great tragedy, because the stories of our lives literally are who we are. And when you stop being able to reconstruct those memories of episodes of your life, the birth of your kids, or lesser things than that, then you're essentially losing your life. We'll all have episodic memories of today. You know, later on, if somebody said, well, what went on at the conference? We'll all be able to talk about everything from how we had to put the shades down to keep the lights under control, to the ideas that we heard and the emotional responses we might have had to some of the things. Enough about that. The neurochemistry I want to talk about today are just really two different classes of chemicals. There's neurotransmitters, which you all know something about, and neurotropins that perhaps you know a little less about. The neurotransmitters that we usually, when we think about them, we see images like the one that's on the screen of a sending neuron that's in the top part of that circled area, releasing some molecules to be detected by receptors on the receiving neuron. And the neurotransmitters that we think a lot about, which you know a lot about already, are things like dopamine, which you associate with things like street drugs and excitement and motivation, and serotonin, which tends to be very low as you get depressed. And most antidepressant meds play a role in lifting serotonin levels in the brain and can be effective sometimes, but not always. Acetylcholine is a neurotransmitter that is very important for the hippocampus. And when it gets low, then our ability to remember things begins to deteriorate. Neurotropins are a different thing than neurotransmitters. They're chemicals that get released from areas of the brain that are being used. And they function like growth hormones in the brain. So that with a neurotransmitter like brain-derived neurotropic factor, which is always written BDNF for obvious reasons, with the use of our brain as we're, say, learning that new language or learning to play a new instrument, neurotropins get released. And those neurotropins allow those areas of the brain that are being used to change in structure, so that more and more of those synapses, the gaps between sending neurons and receiving neurons, get built. And in fact, with modern scanning methods, with good brain scans, you can actually see over the course of several months, if somebody's been studying something intensively, that the areas around the hippocampus are actually growing. It's not to the point where you need to start thinking about expanding your skulls, but the vacuoles, you know, those areas of the brain that are just filled with liquid and don't do very much for us. The vacuoles get smaller as areas of the brain grow larger. All this is due to the activity of genes. You know, when we had high school biology, and we were told that the genes kind of set the plan for the development of the body, we often then thought about genetic impacts versus environmental impacts. When we look at the kids that were being discussed earlier today that end up in gangs and need a lot of therapy, we look at them and we wonder to what extent is the problem this child is displaying something that comes from the genes from the parents, some problem in that inheritance, versus what's happened environmentally to them ever since. The interesting thing about what we're now learning from in the science that's called epigenetics is that we don't separate, we shouldn't separate the impact of genes from the impact of environment, because those environmental impacts change us by changing our gene structure. That's how it happens. So when we think in terms, to back up a moment, about learning that new language or learning to play the musical instrument, those are environmental things that we're doing. It's activity in the brain, to be sure, and so forth. But those activities are turning on genes and changing the way those genes function in the future. We don't have really time to get into exactly how it happens. There are terms like methylation and acetylation that relate to the way various molecules hang on to some of the genes and stop them from functioning, or make them even more sensitive to functioning in the future. Our life's experiences are recorded as a result of genetic activity. The genes are simply produced indirectly, of course, producing proteins that change brain structure. And so it's not a question of environment versus genes in producing the final product that we are. Because everything happens through the genes. So it's not an either or, but it's a more complicated thing than that. So as this second statement on the slide says, right now, as I'm talking here and you're listening and so on, various hormones and neurochemicals are transcribing, meaning turning on genes, and thus they're resulting in some proteins being produced right now that change and create our memories and our new learning and so on and so forth. Genetic activation produces proteins that change our synapses and our neurons, okay? Now I've said that 2 or 3 different ways. I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about stress because this is a conference on hope and happiness and things of that sort. And so I'm going to pass through some of that a little bit quickly. But I do want to mention cortisol as a hormone. Cortisol is a very important essential hormone that we all depend upon. It increases each morning when we get up and so usually declines towards about 4 o'clock in the afternoon when we all want to go take a nap and so on and so forth. But the downside of cortisol is that it suppresses energy requiring systems in our bodies, which includes brain function, which uses a lot of energy, and immune system, digestive system, reproduction, and so forth. So if you're overly exposed to cortisol as a result of stress, then these other systems do tend to get messed up, and you end up seeing your doc a lot. Severe or chronic stress, cortisol down, the way in which that happens is that cortisol does downregulate genes. In other words, keeps them from doing what they would otherwise have done. Genes that produce important neurotropins like brain-derived neurotropic factor, both in the short term and in the long term. So genes, cortisol plays a role in epigenetics, in changing the way neurons function in the long term. With reduced neurotropins, our brain begins to shrink. So if you are overly exposed to stress for long time periods, and you've produced a lot of cortisol, you will, that can show up as areas of the brain that decline in structural density and so forth. Thus, our capacity to remember stuff, our fluid intelligence, problem solving and so forth, shrinks as well. And when we have less mental capacity to solve problems and to remember things and so forth, it's much, much harder to be happy and optimistic and to form new goals and have hope associated with those goals. Not being smart is a real downer. We're not going to talk about aging at all. I'm an expert on aging, by the way. I live the term. How do we get happier and smarter as a result of embracing challenges? You all know that you do. I mean, everybody here is well aware that if you live a cognitively stimulating existence, if you exercise regularly, if you're at all smart about your diet, these things will help you to maintain your mental capacity as you get older. Everybody knows that. I mean, it's magazine cover stuff. And how many articles do you see about exercise preserving intelligence and resisting dementia? How many times a week do you see articles on that topic? So we all know it. The question is, how does it happen? What's really going on? And that's what I want to spend a few moments talking about. So one of the things that's notable about embracing cognitive challenges, whether that be learning the new language or the instrument, is training for the test works. Our brains are very, very susceptible to improvement in whatever it is. We exercise them. I don't know how to end that sentence. Whatever we do, specific in a mental sense, we will get more proficient at. Training for the test literally always works. You want to learn to play the violin, you practice every day. And this is a brain thing that we're talking about. You know, playing a violin is not, I mean, we look at it, we see it as something physical, but it's something mental. You watch the person, the world-class pianist from memory, going through an entire piano piece that lasts a half an hour. And you got to sit back and just marvel that this brain can remember all that and control the fingers and do everything that is a nuance of that performance is a brain thing. People talk about muscle memory. It's a term I hate because I think it's so misleading. Muscles don't have memory. It's all coming from the brain. Okay, anyway, training for the test works. But the big question is, what is it that we can do? What is it that works to make us generally more intelligent, generally better at problem solving, generally more hopeful, rather than fearful and neurotic? What is it that actually happens? Well, there are some bits of research, by the way, that show that we can improve brain function in that general way as a result of certain activities. But that research is not wonderfully solid. I want to tell you about one particular study that really is representative of this sort of study that was done with German medical students and published almost, 10 years ago or so. So it's not brand new. Bunch of German medical students facing an exam called the Physicum, which they get at the end of the second year and determines whether they're going to be able to continue with their studies. This particular research, MRI scans of the brain were done starting 3 months before the exam, because the understanding was these folks are going to be studying their butts off for 3 months in preparation for the exam. They are really going to be mentally working hard. And then a second brain scan, MRI, done at the time of the exam, and a third one done 3 months later. And of course, there's a control group with this study because it's a decent study. So it's German college students who are going through that same 6-month period that the med students are going through. During preparation for the exam, that is between the first scan and the exam itself 3 months later, both the prefrontal cortex and the hippocampi grew in ways that you could actually see in the scans. After the exam, 3 months later, the hippocampi, those areas of the brain that store memories, kept on growing in a measurable, discernible way. And so these people are being compared with themselves earlier and also with the control group. So we have a number of ways of looking at these folks. Other studies have been done with people in Scandinavian military schools studying languages. As some of you probably know, often military language preparation is really intense. You know, you do nothing but work in the language, talk in the language, and so on and so forth for a period of some months. And it's a real quick way to learn Turkish or whatever it is you need to learn. So what happens? Well, one of the things that happens is that the neurotransmitters, those chemicals that bridge the gaps in the synapse, increase and get balanced in various ways as a result of that intense study. And that shows up as enhanced cognition, better problem solving, and so on and so forth. Less discouragement when bad things happen. Stop it out there. And resistance to dementia and depression. But also neurotropins like brain-derived neurotropic factor, BDNF, increase as a result of these intensive study operations. And new neurons actually get generated even in adult brains. Not something people were familiar with 20 years ago, that we adults actually have increased neurons in areas of the brain that we use a lot. It's because there are neural stem cells that sit there for our entire lives, so that even people as old as I am, and that's pretty old, can experience brain growth in areas of the brain that get used very intensively. So new synapses, the gaps, the connections between the neurons are generated, and once that begins to happen, the capillaries in our brain in those newly developing areas also begin to spread, so that the circulatory system in the brain keeps up with the development of the neurons and the synapses and everything that the neurons do. And that's, again, part of why we see brain growth in scans as a result of challenges and new learning and so on and so forth. If I were going to talk about exercise, and I'm not, and its impact on the brain and on things like hope and optimism and so forth, I would begin with this Newsweek cover, which goes way back to 2007. This is not brand new stuff, although we do keep learning new things. But if you look at this cover, and I'll read the sort of subtext on it, exercise in the brain, we know that working out is good for the body. But now research says it also makes us smarter and may help fight breast cancer and Alzheimer's. Indeed, it does all those things. It has vast beneficial impacts on the immune system. It creates, perhaps it's one of nature's mistakes, but it's one that I sort of love to think about. Why does taking your legs out for a walk every day increase the size of areas of your brain and your cognitive capacity? What the heck is it about regularly exercising parts of your body that are going to have those sorts of brain impacts? And the answer is that same really important neurotropin BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor, also gets generated in the body, and it helps the muscles that you've been exercising to restore themselves back to not just as good as they were before you exhausted yourself yesterday, but eventually to much better than before you exhausted yourself yesterday. And that BDNF, that neurotransmitter, that neurotropin, forgive me, crosses what's called the blood-brain barrier, which is the system in the brain to keep bad stuff from getting into your brain. But BDNF can cross through the blood-brain barrier from the body into the brain. And so you've got a growth hormone that we normally think of as growing neural tissue that's resulted from your taking physical exercise that you would think at first has nothing to do with the brain. I said I wasn't going to talk about exercise impacts on the brain, and I'm not. Nurturance, kindness, affection, those things have major brain impacts as well. You know, an awful lot of the original research on this sort of thing is done with animals, and I'm not going to get into a lot of animal research. Some of you probably remember from early psychology classes learning about the voles, prairie voles and montane voles. Voles are sometimes called field mice. Prairie voles tend to be very affectionate with each other, males and females. The males hang around, help raise the kids. And so they have nice family structure, the sort of family structure that we admire greatly. Not the sort of family structure that we associate with our current leadership in this country, but never mind that. I didn't say anything about that family. Montane voles, oh, they're fast with each other. I mean, sex is for sex, not for affection. It doesn't lead to bonding in an emotional sense. And both the females and the males of montane voles, they go their own way as soon as they've had this very satisfying, I'm sure, sexual activity. And the females raise the kids all by themselves. So folks got real interested in these very closely related species and started looking at the brains and the neural chemistry and so on and so forth. And it turns out that it is exactly what we would expect from we humans. The same hormones that lead to our human bonding are there in spades, in the prairie voles that bond together, and they're not there in the montane voles that don't bond together, and so on. So we see that some of the neurochemistry determines things like affectionate relationships, but then we learned that the opposite also happens. That is the reverse causal direction is also really there. That the more that we engage in affectionate activities, the more we build the hormonal capacity that is associated with bonding and so forth. So it's not just that having the right neurochemistry leads to bonding, but it's also that bonding leads to the right neurochemistry. My own motto for this is I have this image of a whole bunch of t-shirts that one could create slogans on, such as hugs for neural chemistry. Nobody would get it, of course, but it's one that I particularly like. Hugs for building brain structure. Because in fact, those things do happen. Why do they happen? Well, some of the hormones that are important are things like estrogen that increases in both males and females when we get involved in affectionate activities, but also the brain neural tropins like BDNF increase when you have that nice, warm, physical relationship with someone. A hug a day keeps the doctor away. Nurturance builds mental capacity, and there are a lot of good studies on this, which include things like memory consolidation and fluid intelligence, and stress tolerance especially. Capacity to love and nurture result from nurturing behavior. If we want to understand in part why the childhood deprivation results in adults who have insufficient brain development in ways for which there is no repair in adulthood. We look to some of this literature with animals. Mice, rats, monkeys, deprived of affectionate relationships and growing, do not have the same level of neurochemicals, especially the neurotropins like BDNF. They do not have it. And they don't have the receptor development for it either. I mean, we haven't talked about receptors, but it's kind of it's irresponsible to talk only about whether we have certain neurochemicals without also talking about whether we have receptors for those neurochemicals, because we need both. We need those molecules sitting on the membranes of neurons that detect the presence of BDNF, as well as the BDNF itself. And neither grows well after deprivation of affection when an organism, including a human organism, is growing up. So it's not that you can't become an affectionate, smart, great person after a childhood of deprivation, but the chances are you will not be as much of an affectionate, great, smart person if you've had that long-term bad experience first. The kids who come from the orphanages in Romania, some of the worst child rearing that the world has probably ever seen. Kids sent into orphanages during the height of the AIDS crisis, orphanages where they were never touched, where they were fed with bottles that were propped on wire holders so that they wouldn't have to be held while they were being bottle fed when they were quite young. Those kids have been adopted by a lot of American families and European families as well. And often with very, very grim results in the sense of damaged kids that never really became what they could have become. So toughness is the opposite of that. Toughness is the building of capacities that allows us to generate the hope and the optimism and to live our lives in more productive ways. I'm going to draw an end to it here. I think I've talked more than enough, and I sort of apologize for this more formal, but I can't do it without my slides. You know, you think of people creating PowerPoints so that you get the information both verbally and visually. Oh, hell no. People create PowerPoints so that they stay on track. Thank you for listening.
Question?
Yes.
What is your viewpoint on junk DNA?
Well, we know an awful lot now that beyond what used to be called junk DNA. We have a lot of DNA, and only a small percentage of it is actually used to generate the proteins and so forth that DNA is there for. The junk DNA does all kinds of other things and regulates the way the productive DNA actually functions to some extent. So it got called junk DNA because researchers, scientists didn't have a clue as to what it did and just assumed it did nothing. It does lots of stuff. It's a very essential part of our genome. I can answer questions over here as well. What else are you inspired to ask about?
I just had a question about, you were kind of talking about like the hugging and all that sort of thing, and I've got a 1-year-old and we're, you know, arguing about should he sleep in the bed with us and all that stuff. And so it just kind of made me wonder, like, have you seen any studies that relate to like co-sleeping? Because that's essentially like hugging for 8 hours. I mean, it could be. And then mental capacity.
No, I actually haven't, but you know, there are a number of cultures in which the absolutely glued together capacity of child and mother goes on for at least a year, with moms going out to work in hunting and gathering cultures with the kid in their sleep. And there's no evidence whatsoever that there's any problem with it. If anything, I think it's going to be positive, but I say that without being able to refer to specific research. I've got other folks here who have some opinions about that too.
I mean, I have more opinions towards a lot of the stuff you're talking about, the definitely the childhood experiences and morphing the love and everything else that happens. And we'll kind of, you know, me and her will talk about that a little bit with AVP. But in my experience, I went through, I can't exactly remember the term what it's called, but it's like neurotherapy, in which you were talking about the like hippocampus, and I went through about like 20 different sessions in which I played these different games with my mind, and I would and dealing with the stressors, because there was a lot of different places of stress, from, like I said, from experience from my childhood, from being formerly incarcerated, that needed to be dealt with in my life. And like a group of us went through that, and they saw tremendous amounts of stress relief based upon that training that we all went through. And they were looking to even do more research on that further.
That sounds great. It's not an area that I have looked at. But,
Did you do that here in Omaha?
Yeah, I did that in Omaha. Scott Carlson, Scott kind of worked with Rise. He's also a friend of my mentor, Gus Gustafson. And like I said, in that he recommended, hey, why don't we do a group of us? And like I said, a number of us, like I said, we came out a lot better, a lot less stressed, able to, I mean, we've already had to deal with different situations in our life, and even that incarceration, but learning how to, I guess, maybe navigate through that stress a lot better, that helped us tremendously.
yeah, I'm sure the other folks here know at least as much, if not more, about that sort of thing than I do. Mine has been much more focused on the physiological, you know, the trying to answer the question, okay, we know this works and we know that works. How does it work? What's going on?
I'd like to share a quote we've used in some of our training. And I don't know if I'm saying her name right. It's Satir, Virginia Satir. I've never met her, so I don't know. She says, popularized by family therapist Virginia Satir, that we need 4 hugs for survival, 8 for maintenance, and 12 for growth, with 12 hugs a day potentially leading to psychological growth and emotional stability. Oh, I don't know where she got her data, if that was personal or what, but I could say personally, retiring from a school where crisis level was high, but for my whole 30+ years, I mean, I've probably averaged a good 20+. What do you think, Fred? Like, my old students, right?
Yeah, I'm a speech therapist, like.
Yeah. And you know what? That was my safe space. And so that was a space that didn't have to spend much energy thinking about creating that space for others. But grown folk don't do that. And I'm in a whole different career now, and man, I am hug deprived sometimes because Pavlov's dog, I guess. I made myself happy with having those, and when it was taken away, that was a grieving point for me almost.
If you're living with a spouse, you can make that person conscious of.
Oh, I send him that message almost every day.
Does it matter if you're the
I'll be home in a couple hours.
Yes.
What's that?
Does it matter if you're the hugger or the huggee? Or?
I never deciphered that, so I don't think so.
You may be the hugger in the sense of approaching, but once that context there, you're both.
So what, like, can you get into like the mechanism, like how your brain knows that you're receiving a hug? And then like, also this might be kind of a separate question, but like, it seems like there's like an overall like logic to everything. And like, I guess like also like kind of just like speculating on like what like the logic of the overall system is. Like whether it's to keep small groups of humans together, or to, like for instance, like if somebody's not being, if you're in a Romanian orphanage, right? And you're not being hugged, and it's kind of like your brain, like the system has evolved to just like hang you out to dry basically. So it's like making up a narrative for like the logic there, like why does it want to do that basically? So I guess there's two questions, like the mechanism for how it knows you're being hugged, and then like any, I guess, wild speculation on like the logic of the overall system.
The how it knows is the easy part. We're sensitive to everything that happens to it, whether it's somebody throwing us a ball or someone coming up to hug us. The awareness is there through our senses and so forth. And to be more specific than that is to try to answer the impossible question of what is it about neurons firing messages to each other that results in our conscious thinking, that results in our sense of who we are and so forth. And we don't know the answer to those questions. We speculate about them, but we don't know the answers to how neural functioning becomes and the experience of thought. So part of what I'm saying is it's impossible to answer in some depth your question. But the more superficial answer is we're aware of everything that happens to us.
Well, like I know that we're aware, but like your body, your brain would have had to code for hugs though already, is what I'm saying. Like if I'm writing a program, like if I'm writing like a Python script, like I need to say like recognize hug. And so like how, like why is there a subroutine to recognize hug already? And like, I guess like if you have already written a script for that, then I guess that's how you would know. There'd be so many things, but like how, I guess, why did that script get written in the first place? Because I could give you a dap, like does dap do the same? Or does give you a handshake the same? Or like, what if I was brought up in a culture where hugging was considered like negative? Like would that still do the same thing? Like just, those are all like the questions that are just like popping up in my head as I'm like hearing you talk about this.
There are an awful lot of studies now of ongoing, of brain scans, called, it's not just MRI, but it's called functional MRI, where you're scanning the brain and you're looking at what's going on in different brain areas in response to stimuli that are being projected from the top of the scanner, and you're being asked to problem solve, or you're being asked to imagine being hugged and so forth. And clearly, there's a science developing of, okay, when somebody is thinking about being hugged, or perhaps even thinking about sex, these areas of the brain tend to really light up in the scanner. And so you can see that sort of thing these days. I have no answer for what specific areas with respect to the hug, but clearly we as mammals are pre-programmed to have physical contact, especially with our offspring. I mean, not all mammals, but most, you know. Otherwise, the offspring won't survive if we're not oriented towards taking care of them at a very intimate level. And if they don't survive, they don't get to pass on our selfish genes. It's our generous genes with respect to our kids that get passed on, because those are the ones that help the kids to survive. It's sort of notion of, fitness that goes beyond just the person, but into the family, the tribe.
I need to slip out. It was so nice to meet you.
So I'm horrible at keeping an agenda, apparently. Apologies. So we'll, I don't know, or maybe you did start to get into the alternatives to balance. Okay, are we doing slides or thumb drive?
Well, I was gonna show some things from our website.
Website,
And then
okay.
Fred and I are just gonna show their personal experiences. I thought I had another participant, but I think his transportation has to fall through.
So do you just want to share from up there near the microphone? Or we can use
Nick,
it?
can I just yank my thumb drive up?
Yeah.
Won't do any harm to anything.
It's easier to show some of the.
Won't kill the computer. Oh, technology is so good, especially when it's trouble.
Those are good questions. So
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, that's really, I mean, I remember that study they did with the monkeys and how much one cage, metal things, stuff like that. And the real mother, the study between what happened, you undoubtedly more about that real mother as opposed to this big, thing that was just covered with some cloth. And getting fed by the bottle that way, and I just go, that was so profound.
Yeah.
I said, it is so important for our children, for having that. A lot of us don't.
Yeah.
And that's part of it, a lot of effects,
something else, we were saying, like, okay, so I work with a lot of Christian students who maybe have lack of confidence, imposterism, whatever. I can't go around hugging them, right? Like, that's not my style, and probably a violation. So is there a certain amount of like encouragements that could equal a hug, right? To like build them that resilience, that they know that they matter and they're important to the health of the university.
Yeah, we really entered a different era with respect to the acceptability of, I've had some female grad students of mine, that I was their mentor, their advisor, that I never hugged until after they walked out of their orals. And to have that kind of close relationship, feel like I can't do that because it's not done anymore. Yeah, the no touch thing is, it's hard to navigate. Yep.
And I would imagine, you know, I worked in OPS for almost 3 years, and special ed kids. I know that that was important, you know, to some of these kids where they didn't get any hugging or nurturing from their own parents or foster home, whatever it was. And so they create that. And some of the teachers, that's what they did, and they gave them that nurture or hug. Now it's like, oh, you can't do that anymore.
That's right, no touch.
It's like, oh, how can you do that? It's like, and I know that some of the teachers, they just spike their, and you know, they try to, they hold back from what's natural as human beings do. It's like, wow.
Yep, yep. Yeah, we all understand the reason why those prohibitions have come up with. But if only we could know where we're going to get in trouble and where we're not. Where it's gonna be resented and taken as almost bullying, and where it's going to be welcomed and be healing.
Or at least do a benefit cost analysis up front to say like, we can't know the specifics of each situation, so like, here's our benefit cost ratio.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like that's how the decision.
But the cost,
All right. Thank you so much for
so severe.
letting us know about toughness. We will move into the Alternatives to Violence Project portion of our day. If you're following along with the agenda, my apologies. I'm a little bit behind on keeping up with that. I'll try to do a better job. So,
Well,
Suzanne King does incredible work on communication styles and many other things. That was the workshop I think that I got to learn about empathetic communication through. And it's done in a way that welcomes people back into community. And it's a beautiful thing that you do. And I'll let you tell us more about it.
Well, I'm Suzanne King, and this is Fred Collins.
Hello.
And I'll just show just a little background. I was coming home, I lived in Houston, I was coming home from the theater, okay, in, I don't know, 2003 or something like that. And a show came on the radio, and it was called The Prison Show. I'm sorry, I can't see you. I'm getting back and forth.
You're good.
Okay, and the little girl came on the radio, the prison show. In Texas prisons, you cannot make phone calls out to your family. And so this man had a visit the next day, and this little girl came on. She was probably 8 or 10 years old, and she said, "Daddy, Grandma fell and hurt her hip, and we won't be at the visit tomorrow." And oh man, I know nothing about this population. I know nothing about incarceration. Not that I haven't broken the law, but I never got incarcerated or arrested. And it got my mind thinking. And then I found a woman at my church who was doing a PhD on the effect of incarceration on family systems. And that began my journey more than 20 years ago. And when I came to Omaha, I got introduced to Alternatives to Violence Project. And this is our mandala, our basic concepts. But the belief in AVP, and it started in 1975 in the Greenhaven prison, following a series of different prison events, starting with, actually with George Jackson and prison in California, and then Attica, and some of the people from Attica got moved to Greenhaven, and they were asked to create a nonviolence program for young offenders and young newly incarcerated people. And they said, well, what do we know about nonviolence? We've gone through Attica prison riots, we were incarcerated. And they reached out to the Quakers, and they reached out to Bernard Lafayette, who was with Martin Luther King the morning that King was assassinated. And he had promised King that he would help take King's nonviolence out into the world. And then we know sadly what happened to King. And so when they reached out to him, he said, I can bring some of King's Kingian principles. And they wrote a manual. This is not the original manual. This is a couple versions later, called Transforming Power. The belief that within each one of us, there is a power to bring peace to a conflict, or to bring at least a constructive solution, that it's in us and it's in our opponent. And that's the basis for AVP. Can I add something?
Yes. What is really interesting about this, so I am formerly incarcerated. With my background, though, I also have a bachelor's degree from the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. Was doing some really good things in the community. Then, because of kind of mentioned in our previous session, some of the childhood experiences that I had. If you know anything about ACE scores, my ACE scores were pretty high as far as a lot of the trauma that I dealt with in my life, which didn't deal with that with all the different successes, and which eventually led me to being incarcerated. In 2017, actually around this time, actually about 8 years ago, I decided that I was going to do a session with AVP because I had a number of guys that I was associated with, that I was, we did like different Bible studies, other classes, we hung out, and they were already a part of AVP. And Suzanne just happened to decide to become a volunteer. And we were paired together, and that's how we actually have our bond, because it was my first class, it was her first class, and that experience, I believe, was enough for us to continue in this process. And it was a 3-day session. What AVP does, they have different sessions that they do. I don't know if you want to get into that right now. There's the introduction section where talk about the basic course, where it's a 3-day course in which, in particular on the inside, volunteers would come in, spend, like I said, about a weekend, like a Friday afternoon, or early evening to Saturday all day, Sunday all day, in which we're going over different concepts, which you kind of see where we're going over right now. I don't know if you want to show. And we break out to different groups, and we have these discussions about how are we going to handle these situations, or how do we handle them previously? What were in our minds to get us to that point, and then how would we further handle those situations based upon the new principles that we are learning? And in these we start discussing transforming power. That's kind of that's the core of things eventually, which leads out to everything else, which is the respect for self, the caring for others, the expect the best, ask for a nonviolent solution, and thinking before reacting. But it's really the transforming power within yourself that the volunteers also are working through, because they're coming in, they're learning new concepts, but the guys on the inside are also working together to figure out what went wrong, how do they become better, and how they further impact their communities coming back out, because 95% of the population that is incarcerated in the United States will be released. And AVP is a part of helping to change the community, because maybe one day that person may be your neighbor. You may see them in a grocery store. You may have a bad day, but if that person has not been, has not been transformed, has not been rehabilitated, people can meet on the wrong day. People sometimes have a bad day and get incarcerated, from drinking. Didn't know that they were going to have a bad night and end up hitting somebody, and they're in prison now, dealing with those kind of things. People don't know. Sometimes you're just one step away. And again, AVP is working through that to start dealing with what is going on within yourself, so we are better for each other.
When I started with AVP, I was going behind the bars. I was at Omaha Correctional Center, and there's no hugs allowed there. None at all. And I went to a parole hearing last July for 2 men that had been sent back behind the bars, and immediately I started hugging them because I could hug them at my facility. And I was, no touching here. I was like, oh my God. So I'm now, we've moved our program over to the Community Correctional Center, and these are, it's a transition back into the community. People are getting jobs, people are passes with their family or passes to, I went pass with, took a man out who wanted an air freshener for his apartment. You've been living behind the bars for 26 years without any choices, and you go into Target,
Yes.
and there's this whole huge wall of all these air fresheners, and what do I choose? I said, how about this one? He says, that's the one they use in prison. So out of all these hundreds of, I had no idea. But just making that simple choice was overwhelming because you've had so few choices. We're over at Community Correction Center, Omaha, and we give hugs. And I went to, saw a man at the water fountain one day, because we were talking about hugs, I'm going to point in. And I went up and gave a hug to him, and when I turned around, there were 5 men lined up I had never seen before, waiting for a hug. And last week, we go in every Thursday night, and the topic of hugs came up. And we spent 10 minutes on the topic of hugs. And the men, I mean, it's still emotional to me. I hug. I have a button. I didn't wear it today. It says free hugs. I hug everybody. That's why I know kids. Fred gives great hugs. And the men were talking about the people in their life that they can't hug anymore, and the people in their life who refuse to hug them anymore because of their history. And it was a really strong conversation. You could, I mean, it was visceral, that conversation. We had one young man who came to AVP. He had absolutely no interest in transforming power, nothing at all. He said, I only come here because I get hugs. That's all I care about. That's fine. Just keep coming back. And when the pandemic hit, I went through withdrawal because I hugged so many people at all our AVP events, and I wasn't getting any hugs. It's really part of who I am. So we do a lot of things in the community. We do the inside work every Thursday night for an hour and a half. We do something in exercise, something that's related to transforming power, to finding that sense in you. Maybe we had one night we talked about integrity. What does integrity mean to you? We do something fun, you know, after we've done something serious, we do something fun, and we do a check-in, so everybody says what they do. But then we do in the community, we are so fortunate. We're the only AVP group in the United States that gets to do this. We have the support of the warden, and we have generosity from the community, and we take men on pass to the symphony, to the opera, to plays. Malcolm X Center was giving us tours. I think they're under construction right now. The Unitarian Church lets us use their facility. The building that we're in, a prison, they have no room for us to do workshops. And so we take the men on pass. Right now we have only men, that's why I said men. And we do the basic training, or we'll do just one workshop. Like we have one coming up on April 13th, and it's on manly awareness. What does it mean to be a man in America? You man up. That means a whole lot of different things to every person, depending upon your history. Your ACE score might have man up being something very different than the family I grew up in. My mom kind of ran the house. And then we do advanced workshop. We have a workshop coming up April 19th, 26th, and the first Saturday of May on fear. I've never had this asked. I've never done a workshop on fear. I've never attended a workshop on fear. So I'm learning a whole lot on that one. The topics, that was a topic that the men requested. They wanted a 3-day workshop on fear. I don't remember if we ever did a 3-day, it might have been a basic. But I remember when I met Fred, because he said something that totally blew me away. I had this idea of who was incarcerated. First of all, I grew up with if you're incarcerated, you don't care about your family. Otherwise, you wouldn't have got arrested. And I learned that a lot of the people, part of their crime was because they were taking care of their family, or maybe they were defending their family and the violence. There should be all sorts of reasons. So I had to first dispel that myth. But Fred he'd gone to college and he was in prison. How can this happen? So I've had my world so greatly expanded. My humility has, man, I can prejudge. What I prejudged is always wrong. And I get to know people. I've been to weddings, I've been to graduations, I've been to yard parties, all sorts of things with the most wonderful people, friends for life. I have one man, I'm going to go back to what you were talking about, Dick, that calls me every month from New York to make sure I'm going to the gym and still doing my workouts. He sends me pictures of his work. I said, Khaled, I'm never going to do a 3-hour workout. You can just forget that, but I will keep going. And he checks on me, and I really appreciate that. So this has so enriched my life. And go ahead. I think I've gone off on a tangent. Pull me back. Pull me back.
Well, okay, so again, a little bit about my story. Again, I kind of mentioned that I went through some trauma growing up, but I was also I was considered an A student in like elementary, junior high, high school. Even had a lot of awards. I was a class president at Norman Hall North High. I had a number of awards. I went down to the University of Nebraska Lincoln, in which I was the poster child for the University of Nebraska Lincoln. And doing a lot of things. I was a college recruiter. I was in real estate. But again, I didn't attack those things that had really been plaguing me in my life from the traumas that I had of various kinds. And that eventually did lead me to prison, in which I had to begin to deal with those. And again, a lot of those programs that I went through really helped me to tackle those issues. I'm still in therapy because I want to be better for myself and for my community. But the inside and programs like AVP are really what helped me to be able to transform into a better individual because, again, I was getting out. I knew I was getting out. I knew I wanted to help other people that were coming out of situations similar to myself and helping them to be better, transform. I go to the Sunday afternoon sessions when time allows. I'm also a student. I'm working on a project management certifications and also in cybersecurity. But when I'm allowed to, I do go over and help out Suzanne because I want to talk to those men and help them in their process because they are transitioning out in the community and being able to have those discussions, be able to help them understand that there is a process of dealing with your thoughts and your emotions in a proper manner that will be healthy for you when you come out. And then you can also come back and be part of this program as well. That's what I really love about AVP is that it opens up everybody's eyes, not just those who are that are learning from the program, but the volunteers are learning as well because there is no typical inmate, as I like to say.
I want to show something here that's I'm going to highlight Dustin here. So we are always looking for opportunities in the community to change the way people see things. And once a year, we do a service at the Unitarian Church. This is reciprocity is a really big need of mine, and we use the church a lot, like sometimes 3 or 4 or 5 times a month. On the Thanksgiving Sunday, the minister is always gone to be with her family, and AVP comes in and does some type of a AVP-themed service. It's not religious. We're not a religious organization. This year, Dustin reached out to me. He was dropping off some books for me to take into the men, and he said, "Why don't we collaborate?" And he came up with, we brought AVP participants, contributors, which I love Dustin's word, to UNO for 2 weeks, 2 Thursday nights for 2-3 hours, and we teamed them up. We had 2 students from his class, Incarceration and Punishment English class, and 2 AVP contributors, and they had 2 hours the first night to get to know each other and come with the story theme, and 2 hours the next night, a week later, to figure out what their common story was. And then the students created a zine and submitted for class credit. So here is, show yours?
Sure.
Okay, so this is, yes or no? So this is the story. What's interesting is I had to decide which of the 14 people from AVP I would pair together. And most of them are very successful, but then they had to find a common thread. And what Fred and his partner found was that they both had an issue that they both had returned to the community, but reconnecting with their children was a common theme. And so this is the story that they wrote called Unshackled Stories. It talks about being incarcerated, their life before they were incarcerated, what their transition back to the community has been, and about being a father and the challenges of figuring that out. This project was just beyond anything I expected. Go
Thank you,
ahead.
Dustin. I was gonna say, thank you, Dustin.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dustin. One man said to me, we go back, we've gone through some things in AVP, and he says, Suzanne, you keep taking me out of my comfort zone, and it always works out better. He said, I sat in this college class. Last time I was in school, I was 15, and I just sat down with a young woman at the university, and she talked to me. You know, his perspective, his perception of himself and the community changed just by being on a university campus. He said, I never thought that's a place I'd ever go. That was so powerful. Or men that are been incarcerated for 20 years, sitting down and hearing the youth and hearing the inspiration and the hope that comes with being 20 years old in college. You know, I have no concept of that because I've been incarcerated. I have no passes. My family's not here. Everybody I see is a man incarcerated or a caseworker and so it helped them have hope for when they get out of how they're going to live a different life. Yeah. Okay, so we have, these are out on our website, and I'll hand you out a flyer a little bit. All of these stories were just amazing, absolutely. This one on diversity, each man chose a song, and they put a soundtrack together to tell their story. You can check these out. Randall was going to be here to talk about Sweetie and BB. His ride fell through, but they told their story through Two Potatoes on kindness. So I really hope you can take some time. This also, we have different newsletters and different workshops that we've done. This Manly Awareness is one that, like I said, we're going to do on April 13th. Everybody's invited. I'll send some information to Nick to share on this. Go back. What would you like to speak on next? Anything? Go ahead.
I really don't have much more to say. I'm just
Okay.
very thankful for what AVP has done for me, really helping me to think through different actions through the process. I love really going over the information with the guys, and I feel like every time you do something, you learn something different. I don't think you just learn it all. Like when you're taking a class, I don't think you just learn it all. So it's great to just go through the class, and then you're like, oh, now I'm picking up this. I may have not picked up that. I may have mastered this. Now I get to master this portion. So I love going to that, and like I said, helping other men. Soon, hopefully women will be able to go through this process as well. That's all I have.
The other part I have to talk about is something I didn't know. So when we feed the men, when we go out, we feed them. And I asked, what do you want? They said non-prison food. And so what is that? She said, we have not had meat with a bone in it since we were incarcerated, because bones can be weapons. So just chicken with a bone in it was enough to meet that need. And there's a lot of community around food. There's a lot of happiness. There's a lot of hope. And so we have one volunteer. We're totally volunteer-led. We have no national funds. We raise our own funds, and we have no paid employees. I'm the president, and I do it all by volunteer because it feeds my soul. It brings me great happiness and hope. We have one volunteer who wants to cook. I hate to cook. I absolutely love this woman. And we have somebody whose birthday's coming up. So we have a workshop all day Saturday to help men build their confidence of how do you facilitate, not just how do you lead, but lead in front of your peers. That's even more frightening. And that's our whole day, is teaching how to be a leader, how to facilitate. And it's one man's birthday. He's reminded me many times that his birthday's next week. And so he loves pumpkin pie, and we are having pumpkin pie for his birthday on Saturday. So there's so many ways to bring hope and joy that you wouldn't think about. I didn't grow up thinking I was going to go to prison every week. My son-in-law is a beer distributor. We share a home, and he tells his clients, "I got to go. My mother-in-law has to go to prison tonight." I said, "You don't ever meet your clients, they're going to think something very different." My granddaughter, one night, I got home, they said, "Mila won't go to sleep. Go in and talk to her. She's just, she's just so restless. She's waiting for you. She's waiting for you." So it's like 9:30 on a school night. I go in and what's going on? She goes, "Where are they, Grandma?" I said, "What do you mean, where are they?" She was, "The friends. You said you were helping your friends go home." She thought I was bringing all the men from prison home with me when I said I was helping them go home. I said, "No, I'm helping them get ready to go home to their own families." And she was so disappointed because she thought she was going to meet all my friends. I heard her one day on the sidewalk talking to a little boy, another little boy. They were playing, I don't know, something cops and robbers or something. And she said, "People that are in jail are just like you and I. They make mistakes. That's all it is." And I was so grateful to hear that perspective at 5 years old, of having that compassion for others. And I think that's a lot of what we do in AVP. Everybody's made a mistake in their life. There's no one who's immune from that. Some of us got arrested, some of us didn't. And that's what we bring, hope and a new way of living. And I am so grateful, the gifts I've received from this program and from my friends. And Fred gives great hugs. Yeah. Questions?
Do you guys go into the state penitentiary in Lincoln?
We don't. There is an AVP group in Lincoln, and they were going into NSP. I'm another one, your Dick, I'm going to tag on the cognitive benefits of AVP. We have facilitators around the country that are in their 90s that are still facilitating 3-day workshops. Because facilitating a workshop requires so many different parts of your brain to organize it, to present it, to everything. That is, I was amazed to meet so many people who have started this in 75 and are still facilitating. So I think it definitely has a contribution there. That group, back to your point, John, there were 3 women who were doing it, and they were all in their 80s. And one woman said, "I really don't want to go to prison every Saturday morning. Now that I'm retired, I want to use my Saturdays." And they're trying to find some new facilitators who want to go in and get that program going again. We're very fortunate. We are at a facility where we get a lot of support. There are no other programs I know of that can take men on passes into the community. That's unique to our group. And it's because we have, one, we've earned the trust, but 2, we have a belief from the warden and assistant warden that you have to help people reintegrate before you return to the community. It's a process. It's not a one-day event. Questions? I think your timeline, Nick, you're probably ready for the next speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh. Yeah. Let me look here. Yeah, I think that should be okay. No, I think I already have it. Okay, cool.
Is that okay?
Oh, yeah, so let's take like a 10-minute break, and there's like more food out there now, so, yeah. We're gonna switch around, one of the kindness, the, real happiness report things. Yeah, starting 10 minutes.
Yeah.
DC?
No, they were actually, yeah, she's in Alabama.
That's a good one.
Very.
Yeah.
Well, food.
Probably, but I'm guessing very.
One of these times I'll have to contact the group in Lincoln because, my nephew's been in there 5 years.
First of three trips.
And, I eventually wanna go at least be able to visit him.
I'm hard.
I'm Julie Ray. I'm with
They're making it
Grew up
difficult
here.
because
I'm with you.
they usually gave them
I worked down
2 years salty.
There's a bunch of still actually a lot of you, I guess.
Generally a little pot, which usually not even that
Yep,
good.
yep.
So,
They threw it at it, didn't they?
the officer basically.
Same thing.
only for once to finish and everything. So just do a look at it.
And if you had the money for a really, really good attorney, you could have that.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
What's our plan here? We're having a conversation.
Treasure to use plenty of time.
Business Ethics Alliance. Briefly here is a.
Hi, Ray Cohen.
I give you about your thing. Business Ethics Alliance is about, it kind of emerged in response to the crisis.
Yes.
They were from Omaha, I guess.
Yes.
And so,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really glad. I mean, for me, it was so that could be. Yes, for profit. Very nice, yes. You don't get it. I know, I'm not doing that. Yeah. So we got the same time, but. Because I thought there was a video that was gonna be the same time. I never heard from him.
Yeah, I didn't hear.
Okay. And I didn't. So I guess, well. Yeah, a little bit of everything, so, we can kind of, happiness and happy. So I've got some research on that I can present. No, I don't have any. Then also some of the lessons from, we had, John Kerry from the bad blood, not fairness. Talking about media change and what that does to trust and integrity. He was that on the government, he wasn't I can do it. I think what might work.
It's 10 minutes good.
I mean, I think what you need to do, like, 25, that's what you had said. But, you know, when I can, I think there's probably different topics. I'm not sure about merging them. Not quite this. But I think depending on what, I guess I would just ask close that. Like, what's the order of flow that normally? That was just fine. Okay, I'll be good. Okay.
All right.
Sure. The ethical.
So.
Yeah. Are you local? Oh. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think, especially since you gotta get your flight, I don't have anywhere to be. So I got some time.
We have to.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so I will probably go on for another hour.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wasn't sure.
No, I mean, I did it. I was like, yeah, we're okay. I just have to. I just-
There's like some.
Their mind.
So that's, I don't have these slides. So I can. It seems like. Okay.
That's kind of in the speakers.
Well, okay.
Because that's.
Okay. I'm a long time active on this. Okay.
You said it.
You said this is a newish.
Yeah.
Understand. Like literally, nothing's happening. That's my reference. So this is very, very useful.
talk again. You're the one that told me. Maybe that. Director of the hospital does not want you here.
Now I just,
Because they're easy
do
targets.
community free. Tuesday, takes place.
Now we're not to the hospital.
Bars that's underneath, and then Thursday, kind of overlooking Antelope Creek, just south of O Street.
Never a straight line, you're always.
Here, come on. I'm doing a sit. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's. How's that? Yes. You're doing the, that's what? Normally I.
Are we broadcasting too?
What's that?
Are you broadcasting?
Oh, it's on YouTube, yeah. It's up, kicking out on YouTube, so.
Good to know. Before I start talking.
Yeah.
You got time to tell us how you started this whole new thing?
How long are you gonna be around?
I'll be here all day.
Okay, yeah, we'll see we'll see. We'll catch me out there, we'll cut off. Yeah, happy to. Okay, okay, so, heroism. How do you wind up not being the bystander? Professor Ari Cohen is gonna share about how that might happen. Professor Cohen.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me. I'm going to do this somewhat informally. I think you can probably all hear me. So I'll just sit here. I teach in the political science department actually down at the University of Nebraska in Lincoln. And I'm also the board president of an organization. It's an educational nonprofit called the Heroic Imagination Project, which is up on the screen behind me. I invite you to visit heroicimagination.org to see more specifically what we do. But the short version is that in my kind of research time, I'm studying heroic behavior, and in particular, why some people take great risks or make big sacrifices on behalf of others, whereas most people don't. Right? It's a very, very small minority of people who do these kind of extraordinary helping behaviors. Most people, unfortunately, don't act when the situation requires it. We tend to see what is known as the bystander effect in psychology, and what we discovered, some of my colleagues and I, and as we worked with the organization, what we teach is how to make it less likely that you'll succumb to the bystander effect, and more likely that you'll be an upstander, or what we talk about as a hero. We are not talking about doing something that necessarily causes you terrible discomfort or potentially death or serious injury. We're trying more than anything to demonstrate to people that there are building blocks to those big heroic moments. That luckily, mostly we live in a place and at a time where the need for those huge heroic moments and actions is relatively rare. At the same time, we don't want to be caught unprepared if the situation arises where somebody really does need someone to step in and help in a big way. And what we've discovered over time through research, we've been doing this for more than 10 years at this point, is that there are a set of building block behaviors, things that people can practice in their daily lives to make it more likely that they will be the person who stands up and does the big thing if the situation requires it. We also know that in practicing, in doing those things, you make it more likely not only that you'll help, but more likely that you'll help effectively and more safely for yourself as well. There are always these amazing stories about people who dive into the pond or the swimming pool to rescue the person who's drowning. And sadly, a lot of those cases, they don't end in success. right? There was a very, very famous example of this in the 1980s, where actually it was a football player for the Kansas City Chiefs who was walking by a pond or a lake, I can't remember which it was, in a park, and there were two children who were drowning, and he jumped in and he rescued one, and unfortunately he himself drowned when he was trying to rescue the second child because he didn't know how to swim. It's an incredible thing that he, knowing about himself that he didn't know how to swim, he nonetheless did this amazing, risky, heroic thing. But we want to up the chances that he would be successful, or that people will be successful if they take those kinds of actions in the future. So I just want to talk for a couple of minutes about some of those building blocks that I think fit really nicely with the theme of today. And one of them is this idea of heroic imagination. This was an idea that the Stanford psychology professor Philip Zimbardo came up with. He founded this organization. He's probably best known not for helping people. He's probably best known for the Stanford prison experiment. His research, he did incredible research over many, many decades. He was very well known for research on shyness, for example. But the thing he was most famous for is this idea of how people who are ordinary could do terrible things to other people. And he got into his head quite late in life, actually. He wrote a book called The Lucifer Effect, where he reflected back on the Stanford prison experiment many, many decades later. And at the very end, in a kind of offhand chapter, he said, we know a lot about why people do bad stuff. I wonder why it is that people do good stuff. And everything kind of spun out from there. And now there are a lot of us working on exactly this question. One of those building blocks he theorized is a thing that he called heroic imagination, right? And that is actually thinking about ahead of time what you might do if you find yourself in a situation that requires your assistance. Very, very often, I would say, we don't do that. We typically don't think about what are the potential problems that could come up. What would I do if something like this happened? How would I react? What would the next course of action be? We know, though, research has shown us that if you're the kind of person who knows where the exits are, you're more likely to be able to help people get to the exits in the case of an emergency. If you don't know where the exits are, you're like everybody else, right? And that is, you need help, right? So that idea of heroic imagination is actually is kind of forecasting, right? Thinking a little bit ahead about what we can do and how we could be helpful. And so we encourage people, more than anything, to kind of take a little bit of time and put yourself in that situation and think about what the future could hold. It doesn't mean to be like all doom and gloom. What am I going to do if the building burns down, right? We don't have to do that, but simply thinking about what potential things might happen will actually get you started. And then it will also lead to another thing that we think of as a really crucial building block, and that is really noticing what's going on around you, paying attention to other people. I'm sure you've seen this. I'm sure you know this. Luckily, this is not a problem here in this room. You're all looking at me, which is amazing. But quite often when I'm lecturing at the university, people are doing this. And they do it everywhere. They're looking at their phones all the time. They're doing it when they're walking. They're doing it when they're driving. They're doing it when they're standing in line. And what happens, of course, is they're missing a lot of really important nonverbal cues that are being put out by people around them at all times. And when you're not paying attention to people around you, you're missing opportunities to help people, right? You simply can't possibly see what other people need because it's not all that often that someone yells, "I need help," right? So we encourage people to pay attention to what's going on around them, right? That it's not just about forecasting into the future, but it's about being present in the moment, seeing what people around you are doing and what they're looking for and what they might need and how you might be helpful. I always give the same example when I give talks all over the place, and it's the example of my shopping carts. I'm leaving here in a minute to go pick up one of my kids from the airport. I have a bunch of kids and I take them shopping with me. And as you know, we have weather here in Nebraska that is quite unpredictable. And when I take my kids grocery shopping, I've got like kids and I've got the shopping cart and I've got bags, and it's very easy to, you put the bags in the trunk of the car, you get the kids, you put the kids in the car, but then you've got the shopping cart, which is empty. And you can't just leave it there. You have to do something with it, but you've already put your kids in the car and it's bad parenting, I believe, to just wander off from your children. I know it's only for a minute, but the nice person who might be walking past might see children left unattended in the car. That's not good. So I'm looking around often in a parking lot outside of a grocery store with an empty cart, and there's just people walking past me all the time. And they're going into the grocery store and they're gonna go grocery shopping, and what's the first thing they're gonna do? They're gonna get a shopping cart, but they don't want mine. Right? That's one of those things, it's so simple, it's so easy, and if you're paying attention, you would see, oh, you know what, I could do this person a favor. I could really help out. And it's those very small things, right? I call them small good things. If we practice doing small good things all the time, we're much more likely to be kind of primed to do the really big good thing if we happen to be called on. Right? So that's another one that I think, I just encourage people at all times to kind of pay attention to what's going on around them. Think about the future, be present in the present. And then the last thing that I want to talk about, and then I'll give us a few minutes to be able to see if there are any questions. But the other thing that I talk about that I think fits really nicely with today is building a sense of empathy. We all have empathy. It's on board, it's built in. So there's not a whole lot we have to do because it's already there. I study Western political philosophy, and you can go all the way back to David Hume and Adam Smith and the Scottish Enlightenment talking about this as like an onboard natural sentiment. So the question though is how we can build it, how we can exercise it. Because one of the things that we know is that it's often more easy to empathize with certain people than with other people, right? We empathize with people who are more like us, who seem more like us, who look more like us, whether they're close by, whether we have something in common. There are great psychology experiments about this, right? People wearing different soccer jerseys, fans, if you show fans of a certain soccer team a video about their great soccer club, and then you go and have them walk across the quad on campus and someone's coming toward them wearing the jersey of the rival soccer club, and that person falls down and has a medical emergency, they're less likely to help. But if you show them a video about how much everyone likes soccer, then they're more likely to help. Because they're thinking now about them not as a rival fan, but a fan of the sport. There are all sorts of things that we can do to build our empathy with people who might initially seem different from us. And that sense of empathy, that sense of connectedness, that sense of a commonality, expanding who counts as us, that makes a huge difference when it comes to whether or not we're primed to help other people. And so, much more often when we see people who we don't automatically assume are like us, they seem somehow less worthy of our care, right? And I don't mean like our basic care, like being, friendly and saying hello, but I also am talking about like the big kinds of things that might be required, right? Beyond helping take the shopping cart, but really taking a risk, putting yourself out there for somebody. That sense of personal identification with the other is absolutely crucial. And so I'm going to those are the three. There are more, but those are the three that I felt really tied in nicely to this idea of happiness, this idea of how we can build on strengths and sentiments that we already have, abilities that we already have, in order to set ourselves up to do the big thing if it was ever required. And the nice thing is, I'll leave you with this, mostly it won't ever be required. You're not, I really hope that there isn't a medical emergency right in front of you. Someone doesn't fall onto the subway tracks, right? All of those kinds of things. But even if you're never called on to do those big things, thinking about how you're, expanding your sense of empathy, doing small good things for other people, building that heroic imagination, all of those things are just, they'll just make you a kind of better person in general, right? Those are good things to do and to practice doing every day. So I'll leave it there and see what kinds of questions you have about any of that or anything else.
How did you get started? I mean, how did this whole thing come about?
So my research, I got started because I was really interested specifically in the puzzle of Holocaust rescuers. There are very, very famous stories, obviously, of non-Jews in Europe who rescued Jews during the Second World War, during the Holocaust. And, they're very famous stories. Obviously, there are movies about them, Schindler's List being the most famous. But those cases are very, very rare, right? We make a big deal out of them because we're looking for some kind of light in the darkness. But if you look at the rescuers as a percentage in Europe, it's microscopic, right? Which tells us that the vast, vast, vast majority of people didn't help, right? Now, maybe they didn't have an opportunity, or maybe they were afraid, maybe they didn't have that sense of empathy, maybe the costs were too high. And so I was really interested in not why the people who didn't help, but why those people who did. And there's lots of interviews with those people, and the interviews are really bad. The people who interviewed them were just amazed by them, and you can tell in the interviews, right? Because they said, well, why did you do this? And then the rescuer said, well, it just seemed like the right thing to do. And they said, oh, that's great. And they wrote that down. Or they said, well, I assumed everyone would do it, right? Or I just did what anybody would do in that situation. Well, that's obviously wrong, right? But the interviewer doesn't push back because they're so amazed, right, to be with this kind of moral hero. And so I wanted to really dig in, and I wanted to try to find people today. I can't talk to those people anymore, unfortunately. But there are people today doing amazing things, and I wanted to talk to them and they can't tell you, to be perfectly honest. They don't know why they did the thing that they did. But we have some theories. And so we have an interview project that's going on. We've been trying to interview recognized heroes.
One of the things that kind of strike me when you say that is trying to find them people why they did that. On a similar way, people don't know about Americans here during the time of the American Holocaust when they were exterminating and had genocide against the Native Americans. How many Americans stood up and say, no, I'm not going to do that? Whether they were in military or wherever, just to stand up. People don't know about them.
Yep.
Yet.
Yeah, and that's the fascinating thing, right? To your point, in every terrible event, there is someone that exhibits helping behavior, right? Or who stands up and says, this is not acceptable, this is wrong. And for a very long time, we found one or two and we held them up as exemplars, and we didn't try to learn more. We didn't try to see, well, how do we get into that mindset? How do we be those kinds of people rather than the rest of the group that doesn't stand up, that doesn't take the right actions, doesn't save something? So that's where it comes from. Please.
I miss a lot of the presentation, but I'm curious about if the person that is considered perhaps a hero in the moment, what is the perspective of someone that's being a hero on a long-term perspective, like pursuing a career path, can be political, or it can be basically standing for something that the person can see and wants everybody else as well to understand.
Yeah. So one of the things that I think is most interesting is that there's a great deal of overlap. There's a lot of commonality between the person who does the heroic thing, the heroic action in the moment, right? Running toward the sound of gunfire instead of running away. There's a lot of commonalities between those people and people who are the kind of over time, long-term, the rescuers that I just spoke of are a good example because most of them didn't just do it once, right? It was a decision. If you're hiding someone in your home or your barn or whatever, you didn't just do it for one night. You had to keep making that decision over time. There are activists who have put their lives on the line in different countries, for example, and they do it for years, right? They're the face of a movement and so on. There's a lot of commonalities actually in the way that those people are thinking about their place in the world and thinking about what is required of them, right? We were talking earlier about this concept of whistleblowers, right? The corporate whistleblower is the same kind of thing. I had an amazing opportunity to speak with Daniel Ellsberg, who released the Pentagon Papers, and one of the things that stands out is that there is something just a little bit different about these people. They're built differently. The way that they see their place in the world and what is expected of them, they feel in some sense required to do this. And so one of the things that I'm super interested in is what is it in their background that activates that makes that makes them more likely to behave this way. And there are lots of these sorts of things, but again, some of the stuff that I was just talking about, I mean, heroic imagination is one of those really interesting things. We, in this interview project I just mentioned, we asked people about, for example, when they were kids and they read books or they saw movies or TV shows, after they finished the book or after the movie was over, did they imagine themselves in further adventures of those characters? And they all did, right? They have this very active imagination that is specifically key to those kinds of stories, right? Where someone stands up, where someone acts differently. And so, yeah, there's a lot of those kinds of commonalities.
Got a few questions. So we've got a lot of like superhero movies in the last whatever. I don't like superhero movies, but a lot of people do.
Yeah.
Are those leading to an uptick in this type of heroic behavior? And then second, just like you guys looked at dreams and how, we're talking about imagination, you kind of have like simulations running all night. Does that play a role? And then actually, I forgot my third, but you got enough to work with there.
So we haven't looked specifically at dreams, but I think it's a great question of the way in which people are continuing to imagine themselves in these scenarios and in these stories. And I think there's probably some really cool research that people could do there. I don't have it, so I don't have a good answer for you, but I think it's a really interesting possibility. The superhero movies, the answer is kind of, because I think you have to think very critically about the superhero movies in order for them to work in the way that I want them to, right? They have certainly elevated the conversation over the last 15 years, right? The Marvel cinematic universe has elevated the conversation about heroic behavior in a really important way, and in a way that, for example, all of the Batman movies of the 10 years before that did not do, because Batman is a bad hero, and Iron Man was a good one. And getting people to see the difference between Batman and Iron Man is something that I actually spend a lot of time on, which is a silly thing to say, but it's true, because everybody's familiar with those characters now. So it's a great way, especially when I go and talk to young people, going and talking to middle schoolers and high schoolers over the past 15 years. It's been actually very productive. And getting people to see themselves as more like Iron Man, who's just a regular guy. And that's the crucial thing, right? For those of you who follow these comic books and movies, he's just a normal guy. He happens to be really rich and really smart, but he doesn't have any superpowers. He just has a fancy suit. And all of his decisions are decisions that an ordinary person makes, right? And the cost to him of doing those things is very, very high. Right? And getting people to think about why he makes those choices, why he turns his life around, why he puts himself in danger, all of, and his pursuit of good outcomes for other people. I think it's actually been very, very helpful.
So like, are there any studies that you know of that like kind of say like in places where these everyman superheroes are more prevalent, or these like, I don't know, like easier to digest superheroes more prevalent, we see more of this behavior?
There are not those kinds of studies at this point. And they would be challenging to do in some sense because every society has their own hero stories, right? So you can find the hero's journey, that Joseph Campbell idea in in basically every culture, right? You can go back to the Epic of Gilgamesh. You can go. We were teaching in Rome in November, and someone said, "Oh yeah, this sounds very familiar to me." And the woman said, "Are you familiar with the story? We call him Pinocchio." I was like, "Yes, we are familiar. We are familiar with Pinocchio." So every culture has these stories of people who are, who follow this trajectory and do some amazing thing. And so that we should be able to see this in every culture where people say, well, I loved this story as a child, or I loved this movie and it really impacted me. I had a conversation, and then I'll stop because I know I've been going on a long time, Nick. I had a conversation. Do you remember several years ago, there were these Americans who stopped a hijacking on a train in France? Yeah. So I had a conversation with one of them a few years ago, a guy by the name of Anthony Sadler. And he's done tons and tons of interviews, but our interviews are different because we don't ask them about the heroic thing they did. We ask them about themselves. And so he and I were talking about his favorite TV show when he was growing up, which was the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. And he was talking about how at first, he was there with his buddies, and his buddies had military training, and they decided that they were going to go do it, and he decided that he was going to hide, right? Which is very smart, right? Because his buddies had military training and he does not. But once they got up, rushed at the guy, he joined them, right? He got up and did it too. And I looked at him and I said to him, toward the end of the interview, I said, when we were doing that, did you feel like the Blue Power Ranger? And you could see it on his face, because he absolutely did. That was exactly what had been that kind of feeling, was manifested in that action, right? Because he was, after watching all these hero stories, he saw himself in one, and so we are able to see that kind of thing over and over again.
For him though, could it also been shame motivated? Because if he didn't do it, then the rest of his life he's gonna be the friend who hid while the other, everyone else. I mean, I can see me being motivated by that. Or,
yeah, I mean, I think that there is absolutely this notion over and over again in these conversations with people, where one thing that they say is, I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I didn't take action, right? I know what the right thing to do is, and I knew I had to do it. The guy I had a conversation with. Did you see the film Hotel Rwanda? Paul Rusesabagina. That was exactly what he said. He said, I knew they were going to kill me. Did not. But once he confronted the fact that he was going to be killed, he was going to die, he said, well, then you have to think about what matters, right? And this is the kind of person that I think I am, right? And I won't what kind of a night's sleep am I going to get in the future if it turns out that all the things I thought about myself are not true? Right? Now, we know that that's motivating for some people, but not for everybody, because a lot of people think of themselves as the right kind of person, the good sort of person, the person who's going to do the right thing, and then they don't. And we're able to justify things to ourselves in amazing ways. And the easiest way to justify things to ourselves is, well, I didn't want to be killed, right? That's why I didn't do it. I knew it was right, but they would kill me. And I have all these reasons why I shouldn't be killed, right? Which are all good reasons. So it's something else. There's something in addition, right? To the feeling that I should do this thing, and it should be internally motivating, or I'd feel bad. There's more. Yeah.
I wonder if some of the people have been in a situation before that they didn't act maybe, and then they've sort of processed themselves through that event, and then when the next opportunity came, they're like, I don't know.
It's hard to know, because that population does not want to be interviewed. The people who had the opportunity to help someone and declined, they are not signing up for studies, because that doesn't feel good, right? But we know that that's the majority of people. We see it all the time. We see people who don't stop and help, even when the cost is low to doing so. One of the biggest barriers, though, and this is really important too, one of the biggest barriers to not helping is feeling like you can't, right? That you don't have the ability, you don't have the skill or the required training. So it's not that most people walking by the drowning person, it's not that they don't want to help necessarily, right? It's that they don't know how to swim. And so we know that, I mean, and this is something that we teach. Well, that's not it, but he's ready for me to be done. Take a lifeguarding course. Take a CPR course, a first aid course. That kind of specialized training is very easy to get, and then you're much more likely to help people because you know you can do it.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. I appreciate it.
Speaking of training, in addition to CPR training, there's also mentalhealthfirstaid.org. When someone's experiencing a mental health crisis, it doesn't teach you how to diagnose or treat, but it just, what can you do? Another thing, so kind of get your CPR training. There's an app now that if you sign yourself up for it, you may be the closest person when a call comes in, when there's someone's having a heart attack, and you can be the hero. They've, I believe, have saved like 8 lives in Lincoln from people that were on the app. So, yeah, we'll just take a quick break and get set up for the World Happiness Report. All right.
Thank you for all the
Thank
work
you.
you do.
Thank you. Thanks for the good question. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I was gonna ask, if you looked into perhaps like phenotypes.
2 weeks ago, I was at
And, I mean, I'm sure you did, yeah.
There's some
guy next to
really interesting stuff being done
has a
now.
seizure.
There was a courage
Goes down.
experiment that was done by these people in these.
Because I thought you weren't supposed to touch someone, right, who's having a seizure or whatever, that's why I heard that.
Someone
So I'm just
decides to
moving
move
furniture out of the
the
way.
snake closer, they were doing an MRI.
She's like, have you called her?
Yeah.
They could see
And I was
part
like,
of
no,
their
it's
brain
she
light up
yelled for
the
help or
courage,
whatever, and
right?
then
There's
the
like a courage
staff came
receptor.
over and
Oh,
took out the
okay.
nurse.
Really cool stuff.
Well, that's why I was my
Kinda
next
left the
thing,
experience,
depending
like,
on the
going,
situation.
that would really get into
Some
the
situations
right?
will
Like, so
pop
I feel
more
like if the next time,
and some
like, it
will
comes,
perhaps
you know, and that makes
will
sense to do
require,
and I was thinking
this
lately
is
too, I hadn't had
one of
CPR
the
training
cases, but dopamine
years
perhaps.
since
The
I was
person
in
that-
position, is like, worked in this treatment.
Right.
I would do it every
Might-
year, we would have.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the live stream for Omaha's International Day of Happiness celebration. We're here in the
I guess it
12th
is all like my-
happiest city in the country, according to a different organization.
Same way.
Where Lincoln is number 6. I have a proposition between Omaha and Lincoln. I think they're within the margin of error. I'm proposing that we have a kindness battle, and the most acts of kindness documented per capita gets to claim the title of the happiest city.
But it's like,
Maybe we'll extend the kindness project. You can find out more about that at positivitymatters.org/seeds of kindness.
Correct.
And I think we'll extend it out until July 12th, which is the International Day of Hope.
A colleague who wants
But here to tell us about well-being overall and how countries compare is Julie Ray from the Gallup organization. Julie, thank you so much for being
like
here.
how much of the
Thank you.
experience based from the hero perspective, like how they grew up experience based, or primal brain, and, you know, who they are.
Ready? Well, hello, and spoiler alert, on the back of that beautiful presentation is that doing small, good things is actually something that makes you happier. So it's good for you and good for other people. So happy International Day of Happiness. I'm going to be talking about the World Happiness Report, which I think people probably have seen reports on the news about how Finland's the happiest country around the world, or this country's the least happy. So I'm Julie Ray. I work at Gallup, and I have had the distinct pleasure for almost 20 years of working on our world poll, which asks people in more than 140 countries around the world about their lives on an annual basis, and we've been doing that since 2005. But today I'm going to focus on the world's happiness and who the happiest people are, who the unhappiest people are, and dig into that and kind of putting it back on you a little bit, something that you can do for other people that can improve your happiness in terms of the research. So I am going to use slides because I'm dealing with data, and I wouldn't put that on anybody else to try to visualize a number or, to try to understand what I'm talking about without a little bit of assistance behind me in that regard. So World Happiness Report, I kind of talked about that a little bit, about what it is. So the first World Happiness Report launched in 2012, and Gallup has been powering the data behind those World Happiness Rankings since then. We partner with the Oxford Wellbeing Research Center and also the UN Sustainable Development Report, or Sustainable Development Solutions Network. It's a few words together, to produce the report every year. So, like I said, Gallup has been the source behind those numbers, why Finland's number one, and Denmark's number two, and some of those Nordic countries are at the top of the list. So in addition to those rankings, every report every year has a theme, and this year's theme is sharing and caring, which dovetails really nicely talking about doing small good things for other people. What's new about this year's report? So I'm going to be talking about some of the rankings and who's the happiest and who's at the top of the list and who's at the bottom of the list. But some of the big stories from this year's report is that benevolent acts like donating money, helping a stranger in need, and then also volunteering your time, which I know is very important to you, they make a bigger difference in people's lives than a big paycheck. Very interesting that there's a bigger payoff than actual money. And also we found that sharing meals and spending time with other people, the social connections matter a lot, and they make a difference in people's happiness. But what's also going on at the same time that we're finding all these different connections is that we're seeing actually charitable giving is declined in last year around the world, and more people are eating alone. So just a quick glance, and I told you a little bit about the background for what Gallup does around the world and how we measure it, but we're doing in-person and also telephone interviews, more than 140 countries every year. So we're asking those questions of people who are 15 and older. Generally, we're doing 1,000 interviews in every country around the world. That's more than 150 different languages that we ask our questions in. And also, last year, we're heading into our 20th year of data collection, which is a pretty momentous thing. So 20 years of asking the world how it's feeling. So I'm going to turn the question back to you. Where do you stand? This is the question that we ask everybody around the world, and this is what powers the international rankings on which countries are the happiest and least happiest. So I'm going to ask you, imagine a ladder. There's actually a ladder on the slide, so you don't have to imagine that. But imagine a ladder with steps numbered from 0 to at the bottom to 10 at the top. And so suppose we say the top of the ladder is the best possible life for you, and the bottom of the ladder represents the worst possible life for you. So where do you stand on your current time? At this current time, what number would you give? And just kind of keep that in your head, because it's going to be very relevant to the next piece of data that I'm going to show you. So everybody have that number in mind, where they stand? Okay, let's see how you compare with the rest of the world. So top 10 countries around the world. Again, Finland is number 1 in the world for the 8th consecutive year. And you'll see a lot of the Nordic countries at the top, and they generally are in the top group from year to year. But one thing that's different about this year is that we also see Costa Rica and Mexico at the top of the list for the first time. Now, Costa Rica was 12th in last year's report, and now it's moved up to 6th, and Mexico cracked that top 10 for the first time. And I think that it was 25th the previous year. So there's been a lot of movement. Now, behind that data, you'll see a lot of improvements in how people perceive their state of their economy, their confidence in their leadership. So Costa Rica and Mexico, both of those countries, we've seen an uptick in those questions that we ask. And so the countries at the bottom of the list, and it's not really super surprising that you see Afghanistan at the very bottom. So if you think about it, it's a 0 to 10 scale, and they rate their lives a 1.3 or a 1.4 if you were doing some rounding on that. So not much better than 0. So talking about the thing about how good it feels and how good it is for you to give to others, I'm going to ask you another set of questions here. And some of these will be easier to answer. And, if you say no, that's no problem either. I mean, it's not, a good thing or a bad thing for you to say yes or no to, no pressure on that. So have you done any of the following in the past month? So that's the thinking about in the past month. Have you donated money to charity? Volunteered time to an organization? How about helped a stranger, going back to the doing small things, helped a stranger or someone you didn't know who needed help? So think about that if you can say yes to that. And if you can say yes, you've done something that's good for your happiness. You've made yourself happier. Now, another question that we ask, this was actually asked in the World Risk Survey in 2019. It gets more at social trust. So thinking about if you had a small bag and you had money in it, something of financial value in it, and it had your name and your address in it, if it were found by each of the following people, and think about this in your own situation, how likely would it be for you to return, that all the contents would be returned? So you've lost your purse, your wallet. This is typically called a wallet question. So you think it's very likely, somewhat likely, or not at all? So think about that with your neighbors, a stranger, or the police. Now, if you think any of these are very likely, you're more likely to be happy and make your life happier. So expecting kindness of others is actually good for your well-being. But the sad story is, and I alluded to this, is that, despite all these things being good for you, we've been asking the world these 3 questions since 2006, actually. So we have pretty long-term data on tracking on how people have been doing this over time. So if you want to look at this and see what happens, so we saw a huge increase, actually, in people saying that they actually helped other people immediately after the pandemic. The thing this year, we saw a precipitous drop off in 2024 in people's charitable giving to others. Now, if you look at the long-term trend, it's still up. If you look clear back to 2006, some of those earlier years, it's still up. So people are more generous than they were even a decade ago in terms of giving to others. But it's a pretty sharp decline. It's 6 points on helping a stranger, and then 4 points each on donating money and then volunteering time. So the both of those has taken a precipitous decline. But it matters, and how much does it matter? So we see, and this is what I kind of alluded to at the beginning, we see from the research that benevolent acts, so that's charitable giving to other people, helping a stranger, donating time, volunteering, and believing or expecting kindness in others, it actually makes you rate your life higher, so you're happier than you are than if you double your income, or you avoid any of the negative experiences on the bottom of the list. So in terms of that, but so doubling your paycheck matters less than actually if you help somebody open a door, right? As small as that, small acts of kindness, or donating money, or volunteering your time. So the question is, can a kinder world be a happier world? Could be, if people help each other and expect kindness of others. So that social trust. So I would leave you with this in terms of things that you can do. So choose kindness, give generously, and trust more. So our happiness and the happiness of everybody else around us kind of depend upon it. And if you have questions or anything, I'll take them now.
How would the person trust more? Is it, you just, I mean, what can you do to be more trusting? If you're suspicious, I would expect that people who are more suspicious have had instances of harm which have lingered with them, or, I mean, there's a lot of ways to build distrust. So I wonder, what are mental activities or actions, or do you meditate? I mean, what do people do?
I mean, it's all of the above. I mean, it depends on the individual and what they need. But I would say that isolation is not an answer to that. The more isolated you are, the more closed off in terms of not engaging with other people. I think that probably does a lot to erode social trust in others. Is just that fear of the other and what you don't know. So it's hard to say, talk to other people, talk to a stranger, but engage in those small acts of kindness is one way to do it. That it makes you less fearful, and it can be as small as offering a shopping cart to somebody. In terms of engaging with other people and strangers, people you don't know. I mean, that's just my perception. Go ahead.
So I actually have several questions coming up, but to begin on the trust, one, is there an epigenetic issue? Could you be born with a less trusting just because of the stress of your mother or something like that? I don't know if that goes back to the research you're doing, if you're more into data.
No, that's not our area of research on that. So I definitely can't. That's what gets into a whole other area of research.
How about the trust? Different trust levels in different countries. Is that part of your happiness?
Yes. Yeah, and we do see different effects in terms of people's trust of strangers, and we do see different things in different countries where different cultures are more trusting than others are, especially with strangers. Some of that also, in terms of, I think there's research in this year's report that looks at countries by the number of refugees that they have in them as well. So there's some interesting things. There's also, the report looks at the impact or the effect of donor aid and how that, whether a country is a high donor, like in terms of investing in other people's, like USAID type of situation. Go ahead.
Do you check for other variables? Like, if a person watches news, or if they have social media, if their happiness is higher for those other than like just where by country, but do you check for other variables?
Yeah, so I mean, we ask, Gallup asks, more than like 100 questions every single year in every single country, so core items. So we're asking people about, just the basic things like, did you have enough, did you struggle at times to afford food or shelter? I mean, all those different variables. So we're able to look at that and how they interplay with this question.
Yeah.
So income makes a huge difference, but also in how free you feel in your life as well. That makes a huge difference. We've seen actually in the United States, the US results are pretty interesting because in last year's report, the US was in the top 20 for the world for years and years and years. And in the last report, they actually declined, and it was because of young people. This, under the age of 30, they felt less supported, less connected, that they had less freedom in their life. So for years and years, we saw this a new curve in people's perceptions or life evaluations, where you had younger people and older people being the most happy on the distribution. But then in the middle, of course, you have the middle age, like that 30 to 49 group, which is typically lower. But in 2024, in that report, we saw that for the first time that young people it was kind of like almost like a J instead of a U, because their happiness had fallen off that much, and because of the social connections, lack of freedom, and some other things. Yes.
Hi there. Thank you for this presentation. I'm wondering which of the dimensions you feel, or if you have a sense, that are driving maybe the decrease from to this year. I remember, because I teach this happiness report in my class. There's all sorts of criteria, and trust in government was one of them, and all the things you've been talking about, healthcare, security, and all that. But do you have a sense, like, which has the highest regression weight, for lack of a better word? Which one is driving the overall ranking the most?
I mean, at the global level, most of everything you have to analyze it at the country level, at least, or the regional level, to really get a sense of what's going on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, and I would encourage that, to look at what's going on in a specific country, because, situation in Iraq is not the same as one in Afghanistan, it's not the same one as one in Belgium. In terms of those, you have to take that context into consideration and then look at those different drivers.
So there's nothing overall across all countries that really drive it?
I mean, you do see tendencies, like in terms of people being married, they have higher life evaluations. Income is highly related to that as well. But if you're actually looking at individual behaviors, like beyond the demographics and some of those bigger buckets, it's more instructive to look at the country itself, and even more granular than that. Looking at.
Do you have a sense for the United States? Because my students always want to know, why aren't we happier? What's driving us down into the teens all the time?
Well, what we saw in last year is that young people, and this is fascinating, but in terms of them believing that they have enough freedom to do, satisfaction with the freedom they have to choose what they do with their lives, is at its lowest point that we've seen over years. And of course, this is going back to 2006 and looking at that. And even compared with OECD countries, the US, young people in the US are on the lower end. Like, I think Turkey and Greece, the only places where young people actually are less satisfied with their freedom to choose, are in Turkey and Greece.
Interesting. Thank you.
Sure.
What's the US rate?
Oh, and I forgot to ask you this question. So that number that you had in your head, think about where it was. If you said it was just a little less than 7, you'd be pretty average for the United States. If you said it was 6.374,
0.4 or whatever the actual average is. I would be scared if you said that, but yes, the US is actually below 7. So it's 6.736 something.
And where do they rank in where do they fall in the rankings?
US is 24th, it was 23rd last report. But, you know, you think about these are all built up through your aggregate rolls of data. So it's 3 years, so this year's data are based on 2022, 2023,
I'm struggling to remember exactly what terminology was used, but a couple of years ago, I was starting to see these different reports that were talking about the Scandinavian nations, and then it was kind of alluding to the fact that maybe they score so high in these because of just their outlook on happiness in general. Like, and they kind of presented the argument as like, it was kind of like a gloomy argument of like, this is as good as it could get. Whereas like in the United States, like we just have like more an expansive, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, and actually you hit it right on the head for what explains a lot of why they're at the top. They have really limited or small inequality in the distribution of their life satisfaction. So you don't see those big disparities, you don't see those lows and those highs. Inequality in well-being is what we call it, and you have it in the United States.
And then, so like when we're trying to like tease out all these things, like that's a difference that's like really hard to get at, because like the United States is given the same 0 to 10 scale as the Scandinavian nations. So like one way to potentially correct for that would be to like say, what's like the net migration between the nations? Are you guys looking at that sort of thing to like kind of bolster the findings between the?
So you think about the net happiness
No,
or
like,
net migration?
yeah, like if people from the US are choosing to move to Scandinavia, like any of those individual nations more frequently, right? Then that's like kind of what we call it, like a revealed preference sort of thing that helps us like feel better about our subjective well-being study that we just did.
Yeah, actually one of my other areas of research is migration studies. And so we've looked at how people who moved from another country to another country, actually what their well-being is compared to what we call the native born in the country. So people who have moved there within the last 5 years, people who have been there longer than 5 years, looking at where they see themselves on the scale. And we also look at where they've come from. So have they moved from south, if you were thinking about the global south, to the north, to a country in the global north. So those are the higher income countries around the world. How does their well-being differ than if somebody was moving from one country in the global south to another one in the global south, and seeing if there's differences there? And we do see it. Generally, you know, and it's a country by country basis, but also regional, you know, depending on where people are coming from and where they're moving to, plays their path to migration, plays a huge role in how they perceive things, because of course you're coming with that context of where you've left to where you are now. But we have tended to see that, you know, that people who migrated in terms of what we call like the gain or loss from migration, that people who move to the global north from the global south tend to rate their lives a little poorer than the native born.
Move from the global north to the global.
Yeah, so I was trying to, like, here's a map and here's, yeah.
Does it work the opposite if they move from the global south?
Well, global south, there's very few who move from the north, global north to the global south. So that sample is really pretty small to be able to really pick out too much. But if we see south to south movement, it's pretty like a lateral move in terms of their migration or in their well-being and their happiness.
This is kind of just getting into a little bit of a sidebar, but like, are there because I get what you're saying, like the circumstances of somebody moving, like that could really have a big influence on like their happiness when they get there, like we have no idea what. But are you guys aware of any like natural experiments where maybe there's like an employer who has a process that like randomly sends people to different, like from Spain to Egypt or something like that, or like from different places, but it's all for the same reason? Yeah, and then like looked at that data.
Yeah, that gets a little bit more granular than what we get at. We're able to ascertain whether people are, whether they were born in that country or not,
Totally.
and how long they've lived there, and to be able to break it out and where they've come from or where they were born. But in terms of those other circumstances, no.
Thank you.
That's fascinating though. That's a great idea.
Question on the population selection. So did I understand you correctly? You choose 1,000 people from each country regardless of the size of the country?
Yeah.
So 1,000 people.
They're selected randomly. It's a random sample.
And it's not the same people each year.
I mean, there could be luck of the draw, and you could have somebody who had been asked a question the previous year or 5 years ago get answered. But, so in terms of the random but we are selecting random samples. So, and then, in places where we do in-person surveys, we go house to house. For a lot of the world where, phone saturation isn't there, or web, sometimes it's not there. We're still going like in,
Well, the US is not the happiest country yet. I've learned to say yet. It was one of these communication classes, not the empathetic communication, but just you put yet on everything. So okay. Well, let's see, we have a proclamation to read from the City of Omaha City Council office. This is Lisa Barrett, and there are some strengths of Lisa. Her top strength is love of learning. Number 2, curiosity. Number 3, critical thinking and open-mindedness. Number 4, caution, prudence, and discretion. That is the one that was the lowest on my strengths. So I am so happy to know someone that has it in spades. And appreciation of beauty and excellence. There's kind of the beauty of the various arts, partner dance being one of them. And there's this wonderful thing that happens in Omaha on Friday nights at the Eagles Club, about 24th and Douglas, called Omaha Jitterbugs. It is a fun time, and that is where I met Lisa. And lo and behold, here's also a proclamation from the Omaha City Council. Sorry, I meant to bring up the City Council website. Okay. Oh, all right. Yeah, that's good.
Forgive me, I'm a little hoarse. So, and again, I'm Lisa Barrett. I'm actually on the staff for the Omaha City Council, and I am here today to present this proclamation to them. Whereas in 1949, William Hall and Donald Clifton, pioneers in the field of positive psychology, established the Nebraska Human Resources Research Foundation at UNL. And whereas in 1999, the first positive psychology summit in the world took place in Lincoln, Nebraska. And whereas in 2012, the World Happiness Report in the Science of Happiness was launched. In 2013, the first International Day of Happiness was celebrated. And in 2015, world leaders came together to make a promise to secure the rights and well-being of everyone on a healthy, thriving planet by adopting sustainable development goals. And whereas local grassroots project Positivity Matters focuses on the need to address the daunting problems, growing unhappiness, and challenges facing American communities today by boosting public awareness of the importance of civic well-being and improving quality of life. And whereas Positivity Matters encourages us to practice intentional, premeditated, and random acts and projects of kindness in our communities to sow seeds of hope and happiness and to promote economic, social, civic, and health well-being. And whereas we acknowledge the importance of public awareness of the benefits of well-being for a healthy, happy community. Now therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Omaha recognizes the International Day of Happiness on this 20th day of March, 2025.
We got this.
I can edit all that out. Okay. So we will move into the Business Ethics Alliance. And we'll just have a more of a casual conversation over here. And I'm turning off this mic.
The teacher in me wants you all to turn around and face a different way than you're used to facing, but we don't have to because I understand that there's actually live streaming. So now you can turn around
Come around
again.
this table if you want.
What?
If you like, everybody can come around this table.
I'm still a long-time teacher and I know how classes, especially at 1:45 in the afternoon go. Probably ready to lose some of you. So we'll do a little bit of something that'll get you up and moving just so that the oxygen gets to the brain too. But before we do that, and I've been sitting all day too, so if you don't mind, I'm going to stand. It has nothing to do with wanting to be this or that. It's just my butt is falling asleep right now. I haven't given it yet. That would be why.
I thought maybe
No.
Nick had it, I was.
Not yet. So my name is Anne Marie Marlier, and I am the Executive Director of the Business Ethics Alliance here in Omaha. We've been around for about 17 years. I like to think of us a little bit as an unruly teenager, just still trying to find our way, sort of in the bigger picture. We were founded on the heels of the Enron scandal. How many of you are from Omaha? Okay, just one person. So in the early to mid 2000s, Enron was based here in Omaha. They were kind of an offset of utilities that got a little bit bigger. Then they moved down to Houston. And when they got down to Houston, they stopped drinking the Omaha water. And they had a bit of an issue with fraud, a bit of shredding documents. We're talking about Enron. And even though they were down in Houston, it really rocked the Omaha business community because the Omaha business leaders here are like, man, we played golf with Kenley and his execs. You know, our kids went to school with his execs' kids and our wives socialized and all of these things. They're like, that hits home because that's not who we believe ourselves to be in Omaha. Whether that's true or not, that's the perception. And that conversation reached the ears of a business ethics professor at Creighton named after Beverly Crocker. Bev went to Tony Hendrickson, and said, you know, there's something here. And they had some conversations with David Brown, who at the time was the president of the Omaha Chamber, and Jim Haggerty, who is still the president and CEO of the Better Business Bureau of the Midland Plains. And they started talking with some folks in the business community. They talked with Bob Bates, who was, I think, president of, not JetLinks, Jefferson Pilot, Butch Ethington at Union Pacific, and several other leaders in the community. They said, this, we don't want to happen again. We don't want Omaha to be known for this. So they started these conversations about what does it mean to be an ethical community, especially in business. And thus, the Alliance was born. So we are truly unique in the country in that there are ethics divisions and departments at many, many institutions, business schools across the country. Bentley has one. I know there's a big one out in California. But this is truly the only one where it is the partnership and the collaboration of a university, a chamber, an economic chamber, and also the Better Business Bureau. We've tried to replicate it, but usually what happens is chambers and Better Business Bureaus, they butt heads because they're both membership organizations, so they compete for the same members. Why is this important? It's important because we don't view business ethics, and I've got a little bit of research, as something that is, okay, we're gonna go back, we're gonna talk about Aristotelian ethics, and people's eyes are gonna roll back in their heads, and they're gonna go, oh, what do I do with any of this? What came out of those discussions with business leaders is that business ethics really need to be approachable. They need to be positive. They need to be practical so that we can take things back to our organizations. We started out a little bit more corporate. We've expanded since then. So here's what I'm going to have you all do. I'd like you to just stand up for a minute.
Thank you.
And yeah, there you go. To stretch, do whatever you need to. I'm going to read 3 statements. If you agree with the statement, come on over here. If you disagree with the statement, just kind of hang over here. All right. Ethics and morals are the same thing. Ethics and morals are the same thing. If you agree, you're going to stay here. If you disagree, you're going to hang over here. Ethics and morals are the same thing. Don't let peer pressure get you if you're not sure.
Over here is you agree.
If you agree, you're going to stay here. If you disagree, you're going to head on over here. Okay, so we're going to go to you first. Basically thinking ethics and morals are the same thing. Why?
Because they're used interchangeably.
Okay.
And that's how I use them.
Okay, fair enough. This is the disagree group. Somebody want to venture a thought or an insight as to why are they different? We'll do, I heard the squeak from you and then the hand from you, so we'll go here and here.
Ethics are communal agreements.
Okay.
And what was the other one?
Moral.
Morals are self-chose.
Okay. Okay, so the difference between communal, societal, and individual.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
In my opinion, I think that what may be ethical and moral to one person might be entirely different from someone else.
Okay, good. Anybody else? There's no right answers, by the way. I'll give you that one. A moral person is happier. A moral person is happier. Agree? Disagree. A moral person is happier. Agree? Disagree? Come on in. Excuse me. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good, come on in and you can either, we're just doing a quick little exercise. If you agree with the statement that moral people are happier, come on over here. If you disagree with that statement, come on over here. And if you need to catch your breath for a moment, that's fine. I've got one more question. Okay, let's start over here. Moral people are not necessarily happier. Why not?
So I think that when you have a system of morality that you've imposed on yourself, that's just like an additional level of like, it's just that you have to comply with yet another thing. So like it's like you can have many moral systems that are imposed on you, some by yourself, some by others, and then there's all the other things you might have to comply with. So I think that probably you're making your life more complex.
Okay.
Happy.
Fair enough. Anybody else?
Morals restrict a person.
Morals
If I had
restrict a
no
person, okay.
morals, I could do anything and have no conscience about it.
And you'd be happier as a result?
Perhaps.
Okay.
Sorry to sound like a nerdy professor, but depends on how you define happiness.
Okay.
And I defined happiness as eudaimonia, not hedonism. And I define morals as virtues. And there's just too much evidence, scientific, all the way going good down to the Greeks and the Stoics and everybody, that people who experience and work on their virtues tend to be happier in a eudaimonic meaning. Yeah.
How many of us are academics in some way, shape, or form? I know you're from the city council, so heard that, but anybody else? I mean, I'll count, I have 25 years in higher ed, so I get it. Okay, we're gonna do one more statement. Ethical people are happier. Ethical people are happier.
Jeez.
I never said you couldn't. That's a sneaky teacher trick, right? Ethical people are happier. If you agree here, you disagree here. All right, I am gonna start in the middle. I never said you couldn't stand in the middle, so that was sneaky. I mean, why in the middle? What's a little squishy about this one?
You know, the thing is, I understand what morals are, but what are our ethics? I mean, it's like, I know there's been like in academia and wherever organization, there's a definition. But I don't know, for me, it's like a watered down version of morals. And it's only like convenient some of the time. In other words, I don't believe people follow it. I mean, they may learn about it, but they don't follow it.
Okay.
That's where I'm coming from.
Okay, fair enough. You agree?
Yeah, for the same reasons, but let somebody else talk.
Okay. Ethical people are happier.
Yes,
Why?
I think, well, the same reason of moral, I guess, I feel like I have a guide. I have something that's telling me this is good, this is bad. And I mean, there's always gonna be something in the middle that you're gonna have to ponder about, but at least for me, but I feel better when I know I've done the right thing.
I would just say with ethics, I don't know, with the reason why morality, I separate the two. Morality, I feel like there's a lot more probably judgment involved, and there's a right, and I have expectations on other people, and but with ethics, it's more of a code, right? And it's an agreement, and I don't have to take it personally as much. I just don't feel like there would be as much pain with ethics when other people violate it as opposed to morality. Then I feel like war. I mean, these kinds of things can come out of war, while ethics is a different.
Okay, good. You guys disagree. I think people aren't necessarily happier. How come?
Happier than what?
Okay. Okay, it's all relative. It depends. My favorite two words as a teacher too. My students hate that when I put that out there. They're like, you're supposed to give us the answer. Like, no, I'm not. I'm supposed to tell you what to think. I'm supposed to teach you how to think. Fair enough. Other thoughts? Yeah.
When I hear the question is an absolute, meaning you're grouping everybody with the same outcome, and that's wrong already to begin with.
Yeah.
So,
Automatically, right?
automatically, yeah, and it's kind of complex question, so.
True, very, very true. Okay, thank you all very much for humoring me. You can sit wherever you want, on top of tables, around the table. If you need to stand, because it's just more comfortable, please, by all means, do that. I start this exercise in just about every single workshop we do for organizations, because especially in, I think, the business community, ethics seem to be, and the other question I usually ask, but it didn't seem appropriate today, is ethics are the same thing as compliance.
Okay.
And a lot of folks, especially if you're in HR, legal, risk management, yeah, in order to be ethical, you need to be compliant. But then we start to talk to, well, what happens if the law is unethical? What happens if the regulation, a state reg or a federal reg, whatever it is unethical? Then what do you do? And so we start to get into these discussions about what is ethics. And so how we define ethics, and I have to look at my phone, my printer did not work. It was not happy with me today. So this is the definition that we use. And I am, in my undergrad days, I was an English and comms major, so I always go right to the dictionary. That's a good place to start. So according to Merriam-Webster, ethics is principles of conduct governing an individual or group. So it is different than morals or values, which are more internal. Ethics are more the outward signs of how you live those values, how you act. Now, ethics could be singular, the study of ethics, but in a very practical sense, it's behaviors, right? So how are we being behaviors? And then when Nick asked me to be part of the discussion, he said, this is our theme and we're talking about happiness. And so the question came up, are ethical people happier? From an empirical research standpoint, jury's still out a little bit. There hasn't been much research done specifically on that particular piece. So I found 4 things ranging over the last 15 years that hint, for the most part, ethical people probably are a little bit happier. Somebody over here was talking about kind of that guilt things. I joke with my family that I'm a recovering Catholic, and so I gave up guilt for Lent. In that, sometimes that guilt or that wishful thinking or the I wish I would have, you can't go back and change what already is. So just like our speaker 2 speakers ago was talking about more forethought, less guilt, less regret, tends to make people happier. So some of the research that I found about happiness is that ethical behaviors often rooted, and I'm sorry if I'm reading this, but I can't, if I do this, I won't be able to see it. Often rooted in values of fairness, respect, justice, trust, integrity, honesty, empathy or compassion, we heard that earlier, and accountability. When we know that something is going to happen, when it is reliable over time, we trust. And so it is those trust and the respect kinds of things that we associate with ethical behavior. So if we are engaging in ethical behaviors, there's a sense of we're doing the right thing. That tends to lessen the guilt, that tends to increase trust, it tends to increase respect and compassion. We perceive all of those things here. Whereas if we're not acting ethically, then it's, we're unhappy, we get that anxiety back, we get that distrust, we feel alienated from others more. And so there were a couple of reports that I found that were really interesting. There was a blog from the Harvard Crimson that suggests while there may be trade-offs between ethical behavior and pursuit of wealth, that sometimes is another question I ask too, is does money equal happiness? And so some people will go, sure. The research on that one actually says to a certain point. And it's usually right around that $70,000 to $75,000, maybe $80,000 range. That's kind of your happiness. That's the happiness impact point. Is if you're at about, we'll just call it 75,000. And if that's what you're making, if that's what your household income is, you probably have enough to be relatively happy. Anything more than that doesn't increase the happiness quotient. So this blog goes on to say, perhaps the best way to encourage ethical behavior amongst MBAs who are often associated with wealth and the gain of wealth at almost all costs is not to frame acting in an ethical manner as a sacrifice in which wealth is exchanged for virtue, but rather as an opportunity for gain through happiness. So using data from the 95 to 97 wave of the World Values Survey, separate from Gallup, researchers from the University of Missouri College of Agriculture, Food, and Natural Resources in 2004 found that the relationship between happiness and ethics is bicausal in the sense that personal ethics, we were talking about personal ethics, affect one's happiness, while happiness also affects ethical preferences and proclivities. So it's kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you tell yourself you're more ethical, you're probably going to act in more ethical ways, which is then probably going to increase your sense of happiness, less guilt, more trust. They also found that happiness increases in ethical proclivities, and greater happiness results in improved ethical judgments after correcting for bicausality and controlling for income and other factors. So again, self-fulfilling, just the other way. 2021, a little bit more recent, researchers, and this was a study done out of, I think this was done in South America, this one. They looked at ethics and happiness for 11 large cultural groups. They looked at subjective well-being and virtues data of 60,000 individuals and 55 countries between 2010 and 2014. And the results showed that globally, countries presenting the virtues proposed by Aristotle, so things like humanitarianism, race, religion, intellectual virtues, art, music, education. So those countries that presented the virtues proposed by Aristotle are more positively correlated with happiness. And when you factor in ethical behavior as kind of a result of those virtues, they made a very loose correlation between ethical behaviors and happiness using that data. They did say that cultural factors probably are going to influence that. And then one more article in Psychology Today explored the benefits of right action, which is a Buddhist practice. Does anybody out of curiosity familiar with the 8 paths of Buddha? A little bit. So specifically, the article highlighted 3 key points: that ethical and pro-social behavior are known to have psychological and physical benefits. The Eightfold Path, which is the formal path that Buddhists follow, offers suggestions for ethical behavior that reduce suffering, called the right action. And in addition to decreasing one's own suffering, living according to ethical principles helps create a more compassionate society. And we heard the compassion piece, excuse me, in the heroes piece as well, that we all have that capacity for compassion and empathy. When last week we had a conference, we called it Ethics Space, and we had the journalist, he was working for the Wall Street Journal, his name is John Carreyrou. He was the journalist, the investigative journalist who broke the Theranos blood testing scandal. So he wasn't truly a whistleblower because he didn't work for Theranos, but his book called Bad Blood broke it wide open. So he was our keynote speaker, and then afterwards we had a panel about media ethics and how have media ethics changed, and what is that doing to our sense of trust and our sense of compassion. And a couple of things really came out of there. We had folks from print media, radio media, television media, blogging, commentators, and then John, from the investigative. And there were a couple of themes that we were that really highlighted is journalism today is not the same as journalism 15, 20 years ago. How many of you would agree with that statement? Yeah. And so what do you think were some of the reasons that they said journalism today not the same as journalism, 15, 20 years ago? Why is it so different?
Probably the incentives have changed a lot.
Yeah, incentives have changed. Sure, talk about that a little bit.
I mean, now you could really hyper target People kind of are able to curate their own, information bubbles and, I think that all the, how great metrics are, like you don't have to like wait for like data to come back or speculate, like you could just get so granular right now and it's just instant. I feel like that all kind of combines to, and then I mean not only that, but you got like non-human actors that are playing a role now, bots upvoting things and it's just like it's not at all like the environment that I think we evolved to exist in or make good information choices in, or even discern between what's real and what's false. You don't have a basis for that anymore.
Other thoughts about
To go to your earlier exercise, I'm 70, so I have a different perspective.
That's fine.
I think the ethics of journalism has changed over the decades, and what it takes to, and even the ethics of strong statement, I'm going back to the generalization here. I think what I would call unethical behavior by politicians and public servants has changed. What you can do and still get elected is much different than was 40, 50 years ago.
Okay.
So I think journalism and covering all this, you have to change your how you process the information, what information you collect, and even how you report it so that people will read it. Be sensational.
When I say the word media, give me a synonym for media. Information, okay. Any comm majors in the room? Other than me?
Media is like the transportation of information.
Quite literally, a medium is a means of communicating a message. Period. Media is just plural. How many of you have either said or know someone who said, God, I hate the media right now? And 2 hands up. Yeah. My husband is infamous in our household for doing this. I can't stand the media. Like, stop getting mad at the television. Stop getting mad at the radio. Stop getting mad at the newspaper you read. Well, he doesn't read newspapers, but I said, a medium is just a means of transmitting a message. You're not actually mad at that physical object where the message is coming through. You're mad at those who are promoting it, the message itself. the message itself and the people who are sending the message, the media outlets, right? I said, there's a big difference. The rhetoric, and then I, just to irritate him further, I mean, I love him dearly, but every once in a while, I'm just like, I'm gonna poke this bear a little bit more. I said, now, why do you think they are transmitting a particular message? Usually it's one that he's all really upset about. So why are they transmitting that message? What are they trying to do? He's like, what?
They're trying to sell.
They're trying to sell. They're marketing. Now, it might be that they're what?
Influence.
They're trying to influence. They're evoking a strong emotional response to get you to buy in to the message that they're selling. And how are they going to do that? They're going to use sensational words. They're going to rely on ads and ad revenue. So you're going to have this kind of self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Which is what the one study found in some ways, that if you're ethical, you're going to feel happier. And if you're happier because you're doing ethical behavior, you're going to do more ethical behavior. Same thing on the negative side. And so our panel did believe very strongly that our journalism of today, our media of today, the ethics that were involved are much different than 20 years ago. Every single one of them mentioned going through a formal journalism program. And some of the older ones said an ethics course wasn't specific, but it was in everything you did. Some of the younger journalists said, we had an ethics course, and it was the hardest course because it made you think the most.
But every single one of them, said that when they did what they thought was the right thing, when they covered a story objectively, when they did it for the right reasons, and then presented it in as objective a manner as possible to do a service for the community. They said that's when they felt they were acting most ethically and they were happiest about the work that they were doing. There's a big difference too between senses of national media and local media. There's a lot more trust that local media would be more trustworthy, more ethical, because it's a direct impact on the community, versus the national media outlets, which they felt tend to be a little bit less impactful on the community, and so they didn't feel as connected, they didn't trust as much. And so all of these things, kind of go back to, well, why are we so unhappy when we watch the news, when we read a newspaper, when we see politics that are going on, when we hear about questionable ethics in leadership of any kind, whether it's government or business? It's because a lot of times how we're getting our information, it isn't trustworthy. We don't know what's fake news, right, to coin a phrase. We don't know what's authentic. We don't know what's real. It's hard to know when AI comes in, what images are real. And so we have this we're walking around with this sort of general sense of mistrust of anything we hear, unless it's a source we already believe is okay, which, again, it's just kind of perpetuating our own biases. And so lots of angst because of information or lack thereof. Sir.
On your question, if I may change it slightly, you said 15 to 20 years. For my own benefits, I want to do 35 or more.
Okay. Sure.
And with that, it changes the place where I was. But it changes that place to communist Romania, which means one source of information, government control. And also a response by the population based on something you added later, which is, and so my answer to that being your question is yes or no.
Yeah.
Because some of it is still, yes, journalism is trusted to the extent to which it is.
Okay.
And no, but it's a positive no. We are here now, our own journalists, if you want. So the distributed nature of new social media, we are responsible sometimes so much more than the professionals in making our own, your husband, I'm listening to you, I hear her. Saying, stop shouting at the TV. And so
you all heard me tonight. She is red as me right now.
This is about positivity and then being happy. Right? So you look at these people sell me negative crap. My reaction is one and one only. I will ignore them.
Okay.
And so back in the day, 35, 60, 40 years ago, the reaction the Romanian people as a whole had was, the Romanians were the happiest barrack in the communist regime.
Sure.
Meaning we had the largest number of jokes.
Okay.
But to tell one of those jokes, and that was based on trust alone, right? I could only tell it to family and friends who I trusted. They were not part of the Secret Service. They will not tell on me to the government, or else I'd be arrested the next day, right? But there was happiness in our dark response, in our dark lives, because we still don't know whether the jokes were planted by the Secret Service to see how far they go, and then catch it.
Sure.
But the trust is the fundamental element that you outlined. I think you end up with people trusting each other and testing that trust, including in terms of distributed media sources. So no matter what the Zuckerbergs and the others are doing and how they're playing us against ourselves, you end up saying, nah, I don't believe this, okay? They did this. oh, they did that? Oh, let me show you, and I'm gonna go visit the new national park and take everybody with me. It's gonna, because how else do you react? You must react to a lot of negativity with your own internal kind of strong positivity that carries, well, we have to survive this somehow, right? I mean, the fine lady who says, usually a lady, today it's not only a lady, put your own oxygen mask first.
Oh, the flight attendant.
Before you put the oxygen mask on your child. Oh yeah, of course, because dead people cannot help anyone else. I mean, and so I think I love your metaphor with stop being angry at a device. But it tells me that one word, and that is we've been, or I've been, or most of us probably can find internally that we've been immunized to this negativity. We've been through so much negativity now or some other time before because you've been immunized. You can come with your own internal media.
Several of my colleagues.
Be intentionally happy no matter what happens, and then the stuff will impact you less.
Several of my colleagues have said, you know what? I'm just not going on social media anymore. Even though there are truthful pieces, just overall, it makes me upset. I don't act the way I want to act. And so in order to be happy, to preserve some of that happiness, I'm eliminating certain things. I will get my news, I will get my information from other places that I trust. But this particular thing, no, not at all. I used to supervise it, and I want to be respectful of the folks coming in behind me. I used to supervise librarians at 2 different institutions, and they are the best folks for when you want to find information. Go to a librarian. They are paid to be objective. They are paid to find information that is valid and trustworthy. But when it comes to being ethical and being happy, I would say there's a correlation. We don't necessarily have causation though. So, more ethical, probably more happy. Okay. Thank you all very, very much. And business cards and things if you want them. I'll be around for a little bit more.
Okay, so I started Googling happiness, Omaha. I'm from Lincoln, and I've organized celebrations for the International Day of Happiness for a while there, and I thought maybe I can do more. So Mr. Sebastian Hunt was the first person that I saw had an explicit connection with happiness in Omaha, and then I started seeing a Strengths Finder with a professor from UNO, and this Dr. Lisa Scherer is going to share about what she's been doing with positive psychology in the community. Dr. Scherer, please come to the podium and let's applaud her on that.
Is there a clicker or just a mouse?
There it is. Okay. Yeah. Cool.
Okay, and just the mouse?
Oh, I was just using this.
Okay, let's get rid of that. Okay, right there. Hi, everyone. My name is Lisa Scherer. This is the end of my 37th year of teaching at UNO. I'm trained as an industrial organizational psychologist. I've worked in that grad program. In the last few years, when you're getting at the end of your career, you ask yourself, what can I do that I really want to do that's really meaningful? And so I pulled away from the IO psych and the grad students a little bit. And I went into the Masters of Creativity and Critical Thinking, where I teach a class on positive organizational scholarship and positive leadership. And I created a course in 2019 called Positive Psychology, Health and Wellbeing that I offer to pretty much anybody on campus, even though it's offered under psychology. And I created this course with the explicit goal of involving the students in more service and helping to increase their agency to act on the community and also to experience what I consider true happiness, eudaimonia, authentic happiness as a result. So I'm going to fly through this presentation. I just have overviewed the various service learning projects that our wonderful UNO students who don't get enough press for all they're doing. They're a well-kept secret. And I'm just talking about my service learning courses and our community projects. I'm not talking about all the other professors doing this here on campus. And I would, if I had a dream, it would be to get these stories out more frequently. Background is pretty much just talked about this. Just pedagogical approach. All the community service projects described here use a service learning approach in which it's not an outside the course volunteering. That's very different, although that's encouraged. But there's a link between the learning objectives of the course content and actually experiencing it behaviorally in the community. None of these projects would have been possible without the UNO Service Learning Community, which has their office right across the way. And we faculty benefit from one-on-one support and advice from the UNO Service Learning staff, as well as financial support for implementing these projects. I would put us as a national leader. I'm totally biased, but I think we're number one in the country for what we do here in Omaha. Primary learning objectives is to ensure an in-depth study and knowledge of the needs of the community partner and the people they serve. So that's part of what the students do. They're encouraged, and I help them to develop rapport with the partner. I try to help them understand the common humanity students share with those we serve and connect with them. And understand that flourishing, and that's the word we use flourishing. We avoid the word happiness because of all the different confusing definitions of it when people see the word. So we call this flourishing and well-being in life requires experiencing a meaningful life and an engaged life and not just a pleasant life. My students don't just take the traditional positive psychology content, which is great, but they also read the Stoics. They read the Greek philosophers. They read Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning and how he was able to survive the horrible concentration camp. And we talk about that more deeply. Some quotes showing the relationship between service to others and true happiness. Just as one of our speakers that just talked about MBAs, you sell them that this is going to make you happier. You know what? You have to do a little bit of that selling to everybody, regardless of whether they're an MBA or whatever major they are. You tell them, you serve and you're kind, you are ultimately going to be happier. And some of the students you don't need to convince. They come in that way. But some of the students you do. The happiest people in life are the givers, not the getters. What is the meaning of life? To serve others and to do good. Only a life lived for others is a life worthwhile. Happiness consists of giving and in serving others. So I'm just going to talk about the chronology from 2019. I'm going to go pretty fast. The community partner, the focus, the need, and the student project to give you an idea of all the talent and range these UNO students have if they're given the opportunity. 2019, we partnered with Together Inc., which is an organization to prevent and end hunger and homeless in the Omaha community. We wanted to honor the dignity of homeless persons by providing them with hygiene products, The students collected hygiene products at various places throughout UNO, in their place of employment, and in their community. They created hygiene bags targeted to 3 groups: men, women, and mostly women with children. Items collected are ranging in from nail polish to soap to first aid kits. And here is, I wanted to put a lot of pictures so you could see these students. They're enjoying this, they're counting it, they're sorting it, and we hand off the donations and have final reflections. Reflections and connecting it back to the course is very important. We then, in 2020, partnered with Carolyn Scott's Rainbow House. And their mission is to offer a warm and supportive environment for families who have traveled more than 90 miles to seek care for their children at Children's Nebraska. And the need was for the siblings tagging along. The parents were usually very distracted, upset, concerned. The siblings would be visiting in the hospital all day, and they would come back to Carolyn's Rainbow House, and sometimes the parents had nothing to give to them. So they really needed some people to come in, to entertain, to add some fun, to provide a sense of normalcy to the siblings. So the students created 3 fun stations that siblings would progress through: arts and crafts, a game station, and a book station. And they collected donations of books and games, as nothing ever was allowed to remain, to keep it sterile and germ-free. So we collected a lot of those things as well. But then we got hit with the COVID shutdown. This was the spring of 2020. And so I was so impressed with this group in particular, because I said, okay, guys, instead of me trying to figure this out, what can we do? What should we do? And they they generated these Plan Bs, okay? They wanted to continue to collect games and books for the Rainbow House with an off-site collection and delivery when it was safer. They wanted to collect donations for the Stevens Center, blankets, jackets. People were losing their livelihood. There was a need, they said. Collect donations for the Omaha Food Bank. People were running out of food and money. There was a need, they said. Collect donations for Teens of Tomorrow. It's almost prom season. There will be prom again, won't there? They asked. So the drop-off station ended up being at my house, which was no small feat because I live by Lake Zorinsky. And these students, many of whom live around here, they carpooled and they brought their donations every week for 6 weeks. I put it in a little bin. I sterilized the bin. It was out there on my porch, as you can see. And this is some goofy pictures of me with my granddaughter and my goofy husband, who's also a professor here, Dr. Mark Shear in history, as we were collecting food and various other things. They dropped off clothes for the Stevens Center. We counted, washed it, and folded it. So it had an additional benefit of setting an example in our family as well. And they dropped off prom dresses for Teens of Tomorrow. We admired the beautiful dresses and hope for a prom celebration next year. In the summer, when it was safe, we met at the parking lot of Anthony's Steakhouse, and I handed off all the beautiful dresses to the Gala Council Bluffs, a student in my class that was responsible for this and heading up that. And then later in June, 2 students from the spring positive psych class volunteered to meet me at UNL. Keep in mind, they've already had their grade. They have nothing concretely to do this, just they did it the nicest of their heart, and we weren't allowed to enter. This is a volunteer you see on the left, and here's many of the games and books we had collected, and we gave those to the Carolyn's Rainbow's House. Then we went into youth emergency service. This was when we were kind of coming on, but the Omicron version of the virus was still there. And the youth emergency services provide resources for youth experiencing homelessness and are on the brink of experiencing homelessness to become self-sufficient through several programs, including street outreach, emergency shelter, transitional living, and a maternity group home. They needed food, clothing, household goods, and personal items of comfort. We were not permitted contact yet then. Student projects, they decided to collect food and clothing for the street outreach.
household goods and food staples for transitional living, as well as the maternity home, and made several tie blankets for young people staying at the emergency shelter and the older young people living in the transitional housing. And I just have a few pictures of here where they're collecting donations. This shows you at every week there were a couple guys that had pickup trucks that would take it down to youth emergency services. Again, because we get financial support, we got all this flannel to make the tie blankets donated, and everybody participated, even the shy guys that thought, I don't do arts and crafts well, and they really did enjoy it. And here's a picture of the final celebration with the director of, yes, Kalisha Reed. Then, as of fall of 2022, and then again in fall of 2023, fall of 2022 was the first time we were able to do a project with direct service as opposed to indirect service. And the mission of the Omaha Middle School is an alternative high school within Omaha public school system for students in the 9th through 12th grade that was located on UNO's campus in Kaiser Hall and served gifted and talented students, as well as those whose scores and potential looked high, but they were not flourishing. And the need what they had was education on the importance of understanding and practicing holistic wellness to be happy and healthy. And one part of my positive psych health and well-being class is to bring in the 8 dimensions of wellness and the importance of self-care in order to have enough energy to give outwardly. And the student projects, they developed lesson plans and created hands-on demonstrations of each of the dimensions of wellness that they demonstrated each week to the Omaha Middle School students. And here are the 8 dimensions of wellness. On the front of our H&K building, we have the symbols of the 8 dimensions of wellness: emotional, financial, social, spiritual, occupational, physical, and intellectual. Then in 2023, we decided, and this was our single most ambitious project, and I wouldn't do it again unless I had a couple more classes helping me. Sometimes you get in over your head as a professor, well-meaning as it may be, but this was probably the one I'm the most proud of. Carol's House of Hope is nearby the Carolyn's Rainbow House. It's a transitional living program established in 2014 to begin to serve the needs of homeless women and children, particularly the unique needs of young women who found themselves homeless after emancipating from the foster care system. They had several needs: fun learning and diversion for the children of the moms in residence, while the moms were taking various on-site classes and trainings. Need 2 was the donation of food hygiene products for those in residence. Need 3 was and this was the really challenging one, was the enhancement of moms' self-confidence and agency to learn, grow, and achieve their goals. And student project 1, we assessed moms on something different from the Gallup Strengths Finder. This was mentioned earlier, and as you know, I'm an industrial organizational psychologist. But the problem with Gallup is they charge you every time. And what I discovered in my voyage to positive psychology, especially when I went to a conference for the International Positive Psychology Conference in Melbourne, or they call it Melbourne, Australia, I found out that there is a free strengths finder that has been validated in over 180 countries. It's called Virtues in Action, or VIA Strengths Finder. It goes back to the core 4 virtues from the Greeks, along with 2 others that were inherent in their writings. And within that typology of 6 virtues, they have various strengths. So these are not validated in a work situation like the Gallup one is. These are more generic, and some of them are similar, like the appreciation of beauty and excellence, curiosity, love of learning. There's some similarities, but there are some differences as well. And by the way, it's free and you can take it multiple times. And so what we did is we gave them this inventory. We brought our computers, all the women there, found out what their strengths were, and we focused on their top 5, or what we call their signature strengths.
And we paired them with the strength buddy. We taught them to utilize their strength on a week-to-week basis and to observe their own and their strengths buddy's strengths. Because the more you know your strengths and use your strengths in the various roles, the happier, meaning more flourishing, you are going to experience. Project 2, some students created fun learning and diversion for the children of the moms and residents while moms were taking these classes. Project 3, you have to be flexible as a professor because I'm asking this for outside of class hours. If people are working, I can't force them to do it. So I always have to come up with a backup. And students who couldn't visit Carol's House of Hope during the 6 to 8 p.m. hour collected food, hygiene projects, and supplies. And noteworthy, this took place over 7 weeks and culminated in a graduation ceremony with a resume-worthy certificate and celebration for having successfully completed a 6-week strengths training program. Their kids were present. It was a nice party. They had something to put on their resume. They had a certificate, et cetera, et cetera. And so here, we can't show a picture of the moms, but here's a picture of some of the subset of students that worked very hard to create all of these training sessions in a very short period of time. Finally, the projects I kind of shifted, probably because I kept reading as a psychologist that the adolescent and young adult population level of anxiety, depression, and suicidal ideation was increasing. And I was really wanting to get to I believed in these strengths, but I wanted to get to kids earlier. And this is really new, and I'm really kind of out there on this. As far as I know, I'm the only one working on this. And what we're trying to do is to teach the VIA strengths, all 24 strengths, a little at a time, to third graders, and to assess empirically, is it working? Do they understand what these strengths are? So when they find out their strengths, they know how to utilize it. If they know how to utilize it, when the slings and arrows of adverse events of life, especially your teenage years and early adolescence and young adulthood hit, they have that resilience to deal with it. So this is also unique because I had a research group of 9 people and I had a class of 25 students in my positive psych class, and we collaborated and we had researchers work ahead of the class, and they identified a master list of children's books, like 30 for each of the 24 strengths. And then we would give those books to the teacher, and the teacher said, we can only work on 3 strengths last spring. We're going to work on perseverance, persistence, and leadership. And we're going to do 4 books for each of those. And finally, this last fall, they chose fairness, teamwork, and social intelligence. And so we are in the middle of presenting, of analyzing the data to see if the class that didn't have this intervention, that just learned didactically, like just this is what this is, if they, versus the one was enriched group. And by the way, they didn't just come over and read the books. They developed prompts. They had pictures. They reiterated. They had questions to get the students, and then the teacher reinforced it after we were gone. So, and a lot of people say, "Why are you doing Brownell Talbot?" It's frankly because they were here and they agreed to partner with me. They're 2 blocks away. And I thought this would be a good place because they're allowing me to use them as a pilot test. But my ultimate goal is to get this program spread throughout socially disadvantaged areas of the city. And we did that a little bit. We partnered with Boys Town, and they have a Facebook account, and we came up with Strengths Saturdays. And so it was on their Facebook account, and it told about the book that we were reading and what the strength meant. And Boys Town folks were encouraging their parents to read the book. And it's posted on their website. For example, this is what they might read one Saturday. This week's character strength is self-regulation. Book, I can handle special occasions, what the plot was, what the characteristics of self-regulation was, and what the ages were for these kinds of things. And so in this book, I can handle, the book is filled with ideas to help young children realize they can handle the tricky emotions special days can cause. Birthday presents that aren't for them, they can handle it. Weird food they have to eat at somebody else's house, they can handle it. Celebrating a special holiday for their first time without a loved one, they can handle it, and so on. And then what we're doing this semester right now is the UNO food pantry, which is right downstairs. And when you walked in, you saw a chalkboard that says food pantry this way. And one of the students told me, says, it's great we're helping the community, but we have people in need right here. We have students that are suffering food scarcity and other issues. And the food pantry tries to help with that. So instead of just donating food and everything to them, which we still did, we decided that we wanted to utilize a happiness custom from Denmark called hygge. And hygge means warm, conviviality, and that kind of thing. And so what we did is the students, actually right before break, they came up with they did a mason jar, and each of the mason jar levels was ingredients to make a cookie. So all they have to add to it is vegetable oil and eggs when they get done. They got the recipe for making the cookies. They got a warm beverage. Sweets and a warm beverage and being around other people is very hygge. And so I was integrating the concepts of cross-cultural happiness along with helping and being kind to some of the people that are needing the services of the UNO pantry. And obviously they can pick up flour and sugar and that kind of thing. We wanted something to be special and warm from the students. So we gave them mini tea bags. We gave them some chocolate. Chocolate's always huge in Denmark. We gave them 3 candles. We also had the students each write an individual note to the person and signed, and this is what I borrowed from Dr. Pearson, the notion of random acts of kindness and secret agents of kindness. So they all had their anonymous name. And so what we also did is they are going to put a little picture of their agent's name. And so I took some pictures here. So this is Agent Kmart, this is Agent Finn, and various others. So whenever they do an individual act of kindness or engage in this, they will sign their agent name and put their little agent picture. And this is an example of a couple of the groups and their hygge bags with everything I talked about before in there. And I will note, since it's NCAA tournament and UNO made it for the first time, and we're playing tonight, that the gentleman in the back that's relatively taller, he was trying to be more disguised, but he's 6'8" and he plays on the basketball team. So anyway, I just
Oh, he is.
yeah. Just to conclude, I'm very grateful for Nick for reaching out to me, who organized this event, and all the different people who collaborated to make this happy. And you have other things to do on a random Thursday afternoon, so thank you for coming here so we can learn and foster true happiness and flourishing for all the people in the community. Thanks so much.
All right, Dr. Scherer, if you would join us here.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll switch to kind of conversation mode. We've got more kindness. Dr. Ferial Pearson, and also Big Brothers Big Sisters has a representative with us today. So come right over here. Dr. Pearson, would you be willing to share about secret kindness agents?
I'll do whatever you say.
Then Big Brothers Big Sisters.
Don't do that.
Well, hi, everybody. How are we feeling in our bodies? Are we needing to stretch? We're good? Okay, just shake it out a little bit. I'm seeing a lot of people sitting in the same position they were in before, and that's got to get out of our heads. So, yeah, I'm Fariel Pearson or Fariel Pearson, depending on how your mouth works. And I teach here at UNO in the Teacher Education Department. I'm an associate professor. But before I was here, I've been this is the 13th or 14th year, I think. I was a high school teacher at Omaha South High School for 10 years, and then at Ralston for a couple of years as an English teacher before I was recruited here to UNO to do stuff. And because I got to be here, I got to get my doctorate for free, or I never would have gotten that. I didn't even know what a doctorate was, but it happened. But so the Secret Kindness Agents Project happened while I was at Ralston High School. I'll just give you the brief origin story and then sort of what I've learned about that since then. So during my last year at Ralston, the Sandy Hook shooting occurred in Newton, Connecticut. And it was the first time in our country's history that we had seen, fortunately it's not the last time, but the first time we had seen a mass shooting happen at an elementary school. My children were the ages of the children who were killed in Sandy Hook. And my friend Jennifer lost her daughter Avi in that shooting. And I was teaching high school. And so while I'm not a stranger to gun violence, unfortunately, I had been afraid for myself, for my students, for my grandfather who was shot when I was 14. I had never been afraid for my own children or for small children. And so I kind of lost it. It was not okay. Came home that day, and I'm usually a very optimistic, bubbly kind of person, but I couldn't stop crying. I was in my nest in my home, and I was under a blanket, and I was clutching my children, and I was like, we never have Amazon delivers everything. People bring us food. Like, who needs to go to work, right? So, of course, the kids were asking what was wrong, and I had to tell them. And Lisa knows my oldest. She went to Italy with him in a positive psych course. So he loves her. But at the time, he was 9, and my youngest was 6. And I had to tell my children what had happened to Avi and her friends and their teachers. And it was really difficult, of course. And if any of you know children, and you've all been children at some point, they want to know why. And so my kids asked me, why would somebody do that? And I said, I don't know. And usually when my students ask me a question I don't know the answer to, I always throw it back to them. Well, why do you think? So I did that with my kids. I said, I don't know. And to this day, I don't know. But I said, why do you think somebody would do this? And my oldest, who Lisa knows, he said, Mom, you know, people pick on me at school all the time because I have asthma, because of my glasses, because my name is different, because my mom is different from all the other moms, went to a very white school at the time. And he has given me permission to tell you he's a nerd, right? Glasses, inhaler, science, the whole situation, okay? So he said, people pick on me all the time, and when they pick on me, I get this icky feeling inside, and I want to be mean back to those people. And so maybe people had been mean to the shooter, and he wanted to be mean back. Maybe the icky feeling got so big that he needed to do that. And I said, well, that makes sense, but you're in 3rd grade, you've never been mean back to anybody. And I've seen people be mean to you, and you're not mean back. And he said, because at the last minute, someone's kind to me, or someone's nice to me, or says, are you okay? And that icky feeling goes away a little bit. He didn't say it goes away completely, but it goes away enough that I don't feel like being mean back. And I said, that's really interesting. And then his little sibling was like, what if people had been kind to the shooter every day from the moment he was born, every day after that? Maybe he wouldn't have done what he did. So disclaimer, I'm obsessed with serial killers. Like, I will watch every documentary, I've read every book, I know the signs, I've listened to the podcast, I'll ask people, like, what's your relationship with fire and small animals? Like, I know what to, right? So I know that, like, smiling at Ted Bundy is not gonna make him stop killing serially. Like, I know that that's not a thing. However, I was feeling so helpless and powerless at that moment that I didn't think I could bring myself to go back to work in January. This was winter break now. I didn't think I could bring myself to take my kids back to school, and I needed some kind of power. And I know that in powerlessness, there's a lot of trauma. And so I thought, I can't change what happened at Sandy Hook. I can't help my family in Kenya. I cannot change even necessarily what's happening next door, but I can think about where my sphere of influence is, and maybe that's what I have control over. And I had worked with my students a lot around anti-bullying for many years. And my students and I had done some work with Theater of the Oppressed around school violence, things like that. So we'd had conversations. And so I was on Pinterest, which at the time is where I went when I have feelings, but now I go to like Instagram and TikTok and all those things. Still Pinterest though. And there was a photo of an envelope and it said top secret on it. It was talking about random acts of kindness. And I thought, okay, what if my students and I do this? Maybe we can at least change the culture of our classroom, if not our school, okay? So I did some research. I talked to my friends on Facebook. I was like, here's my idea. I'll have an envelope. If they want to, they can do something. My friends were like, yeah, that's awesome. Because you got to come correct if you're teaching in high schoolers. You can't mess around and do something you can't. And so my friends were like, yeah, we'll provide prizes. It's going to be great. So I went to my students. They were juniors in high school. Junior was the scariest age. And I said, here's my idea. If you want to, you can take an assignment from the envelope. You can go do it. I'll give you a reward. And they were like, well, we need to confer, because I had taught them to question authority. And so I was like, okay, go confer. And they came back and they said, well, your idea has potential, but it needs some improvement. I said, well, give it to me straight, because otherwise Amazon delivers everything. I'm not coming back. And they said, well, first of all, and this blew my mind. They said, it's not really kindness if you expect a reward. So we don't want any rewards. And these were students who were in the Avenue Scholars Program. That's what I was teaching for. To qualify for that program, your family needs to be in dire need financially, right? Some of these kids were going home to empty cupboards. They had no hygiene products. They had like very little control over anything in their lives. They were bullied relentlessly because they smelled bad, sometimes because they couldn't wash their clothes. And they were saying, we don't want anything. That's not really kindness. You do it for the right reason. I was very humbled, tried not to cry, the whole situation. I said, okay, what's the second thing? And they said, well, it has to be all of us or none of us, because that's our class motto. So again, they're paying attention to what I'm teaching them. And so that whole situation came from when I was in college to be a teacher about 30 years ago. Arun Gandhi, who's Gandhi's grandson, was a guest speaker. Imagine. And he told a story that completely changed the way I looked at teaching, leadership, parenting. And he said there was a family who had a little boy who was diabetic, and sugar's the enemy, right? And so they brought this boy to Gandhi and they said he won't stop hoarding all the candy. Like, he's eating all the sugar. We don't know what to do. This is very dangerous. Gandhi spoke to the boy for maybe 5 or 10 minutes. Boy came out. That's it. No more sugar for me. And the family said, what'd you tell him? And Gandhi said, I told him this was so important that all of you and even me, we're all going to stop eating sugar too. And so that taught me that when we're leading, when we are teaching, when we're parenting, we have to show through our actions the importance of things. Because you can say anything you want, but if you're not walking the walk, they're not going to believe you, and they're certainly not going to join in, right? And so that's always been my motto for teaching and parenting is all of us or none of us. If I ask my kiddos to wash dishes, I'm also washing dishes. If I ask my students to write a poem, I will write a poem. If I ask them to clean the classroom, I'm cleaning the classroom, right? If we go out for a service opportunity, I'm right there with a sledgehammer. So they reminded me of this. They said, it can't be an if you want to. They did the whole thing. If you want to, it has to be all of us or none of us. And I was like, cuckoo, let's do it. And so because it's all of us or none of us, and because I'm a democratic teacher, I couldn't decide for them what our acts of kindness were going to be or how we were going to do this. We had to all decide together. And so they said, well, if we don't want to be thanked and we don't want any rewards, then we have to be anonymous. And that's where the agent name came in, right? So they said we have to have secret agent names. And so we had a naming day. Everybody got an agent name. I'm Agent Mama Beast. They named me, long story. They all got an agent name. And then to figure out what our acts of kindness were going to be, we had to narrow things down. So we brainstormed as many things as we could. That the first rule we had was they couldn't cost any money because none of us had any. And the second rule was we were feeling very overwhelmed by the world. So we decided to limit our acts of kindness to just the school grounds. So within the school building or just outside the school building. We came up with a bunch of things. And then we narrowed the list to about 21 things because there were 21 of us. Each thing got an envelope. And then because I'm a dramatic person, we had to have a ceremony. And they were very much into this. So I would play some song about social justice or kindness. And we would all very solemnly walk down the middle of the classroom, pick one of the envelopes at random, write down our mission. And then I had 2 boys who were very obsessed with the Green Lantern comics. So we had to write a set of risks and an oath based on the rhyme scheme of the Green Lantern. I take it you know the Green Lantern? Yeah. So we all recited the oath, and everybody had their own different thing that they would do while we recited the oath, including me. Went and did our act of kindness, and then I just incorporated a little journal because English teacher. And so the journal was describe what happened, how did it make you feel before it happened, how did it make you feel after it happened. And I did the journal too, and after a few weeks we went through and we looked at the journals. I didn't know I was doing research back then. We looked at the journals to see if we could find patterns that were coming up, and we noticed a big one, which was we always felt better after we did our act of kindness. Even if we were already having a spectacular day, we still felt even better. And if we were having a terrible, no good, very bad day, we felt better. And so my students and I realized that even when we were feeling our lowest, there was a choice, that there was still power and control in something. Maybe I don't know where my next meal is coming from, but I do know how I'm going to treat somebody. I do know how I'm going to affect my own mood in this situation, right? So they became addicted to it, sometimes in very obsessive ways that we had to curb. But they started doing extra acts of kindness out in the community, at home, for their neighbors. They developed what I'm now calling their signature moves. So your signature move is the act of kindness that you love doing the most. And it fits with your personality, your strengths, your talents, what you believe in life. And so everybody had a signature move. So Ayeli, she's a refugee from Togo, painfully shy when she was in my class. Like her worst nightmare was you would look at her. Like she can, whoa, no, we don't let, She would put her head down and just like, if I'm quiet, don't make trouble, I'll be fine. She was very embarrassed about her accent because English was her fourth language. And I was like, girl, this makes you a genius. Like you should be proud of having of having an accent. This is something that's amazing. And so her first assignment was picking up trash in the parking lot of the high school. Guess who's being looked at? And so she went out there and the secretary came up and said, you need to come downstairs. Something's wrong with one of your children. So I went down there and she's crying, like, Wah! She's crying really loudly, but she's picking up the trash. I was like, Ayeli, did someone die? Like, what's going on? She's like, they're looking at me. See, they look. I was like, as you're screaming, so maybe let's cry quietly. I understand you're scared. Death grip on my arm. She's like, you're doing this with me. Let's go. So I was with her. We completed the whole thing. She wasn't crying at the end. Second day, she came up to my classroom. Let's go. Death grip on my arm. Day 3, I was told my services were no longer needed because she had 2 volunteers. By day 4 and 5, she had like 5 people following her around, and then her mission was over, right, for the week. She kept doing it week after week after week. She cares about she went into environmental science here at UNO. She's 30 years old now. So it was things like that happened. Ernie decided he was going to give people hugs who were sad, but we had to talk about consent. Because he was getting slapped a lot and I didn't know what was happening. So he was coming to me, he's like, Miss, people keep slapping me. I said, friends don't slap friends. Ernie, he's like, well, they're not friends, they're strangers. I said, why are we having strict? He said, because they look sad. And I said, some people have resting sad face, they're not really sad. He's like, well, they're just sitting there and I'm just launching myself at them. I said, that's the problem. Let's ask, are you sad? If they say yes, would you like a hug? If they say no, how about a fist bump? So we practiced. He came back a week later. He's like, this consent thing is genius, miss. I haven't been punched in a week. I said, yeah, tell all your friends about consent, Ernie, all of them. So it was things like that and they were doing amazing things. Agent Smalls, there was an Agent Biggie and an Agent Smalls, just so you know. Agent Smalls, tiny little blonde thing, was working 90 hours a week in addition to going to school. And she wanted to give people money. And I was like, no, we agreed that this is not a thing. She's like, you can't stop me. She stood on a chair and put her arms like this. And she's like, you can't stop me. It has to be my money. I don't care. But she inspired, I think, 20 other people to do the same thing from the staff at our school, because she wanted me to find out from staff who they would nominate to get this gift that she would give them anonymously. And she wanted them to be C-grade students, like students who work so hard, but they never get recognition. And she was describing herself, really. She didn't know it. And so other teachers were like, well, I want to give $25. I want to give $25. And so she got to sit in the office because she had the whole thing planned out. She worked with the school secretary. She worked with the security guards. In Ralston, when you're in trouble, you get a yellow slip. The security guard comes up and gives you a yellow slip, and then you do the walk of shame with the security guard down to the office where you get in trouble, right? So here are all these kids who've literally never been in trouble getting a yellow slip, being marched down to the office, and she's sitting there watching. They don't know why she's there. And she sees them open the envelope with the note that she wrote for them and the money. And I mean, kids were crying. There was one kid who was in special ed who was like, look what I got. He showed it to everybody. He showed the bus driver, the principal, the cafeteria workers. Look what I got. It's from me, you know? So it was, she said, I got my happiness, is what she said. I said, why do you need to be there to see it? Because that's how I'm gonna get my happiness. Cassie's just amazing. She's a dentist now. So there's all kinds of stuff that we did. When I left, we had written a book. I didn't want to write a book. My friend Cindy, because I was bragging about the students on Facebook, and she's like, you better write a book so other people can do the project. I was like, no, thank you, Cindy. That's a lot of work. She said, all of us, none of us. Shouldn't you ask your students? I said, I hate you, Cindy. So I asked the students, and they're like, if you do most of the work, yeah, we'd like to write a book. So we did. And they wanted to donate the proceeds to the JDRF. And so, because one of our agents, Stephen Trish dog, had just been diagnosed. So we've donated a few $1,000s now to the JDRF after paying for publication costs. And they never said, how are we gonna split the money? They never said that. They said, who are we gonna give the money to if people buy our book? And I don't think people buy our book, but they did. So that's what happened. And then a friend of mine dared me to do a TED Talk, to apply to do a TED Talk. And I was like, that's an easy dare. I could apply. They'll never pick me. They picked me. But I haven't seen my TED Talk, so I can't recommend it. And then when I was,
it's great.
oh, thanks. It was like 12, 11 years ago. I watched 30 seconds of it and almost passed out. I was like, can't do it. Then as I was leaving the school to come to UNO, they said, but miss, how are we gonna continue? Like, we can't just give up on the secret conversation. You need to make a Facebook page. Notice how I'm doing all the work. I was also delivering all their notes, all the stuff. So I made a Facebook page, did the TED Talk, we wrote the book, and then Shia Ayeli told the news about us. And so they did a news story. They took photos of the backs of the heads of my agents. So there were news stories, there were the Facebook page, the book, the TED Talk, all of that started building through word of mouth, more agencies or more agents into our agency. And so as far as I know, there are over 600 or 700 schools in 12 different countries doing the project now, from preschool all the way through to senior care facilities, rural, urban, suburban, private schools, homeschools, the Boston Children's Museum, all kinds of people are doing it. I don't charge them anything for it. And it's really easy for them to tweak it to their needs, like Lisa did, right? So the 4 non-negotiables, and I studied it for my dissertation. If you want to know the nerdy stuff, let me know, I'll send you the results. And there's a second book that came out in 2020 just for educators. So I have the research in the first half, and then the last half is 23 different people from around the world who did it at different age levels and how they tweaked it. But if you want to be a rogue agent, that means you're by yourself. Okay, I have a rogue agent in La Jolla, Agent Gemini, who found my TED Talk and then messaged me on the Facebook page. Agent Gemini, reporting for duty. Today I recruited my mom, Agent Aquarius. Agent Gemini out. I'm like, you don't have to tell me. Okay. So if you want to be an agent or you want to do this, be a double agent with your bestie. I don't know, have matching names, Agent Peanut Butter, Agent Jelly, whatever you decide to do. There are 4 non-negotiables that have to happen to be a true secret kindness agent. The first one is you have to have an agent name, right? Because we don't want to be rewarded. We're not doing it for a thank you note. We're not doing it for recognition or our photo in the paper. You have to have an agent name. Your agent name can change if you need to as you learn and grow. You can give yourself your agent name, or somebody who knows you really well can give you your agent name, depending on how brave you are. The second non-negotiable is it has to become a lifetime commitment and practice. I think it was Malcolm Gladwell who said 10,000 hours of practice makes it a habit. So with my family, we still do it. My kids have agent names. My husband has an agent name. They have their signature moves. We do one every day that we can. With my students, we took a different one every week, but they ended up doing other ones as well. So it has to be a consistent routine in order to gain the health benefits, the emotional and physical benefits that come with doing acts of kindness. So agent name, consistency throughout your life, right? You're in it to win it now, okay? We've put a ring on it, you're engaged to us, it's over, right? Number 3, if you do this with other people, all of us or none of us, you can't decide for other people what it's going to be. It's a democratic decision. If you're doing this with children, what I've learned through my research is they have more buy-in if it was their idea. And also, children are far more creative than adults are. They will come up with way better ideas than we could ever think of, right? Things that we would never know. Agent Lyons Main in Wildwood Elementary here, first grade teacher, there was a new student coming to her class and she asked the kiddos, what should we do? And they said, you know, it's really lonely at research when you're at recess, when you're the new kid. So how about each of us signs up for a different day to play with the new boy when he comes? She was like, I never would have thought of that. The kids knew, right? Okay, so all of us or none of us, you all decide together what you're going to do. And then the fourth part, which is part of the positive psychology piece, is you have to reflect on what happened. So you have to think about, how did I feel before and after? What did this do for me? Did it make me anxious? Did it make me scared? Was it worth the fear? All of those kinds of things, in order to truly internalize the benefits and get those benefits of the acts of kindness. With my class, we did the little journals. Some teachers who work with the littles, they'll have a little conversation about it. Some kids do TikTok videos, or they'll create art collages. They just use their multiple talents of communicating in whatever way they communicate to do that. So those are the four things. Other than that, you can do it however you want. With the littles, they usually do like a group project. So instead of everybody getting their own assignment, they do something as a group. Some people will do a group thing and individual things. Some people will match like one group with another group, and they do acts of kindness for each other, but you never know who it is. So yeah, that's the secret kindness agents. Oh, I should say it was just a play at the Rose.
Yeah, it was that,
January.
darn.
It was so good, so fun.
I can't follow that. I got nothing.
You've got a lot.
Pardon me?
I was just gonna say you do important work.
Yeah.
My students
Yeah.
at South really benefited from it.
That's wonderful to hear. So, my name is Olga Navedo. I am originally from Panama, the country, not the city in Florida. My parents were Puerto Rican and Panamanian, so hence my license plate that do not say Panarcan.
Oh.
They say Pana-Rican, even though you people can't figure that out. That's all right, though. I don't mind, because I know what it means. I work for Big Brothers Big Sisters of the Midlands. I'm the Latino Mentoring Program Coordinator, and I've been doing this for 13 years. I never knew what going to work could really be like until I started doing this work. I had worked in a business situation, and I thought that that's what was important, because I needed to make money, because I needed to save, and then God did what he always does with me, is you're going the wrong way, and sets things in motion for me to go to see the right path. He doesn't make me, but to understand what the right path is. And I was looking for a job. I couldn't find anything that I wanted to do that made the kind of money that I was making before. And I was already a big sister in the program. One of my friends who's now on the board of Big Brothers Big Sisters said, why don't you apply for this job? And I said, oh my gosh, I make half the money that I made before. I can't live on that. And he goes, just try it for a year. Just do it for a year, look and see if you can find something else during that time, and then, go on your way. And I said, okay. So I did, I applied, I got the job. Funny though, the chief operating officer at the time, she interviewed me, we did a phone interview, and towards the end she goes, are you a big sister? And I said, yes. And she said, which I found really strange, that they didn't know that I was applying and that I was a big. But anyway, I didn't know how to do this job. I like to talk, but mostly in front of people that I know, because I know it's hard to believe sitting here, but I am shy, usually around people that I don't know. I think that I say things off the top of my head and it's all the wrong things. But what I found with this job was that if you like what you're doing, and when you start learning what you're doing, then it's easy to talk about what you're doing. It's easy to tell people why this is a good program for your kids, for your friend's kids, for your next door neighbor, for whoever. It doesn't matter who you are, what stage of life you're in. Mentoring, and we've had results that I could give you, but I didn't bring anything, I didn't know. That tell you that they've done specific, the University of Boston, and I can't remember the researcher's name. She's been doing research on Big Brothers Big Sisters for 20 years. So she has all these wonderful details that she can give you about why it's so important for kids to have a mentor growing up, even if it's only for a year. And that's the requirement that we ask, is that you work with a child for two meetings, a minimum of 2 outings a month, for a minimum of 4 months, and commit to doing it for a year. Because that's what the research has shown, that you get the most productivity from. Even if you stop at 6 months, the detriment that you're gonna cause that child if you start and then stop it at 6 months before you get to at least a 9-month period is not good. I mean, that tends to hinder the child instead of doing any help. So that's why we ask for the year commitment. Some, as a big sister, so with everything in life, I'm just behind for whatever reason with everything, learning everything. And I came into this job, I have a degree in psychology that I got 100 years ago. And I've never worked a day in my life in anything remotely close to my degree. And so when I got this job, I thought, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know how this works. So I had to learn a lot, but it was also things that I had already been doing because I was a big sister. And I had only been a big sister for 2 years. And then, sometimes things happen in life to people and you can't make any heads or tails about it. And especially with kids, when they've gone through a lot of trauma, when they felt some of the worst pain in the world, not just physically, but emotionally, and the physical pain has stopped, but the emotional pain, and there's nothing that you can do about it. It's really hard to understand that you just, no matter all your good intentions, sometimes that's just not, that you have to let them take a different path. So we decided that we would not continue with the mentoring because she just wasn't in a good place. That was not what she needed at the time. I was not what she needed at the time. So a year later, I was matched again with a girl who I thought, inside my head, I knew why they were matching me with this girl, but in my heart, I thought, she hates sports. I love sports. I love, Creighton won today, in case you were wondering. And UNO plays tonight. She doesn't like sports. She didn't like a lot of things that I liked, and I thought, I don't know why I'm getting matched with them with her, because that's not how we do things. We usually match by preferences and interests of the big, the little, and the child. And so I said, I don't understand. I told Abby, who was the match support specialist, I said that had her case before and would have ours going forward. I said, Abby, I don't think this is a good idea. She goes, oh God, trust me, this is a great idea. I said, I know that you know more than me, but I just don't see how this is gonna work. She goes, it's gonna work. And plus she needs a big sister that can speak Spanish because she's with her grandma a lot, and that's who you're gonna be picking up and bringing her home, and may have to make plans for her. So, because mom works a lot, and she needs somebody that can speak Spanish to grandma. I said, okay, fine, we'll do it. So, I met Jenny, and in the spring, actually, it was March 13th, I think it was, at her home with her mom and Abby. And she was really quiet. And I just thought, oh my God, this is not going well already. But no, we went to the meeting, and then we went and got an ice cream, and just her and I, and then I brought her back, and we made plans for when our first real outing was gonna be. And I thought to myself, I don't know how this is gonna work. She doesn't talk. So every week I would go pick her up to go do something, and I'd say, how's school? Fine. What did you learn this week? Nothing. I mean, this is the way these conversations, she was 12, getting ready to turn, no, she was 11, getting ready to turn 12. And I'm just thinking, oh my gosh, I don't know what's gonna happen here. And we went that way, and every month, that's one of the things that our program also does, is you're assigned a match support specialist, and so they call and talk to you about how things were this month. And they ask you questions for safety purposes, how's school going? What are they into? Are they having a good time? Are they enjoying it? What are you guys planning on doing later? How do you think things are going with mom? Have you noticed any, we're really making sure that everybody is safe, especially the child. And my match support specialist, Abby, would ask me these questions, and I'd say, good, fine, nothing. I said, that's exactly what she talks to me about. And I said, I know that this is the way it is with kids, especially at this age, but I don't have any kids. I've never had kids. I've just had my sister's kids, which is enough work. And so I didn't know, what could I do? What was going on? Was this gonna change? I mean, a year of this? This was in March. In October, we went to a class. It was an arts and crafts class. And she started doing stuff and showing me how to do things, because I am no crafts person. And she showed me how to do something, and actually spoke words out loud where I could hear them. And I realized that I just had to make sure and have a little bit of patience and a little bit of grace. And it was very happy. We were very, very happy. And then by the time her birthday came around, we went to dinner for her birthday. Her mom, her aunt, her uncle, their son, and her grandma and grandpa, and the only other person that was invited was me, which I thought, wow, that's really nice that she did that. So we were sitting at a table at Cheddar's, and she was sitting at the end of the table, and I was sitting right next to her, and her mom was sitting across the way, everybody else is around the table, and we're all having side conversations, and her and I were talking about something on the menu. I don't remember what it was that we were talking about, and she asked me a question, and I answered her question about what it was on this menu, and her mom was listening to what we were saying. So she turned to Jenny and said, see, Jenny, Olga taught you something. And she just lifted her head and she went like this, and she goes, Mom, Olga always teaches me something. And I went, oh my God, she's listening to me. No more cursing. Then I realized that, and I tell this story all the time to all of the, when I do an enrollment class or I do an information session, because you never know what people are listening to or hearing or getting from what you're doing or saying. And maybe you didn't intend for that person to be happy, but something you said or did made them happy or made them smile or made them not think about something that day. Jenny and I talk a lot about that. about that day, especially now that she's a junior here at UNO. Thank you, Jesus, very much for helping me there. She, you know, we were matched for 9 years. The match ends when you either, after a year, you can close the match if you've made your commitment. Everybody decides that, you know, you either want to do something else or you want to keep going with the match. So we'll support the match until the child is a senior in high school, until they graduate, or they turn 21. It's totally up to the big and the little. And so we stayed matched until she was 21, which was a year ago. And then we closed the match from the school, but we talk to each other every month, at least once, or we'll text in the interim to see how we're doing, check in, and, you know, I'm happy to say that she graduated from high school. She got the Buffett Scholarship, and she's here at UNO, and she's having a few struggles, but you know, I know my Jenny. She's, you know, gonna persevere over this, and she'll figure out her way, and whatever help I can give her, I'm gonna be there, because that's what I'm there for, and we'll always be there. We're like sisters. I mean, we really are like sisters. And
What's she studying?
she doesn't know. Well, she didn't know until this coming spring. She told me she wants to be. No, that's another girl. See, I get my people confused. But Jenny wants to be a dental hygienist. And I said, okay, she's always talked about nursing of some sort, some kind of health, but she never, you know, these kids, I feel sometimes really bad because parents don't realize the kind of pressure that they put on their children, instead of trying to help them get through their. And I don't think they need to, it's just situations, what happens, life. And you know, it's always looking behind your shoulder to see, am I doing the right thing? Can I actually do that? Will I earn enough money to help my parents? All of these things that come into their heads that really, they should be free to be able to just be, and that doesn't always happen that way, but she's a good kid. She's gonna figure this out.
Thank you.
That's all and also we have 89 children on the wait list. So if any of you would like to volunteer, let me know. We need Spanish speakers, if anybody speaks Spanish, because.
How old do you have to be a big?
You have to be at least 19, you have to have a valid driver's license, and you have to have current insurance.
I'll spread the word to the students.
Okay, well, International Day of Happiness Omaha. This was kindness. One of the things that I found to be interesting about kindness and pro-social behavior, I kind of see like the individual acts of kindness as like the start, and then kind of comes committed volunteerism, and then kind of comes the community building, kind of like once you start, like be careful, like it kind of expands. Kindness can be a generative thing. Who knows where it'll go. I love the idea of neighborhoods as like the container for the expression of kindness. And with that in mind, there's like a neighborhood that I heard a lot about in Omaha, the Gifford Park neighborhood. And yeah, so there's kind of a lot of awesomeness that has bubbled up there. So let's have the Gifford Park crew kind of replace here, and we'll learn about Gifford Park. I think the slides will play kind of in the background.
in Gifford Park, but I have to run.
Thank you, Christine.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Please proceed. And then Sebastian has a presentation too, so as soon as your slides are over, we'll load his and.
Want us to go first then? Or?
Yeah, you guys.
Richard is.
Oh, yeah, Richard. Do you want the podium or do you want to kind of?
I'll take the podium.
Okay. Let's do that. Do you have slides or a website you want to pull up?
So I was asked to talk about friendship, and so that's what I will do. I teach friendship. Okay. I have a couple of classes that I teach at Creighton. One of them is an ethics class, and friendship is something that we will talk about, the ethics of personal relationships. And then also I have a class on the philosophy of love. And so friendship, obviously, is one of the important forms of love. And so I was thinking about what to say about friendship, and I think what I've noticed is that the Greeks and the Romans, they really valued friendship in a way that we don't as much, I think. So I could say a few things about Aristotle, and we already heard something about the idea of flourishing. And this is really important for the Greek philosophers, especially Aristotle. You know, what does it mean to flourish as a human being? I mean, you look at a tree and you know, oh, that tree is flourishing, that tree is thriving. But what could you say about a flourishing human being? So anyway, Aristotle wrote a book on ethics that is basically about flourishing. And there are 10 chapters in the book, and a lot of it is about virtue and how to be a good person and so on. But I find it so significant that 2 of the chapters, so that's 2 out of 10 chapters, are on friendship. So, you know, clearly for Aristotle, and I think other, you know, like the Stoics in ancient Rome and other philosophers too, they emphasize the absolute importance of friendship for living a good life. So I'll just mention some of the things that Aristotle says about friendship. Well, one thing is a claim he makes several times. He says, the friend is a second self. And this is something that he insists on. So it's like, well, who am I? What kind of a person am I? And I think for Aristotle, the answer to that question will be, well, who are your friends? Who do you hang out with? Because basically, you know, you are like your friends. The friend is a second self. And so through friendship, we achieve self-knowledge. We come to an understanding of who we are through our relationship with our friends. So that's important, the idea that the friend really mirrors who we are. So if you're interested in self-knowledge, and though the Greek philosophers were, to a great extent, friendship is very important. But also, Aristotle emphasizes that friendship is really an ethical relationship. And I think this is something that we have lost. That when we think about friendship, it is, having a good time with someone, enjoying someone else's company. And those are important things. But I think Aristotle is right to insist that friendship allows you to become a better person. Okay? It's not, becoming a better person is not about following rules and being good and always, doing the right thing. I mean, that's important too. But it seems like if you have a close relationship with someone, if you have a friendship, then you will go out of your way to show that person that you are a good person, right? Maybe with others that you're not so close to, you will show respect and do what you're supposed to do. But for a friend, you will go out of your way. You will become a better person. You'll make an effort that maybe you wouldn't make for others. And so, I think a lot of the time we think of friendship as, what's the word? Transactional in character. So it's like, well, I will help you to move because, back of my mind, I'm going to need someone to help me a few months from now. And so, I help you, you help me. And that's a part of friendship. I don't want to discount that. But I think friendship, the most important part of friendship is caring for another person for their own sake. So you care for the other person, not as a means to an end. This is not an instrumental relationship where you will ultimately benefit because this person is your friend. But basically, you care about the other person for their own sake. And I think in that way, actually, you grow as a person. So sometimes we think, oh, if I help you, then I'm not taking time for myself. And we set up a dichotomy there between being good to yourself and helping others. But I don't think it works like that. I think that more often than not, helping others is a way of becoming a greater person than we were hitherto. So maybe that's an aspect of friendship that we've lost. We tend not to emphasize the ethical dimension of friendship. Aristotle was a biologist. I mean, he was many things. He was a philosopher, as we know philosophy, but he was also a scientist. And he discovered a couple of hundred different species of plant. And so his thinking, I think, is refracted through his scientific endeavors. Okay, so he's always breaking things down into different species and genera. That's how he thinks. And he says, okay, with friendship, there are 3 kinds of friendship. Okay, 3 different species. First of all, there's pleasure friendship. And in pleasure friendship, people enjoy hanging out together. They enjoy each other's company. But that's pretty much the extent of it. Someone that you can have a good time with. That's friendship for him. It's not less than friendship. It's a kind of friendship. And then he talks about utility friendship, and that's more the transactional relationship, where there is an expectation that if I help you, you will help me, so that in the end, I benefit from this relationship. But beyond that is what he calls the perfect friendship, which is ethical in character. We value the friend not as a means, but as an end in themselves. So I care about my friend because their well-being is important to me. And it's like with such a friendship, the self-other distinction is no longer as clear-cut as it once was. So if something good happens to my friend, makes me feel good. Something bad happens to my friend, it makes me feel bad. It's not that, well, I feel good for you, and it's not I feel bad for you. It's like, no, you feel good because your friend has had a success that cheers you up immensely. So it's like the boundary between self and other, I think, is challenged by friendship. That we're not separate beings who get together and have relationships and then we separate back. But through a relationship with others, whether that's friendship, any other kind of relationship, it's like we enhance who we are. Okay. Aristotle says a few more things that I think are still relevant today. He has a lot of insights about friendship. So first of all, he says friendship requires reciprocity. Okay, so it's a two-way relationship. So I could fall in love with someone who doesn't know that I exist. Okay, that's an example of romantic love. But if I consider someone else to be my friend, but they don't think of me as their friend, we don't have a friendship. Okay? So friendship requires that both people think of the relationship as being one of friendship. It has reciprocity, in other words. Also, friendship requires equality, or something approaching equality. So an example here, if you have a 3-year-old child, I don't think that could ever be an example of friendship, because you have all the power and the child has little to none. But the child grows up, and maybe at age 16, 17, it's possible to have a friendship with that child. And then eventually, of course, if you live long enough, that child is maybe going to take care of you, right? So there is a dynamic in the friendship. But equality is best. So it's probably not a good idea to go to work for a friend, because then your friend becomes your boss, and it's like it unsettles things. It's no longer a relationship of equality. And then the third thing I would say is that friendship involves shared values. More often than not, you could call it solidarity, if you like, that we tend to think of the world in the same kind of way. It is harder when people are different to have a friendship. So today, it's especially hard politically. Someone here is a firm Republican, someone here is a Democrat. It's hard for them to be friends because they look at the world in a different way. It's not impossible, but it becomes challenging, I think. If one person is very religious and the other person is critical of religion, it's going to be harder for those two to be friends. Okay, but today it seems that friendship is not so important as it once was. For the ancient Greeks, I think friendship was the most important relationship, and romantic relationships were secondary. We've switched that. And so you might hear someone say, oh, he's just a friend, or oh, she's just a friend, right? It's like, well, that's not the main thing. Okay. Other things to point out. I don't know if you ever saw that film When Harry Met Sally. Yeah. So that's like, is it possible for men and women to be friends? That's the premise of that film. And I would say it's harder, not because of what the film says, but because it seems like men and women might have different models of friendship. Okay, so a friendship between two men, they might both be more self-contained and less likely to share emotional concerns, whereas if two women don't share emotional concerns, that might seem like withholding from the relationship. So things like that. Aristotle, I think, is there too, that he recognizes that men and women may have different models of friendship, and that's why a lot of the problems between them come. Okay. But today we live in a digital age, and it seems like, we can friend a lot of people, and we have friends that we don't even know about, right? I mean, that's the reality today. And, maybe we live in an age of individualism where we're all separate together. And I'm sure you've seen this. Two people, they decide to go out and, enjoy each other's company, but you look across and, they're both looking at their phones rather than at each other, and that seems to be a feature of modern life, that we're all connected. We're more connected to our devices than we ever were before, but at the same time, we're lonely. And so, people talk about the fear of the other, how we live in a narcissistic culture where we don't recognize the otherness of the other. Basically, we tend to be with people who are basically like ourselves. And, the problem with that is that it's not challenging to us. So we are afraid of losing ourselves, a fear of falling in love, for example. And maybe we're more achievement-oriented, and this means we have no compassion for weakness. Anyway, so I could go on. That's Western philosophy, though. And I just wanted to mention that in other traditions, I think there isn't such an emphasis on friendship as the relationship between two people. So I'm thinking, for example, in Buddhism, the ideal of metta. M-E-T-T-A. This is one of the four immeasurables. And what it means is loving kindness or a universal friendliness. So with us, friendship is about, it's you and it can't be this person, right? We choose our friends, and it's like they're unique to who we are. But loving kindness or friendliness goes beyond these personal relationships. And it seems like, this would be more of a universal openness, projecting warmth and compassion, and this would have a spillover effect of love and compassion. So we talked about random acts of human kindness. We talk about paying it forward, things like that. Lots of examples. And the thing is that kind of love and compassion, it's not something that is limited. So it's like the more compassion, the more compassion. The more love, the more love. It's not a limited economy. It's not like, you're my friend, so I can't be friends with this person, right? It's not that kind of thing. So I guess that's all I have to say. And I just wanted to move then from the case of individual friendships to the idea of how a neighborhood can be friendly, can embody those kinds of principles. So anyway, gift talk, yes.
Dr. White.
Try to go ahead.
Yeah, the camera's focused like right here.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go pretty quick. What's that?
I think we're doing fine. We're running a little behind, but I think it's all good. So,
Well, I'll do a quick little intro to the group here. Why don't we all go around and introduce ourselves? We got some extras here too from the neighborhood. I'll let John, this is John Papon, who's one of the board members this year. My name is Martin Janicek. I'm the president of the Neighborhood Association this year.
I'm Marie-Hélène André, the executive director of Weitz Illuminate.
I'm Richard White. I live in the neighborhood.
Chris Foster, board member, and I just want to say Richard and his wife Clorinda, known them for over 20 years, are a huge part of a lot of the photos we show. And then we got
Adrian, I also live there, but this year I serve as vice president.
and vice president, yes. And your better half is up here. So the Give a Rock Neighborhood Association.
a former resident.
Oh, sure it is.
My kids got their first bike helmets from y'all. So.
Oh,
Wow, it's a small one.
What's your name?
Dustin. Yeah.
So our neighborhood association started in when, Chris?
1988.
1988. So it was a neighborhood association that started for a variety of reasons. The neighborhood was in decline and had a lot of issues going on. So the neighborhood association was kind of a way of trying to get people together to rally positivity in the neighborhood. And our boundaries, our technical boundaries are 37th Street from the west. I think Chris might have a slide for that. 37th to the west, 27th to the east, Cumming Street to the north, and Dodge Street to the south. So it's a small little postage stamp of the neighborhood. And what you're gonna see today, we got a lot of volunteerism in the neighborhood. We got a lot of people that volunteer. Everything we do is pretty much volunteer based. I don't think there's anything that ever costs money. We usually raise funds through grants. We donate a lot, get a lot of donations. People volunteer their time and money to do a lot of things. And we're very active, but we're also, sometimes we joke that there's a lot of smoke and mirrors. But we do get a lot done in the neighborhood, and our neighborhood does have challenges. Times have changed. I think we've heard that a few things. Richard kind of indicated some things have changed in the world and how things are happening with social media and so on. As a neighborhood, we have some challenges too, because our neighborhood the dynamics is shifting a little bit. The demographics have shifted some. People aren't as involved in neighborhoods as they used to be, but we still are achieving some really good things. So I'm gonna kind of pass it on to Chris. You're gonna go through the slides. We can go on and talk.
I'll show one more. We really try to promote green spaces, community spaces. So in Gifford Park, and again, Richard and his wife Clorinda helped us become a community arboretum from the statewide, which is kind of a big deal. And it's through education and promoting green spaces and so forth. So community spaces, you can see the bike shop, Big Mudroom Farm, Community Garden, Yates Community Center, and other green spaces.
What's BMUF?
What's that?
What is BMUF?
Big Money Urban Farm.
Ah.
I go back to,
My first question is, do you know what Yates Illuminates is? Because I can spend hours speaking about it, or I just give a brief overview. Do you know? So you remember that 5 years ago, we started a campaign. Well, the first campaign was almost 10 years ago to save Yates from being torn down because OPS wanted to tear it down to build a new elementary school. It was a neighborhood effort in which I got involved by chance. At the time, I was the president of the neighborhood association, and Chris and Martin dragged me in the campaign. We saved, yeah, literally. I didn't know what I was doing. We saved the building because it was important for the community. It was owned by Omaha Public Schools, and they were offering programming for migrant parents. And we thought that it was an anchor in the neighborhood and it had to stay because it was useful for the community. And our campaign was successful thanks to a lot of community involvement, neighbors backing the effort and going in front of OPS board members to speak in favor of saving the building and building a new elementary school. And that was really what we did. And OPS believed us, seemingly. We were quite convincing. And they bought an empty parking lot from Creighton and built a new elementary school. And in 2019, the new elementary school was open. And a few months later, you speak about volunteerism. At the time, I was still on the board, but we have rules, bylaws in the neighborhood association that you cannot be present for more than 2 terms, 2 one-year terms. And I had stepped down, I was vice president, but in 2019, the president had to step down and nobody wanted to offer that, well, to take that kind of job. And I thought about it and I said, okay, and I talked with Adrian and I said, well, you know, I think I should volunteer to be present again, but there are 2 conditions, if you remember, because you were board members. The first one is I stay president just for 1 year, because I've done it for 2 years and I've been on the board for quite a while, so just 1 year. The second condition was much more important to me. I come from Belgium, it's a monarchy, so you have to call me queen.
We still call her queen of the neighborhood.
I'm still the queen of the neighborhood, I'm no longer president. But that's when the superintendent, at the end of 2019, announced that she was selling the building. And again, we got together to save the building from an investor. And 5 years ago, we had started the campaign again with neighbors, customers of Yates, students and friends and politicians. Everybody was supporting the effort to come up with a plan to get the building for the community. And I have flyers so you can see what it is about. And eventually, Ferial was talking about her projects, her acts of kindness. We have the same kind of principles. Everything at Yates is based on consensus. So tenants, because it is now a community center, a collaborative of nonprofits, everything came together because people wanted to make that dream a reality. And it was really supported by the neighbors and the neighborhood association. But to get a plan, you have to have the community behind you and you have to get to an agreement. So there were a lot of brainstorming sessions and a lot of discussions among potential tenants of people who were interested in using the building. And after a year of campaigning, there was a proposal on the table with a mission, and our mission is to serve the community by offering social, cultural, and educational resources to create an inclusive environment that uplifts every person's possibilities. It was a collaborative of, at the time, 14 nonprofits who agreed to promote that mission and to collaborate and foster synergies to offer better resources, to do more, to be creative in the services and resources, and to give the opportunity for the community, not only refugees and immigrants, but the community at large, to find a place where they have different resources and the whole family can be served, and participate in activities together. And OPS board members, I think, were impressed at that dream, and we got the building. It took almost 2 years to renovate.
Through a pandemic.
Obviously,
We got the building straight through a pandemic.
yeah,
Can you imagine that we were talking at every board meeting and then the pandemic hit and we couldn't go anymore? And then when the pandemic was kind of recessing, we still were talking with masks on.
and then, so the renovation went through, and I started working at the end of 2022. Again, consensus-based selection of the executive director, which means that I was interviewed by a total of 25 people, community members, potential tenants, and so on. So it was not a usual recruiting process, I must say. The tenants started moving in 2020, at the end of 2022, 2023, and 2024 was the first year when we had everyone on board. Because of the concept of the project, not everyone is able to promote that culture of synergies, collaborations, talking to each other, see what we can do together. So some tenants have already left, and I have new tenants coming in. It's a continuous work in progress because we are never done. And I welcome ideas, projects, programming that people would like to implement, but they don't know how to do it. And we talk about it, and we try to get more people and more community members together, not only the neighborhood, but also the community at large. And for example, now I'm working on organizing multicultural events because we have a lot of different communities here and we don't know each other. My goal is to get people together and promote one community or one region by offering a meal, speaking about the culture, have dance performances, music, ask questions, but it's also through sharing meals that we get to know each other, that you get to know your neighbors. I organize English classes. We have a science club. So Chris has some pictures of the science club somewhere.
Well,
Yeah. One of our main tenants is Metro Community College, and this is the hydroponics growing system. So it's a trade farm. They're growing vegetables all year round and promoting healthy habits. Their production goes to their culinary arts, but they also share with Weitz, and I share it with the community. That was the grand opening last year, after 2 years of renovation and discussion. Again, it was a big event. Everybody was involved. I didn't decide things on my own. Everybody had to come up with ideas and work on that grand opening to make it a success. That's the building. If you, well, I suppose everybody knows where it is, just north of Midtown Crossing.
and the freight farm's in that.
Yeah, that's the container with the freight farm. That's me. The Weitz sign that you see was the communal activity that we started at the grand opening So it is Yates Illuminates, and everybody was invited to paint something. No words and nothing offensive. And anybody who wanted to paint could do something, so you have a unique piece of art. And it's on the front and the back, and there is also a light bulb, but you don't have a picture because it took a while for it to be installed. This is the science club. Adrian is the leader of the science club. It is a family program in the sense that we wanted to have more teenagers and so on, but we realized that it's more younger kids who are interested, but we cannot take the responsibility of the younger kids. So it's the whole family who comes, and the parents are involved in everything we do and learn and help their kids do the experiments. And that was the egg drop. You see that the eggs are dropped from the second floor. So that was the last part of the experiment, and the kids had to build the device that would protect the egg. And then we tried different heights.
The red lines through these, if you look through the hydroponic plant and this one, is going to Mars, right? You cannot get to Mars without food. And how do you get the food? You have to plant the food on your rocket ship. And then when you get there, you need some form of arriving there, which is really, and this is a NASA science experiment. And they did exactly that. I mean, the two times we got to NASA, they used a helicopter or an egg drop with plenty of balloons, right? And so if you start them at the age of 4 or 5, it's the youngest, they can, and we hope that they will get to be NASA scientists. But it's not like my dear Brian, co-founder of the Science Club, says, it's not a child. It's the parents, children that are the customer, right? And so while we facilitate for every child, it is teamwork, both internal to each family, but inside the Science Club itself, recognizing that no one individual can ever do anything alone. And so on the theme of happiness and friendship, friendships are being built, including between the parents to co-parent more kids. And so it's been run for 5 years. And it's been an amazing thing because you bring people in from every culture. If you're a neighbor in Omaha in general, you are welcome at the Science Club. So it's been fascinating.
Another program that I would like to highlight is summer drumming camp. We will do it again this year. It will be the 3rd year. The first year it was organized really for refugee kids because we know that they suffer from trauma and depression and so on. And we have an OPS music teacher who learned African drumming, and she offered the camp for 2 weeks, every day from 4 to 6. We have 35 kids who learn how to play drums. They come from various countries, and the best thing we saw is at the end of the 2 weeks, they didn't know each other at the beginning. At the end of the 2 weeks after the concert, there were 3 boys, about 10 years old. They were crying because they knew they wouldn't see each other for a while. That's really promoting friendships and connections through a medium that is music. I had a violin class now. It's offered by a senior high school violinist who offers free violin classes. This time, I even had some parents who started learning the violin with their kids. Again, it's the connection between people. It is bringing people together. For the community members to come to Yates and feel that they are acknowledged, that we listen to them, and that they are always welcome at Yates.
There'll be a few more science project pictures. In the interest of time, I think I'll buzz through, and there's a lot of slides. We didn't get a chance to tweak and take some out, but some are gonna go real fast, but give you a sampling of what's involved with the neighborhood. And again, speaking of thriving places, which is one of the, in the title, this place, we're just scratching the surface with it, so
Yeah,
definitely.
I was gonna say, and like Elaine had mentioned, once, we believe that the community, once you lose a public space, just like when you lose public green space in a community, you never get it back. And so that was one of the fights we had at this facility, is that we knew that if we lost a facility where you could hold events in the wintertime, we do a lot of summertime stuff, but as a community, we knew we didn't have a place for wintertime stuff. But we knew that as soon as we lose a building like that, we'd never get it back. And so that was really kind of the energy behind our fight. Besides the fact there's a lot of great programs, besides it was a beautiful building, it should be a landmark. It was done by the same architect who did Johnson Castle. So it's a very good building. So we knew we didn't want to lose it to a public or to a private investor or torn down. So that was
And it would have been eventually.
Yeah.
The way. Just some events we have, a lot of these are kind of fun, but Easter egg hunts, we do cleanups with Creighton students, kids, spring cleanups coming up for a lot of the neighborhoods. Gifford Park is kind of it's the name of our neighborhood association.
And there's a park.
Yep. And yeah, this is actually Gifford Park. We work with Creighton and some other folks in the city on redoing the playground equipment about 13 years ago. Again, there's Martin planting a tree with Jeff from Nebraska Statewide Arboretum. We put in some benches, we got a grant, so we try to do as much stuff as we can. A lot of partnerships. Omaha Mobile Stage we did this in the park for a youth talent competition. My family's run a tennis program for this will be the 32nd year. And then
all this is free and it's all done by volunteers.
Yep, and I like tennis, that's kind of my gig, so my family and other friends call them up and they're glad to help. And some of the kids are now the instructors, so it's worked out well. Youth soccer camp down in Gifford Park again. And Martin we've got about 5 or 6.
We're on our 19th year right now for the Gifford Park Neighborhood Market. And it started off 19 years ago as just a single table, roughly one single table, as a way of getting positive action in a neighborhood that was not very positive. So if anybody in the room remembers Gifford Park, 30 years ago, 20 years ago, it wasn't a very good situation in the neighborhood business district. And so the business that was being conducted wasn't really necessarily legal. So we got a lot of illegal business. So we tried to bring positivity. And so we started this one table, one Saturday morning. People liked it. We involved the youth. There's a youth garden. You'll hear something about our community gardens. But there was a youth program, and teenagers growing food likes to make them money. So money was their motivation, teenagers. So we gave them a table and said, hey, you can sell your vegetables here and make some money. And that took off too. And so the tables grew every year, and then we moved it to more than one Saturday. And then all of a sudden we said, let's just do it Friday nights, because we thought Friday nights would be a great evening, families can come out and stuff. So we moved the market to a Friday night, and then eventually became every Friday night in the summer from roughly June until end of September. And we offer table space and a tent free. So if you're an entrepreneur, so over the years, we've kind of gotten people off on little ideas like entrepreneurial energy that some people have gone on to do businesses from our market. We do not have a high advertising fund. So you may see farmers markets in Gretna and in Exarban Village and Exarban and all that kind of stuff. They have huge marketing budgets. We have zero. And so it's all by word of mouth, and we don't charge for tables. The only thing we ask the vendors to do is they have to help self-market, and they also have to stay afterwards and take down tents and tables. And so in the market, we have a couple sheds where all the tables and tents go in at the end of the day. And we ask everybody to stick around. They got to help take down the tables and tents. And it actually becomes very communal because people get to know their other vendors. It becomes friendships are born. A lot of times people just, they talk more. Our market is very low key. So we get a lot of compliments that it's very a friendly market, and it's not high. If you go to Exarban, Sunday morning market is just very intensive people and a lot of energy. Ours has a lot of energy, but it's more a friendship energy. It's, people enjoy talking and meeting the vendors, and vendors enjoy meeting the customers.
Mark, there's a shot of the
And there's the
music
shed.
in the sheds.
Yeah. And so then we have musicians on our little stage at the back of the market, and we have a food truck every week. And so families come down, it depends what, what's going on in the neighborhood, but everybody's welcome all over the community. We just don't advertise it very much. But people can have dinner, they can do a little shopping, watch a little entertainment. It's a lot of fun. So,
and then here's
some of the musicians we had last year. And we offer a little stipend for the musicians every year. Some of our vendors. Over the years, we've had various people do a children's corner. This was a little children's corner we had one year. A lot of it's all volunteer based. So if someone has an idea, we usually are pretty open to let it happen. And then in the business district, we collect money. Again, this is to beautify the business district, and we plant flowers in these large flower pots, and we collect money from the business district, and then we plant flowers.
every once in a while they get vandalized, but I didn't show any, this is happiness day, so.
Yeah.
We do a Halloween, festival in Gifford Park, just kind of a fun picture there. Bike shop.
This is the community bike shop. This was a project too that started as a way of, you wanted something positive. So the 2007, and there was a Creighton student that would fix bikes up in his garage, and then his garage door never shut. And every so often, someone would steal all the bikes out of his garage, and he would give them to kids, you know. And so then he came to us and said, "Hey, there's a building. Could we use this one building?" We arranged to have him in this one building in the neighborhood, and that's where the community bike shop started. And basically, it's all donated bikes that get fixed up, and we said it has to be a positive thing for the neighborhood, and it's been pretty positive.
And they can earn a bike if they do community service, learn how to fix their bike, and
they're a nonprofit. They're a nonprofit.
Yep. They used to do these, they still might, Fun Day Sunday, where kids and adults get together and they go ride, you know, over the Bob Perry Bridge or wherever. Big Muddy Urban Farm, just got one slide on them, but they have farmed on, they've done urban farming on different lots in the neighborhood, and they've kind of gone through some different transitions, but they're active again this year. Relaine has led our 33rd Friday. It's the 33rd Friday of the year, so it's usually middle of August.
If you count all the Fridays, you get to the 33rd Friday.
Yeah.
We block off 33rd Street.
Yeah, and since it's near 33rd Street, but Relaine has led that, and
it's a multicultural event, but at the start, before I got there, it was a partnership with Weitz when it was owned by OPS, because they had multicultural people, so they would organize a cultural event, and then they joined the neighborhood block party, and now we try to have cultural performances and kids activities and the market and food trucks and music to make it a community gathering, and it usually ends with a round dance with the international folk dancers.
we had somebody in the neighborhood that runs, is it Rabble, the skateboard?
Rebel Me?
Yep, they do an amazing job teaching kids, you know, on skateboarding.
That was last year, so the drumming camp, some of the kids performed at the 33rd Friday, so only some of them, because we couldn't have the 30 kids. About 10, 12 kids came with their teacher and played in front of the neighbors. These are the Omaha international folk dancers, and they lead the round dance.
Oh, wow.
That's you, Adrian. So this was the last programming for the Science Club that we ended at the end of November with the science of cooking, because at Weitz we have a commercial kitchen, and we wanted to teach kids a little bit about science, why you cook. And it was really a great event. it lasted much longer than we thought, and we ate a lot. But nobody got burned, nobody got injured. It was a real success.
But you look, I mean, the quality of programming is incredible and it's free. I mean, this is, you know, I'm not
Well,
smart,
the
I'm not
thing
smart
is-
to get in it, but
These folks have done a variety of sports for 30-some years. And when I was a kid, I wasn't really a soccer kid. I was a tennis kid, but I didn't like soccer much. I went to basketball school. I wasn't good at it. And so in this neighborhood, you look around and say, you have to do something. So I said, I'm not a sports kid. I can do something. And that something was science, right? Because what I like about Gifford Park is that it is inspiring. You look at somebody else and you see what they do and you say, well, you know, I have to bring something here, otherwise how on earth do I live here without bringing my own thing? And so this is how, when we got Yates, I was thinking, what are we gonna put in it? We have a building, we have to do something, right? So basically, Chris mentioned it, Gifford Park was doing things 3 months a year. And then we said with Yates, we will multiply that fourfold and do the same kind of thing and more all 12 months. And so that's how the Science Club idea was born. And lucky for us, we got a lot of support and we're gathering more support. Everywhere I go, I try to, and this is actually a Stirling engine, which I've been meaning to have one for my entire life. And I didn't have to buy one because I found somebody who was a radio amateur who had one. And so he brought it, because don't talk to me because I will volunteer you for the Science Club, right? I will, you know, kind of figure out what are your passions and make you share those passions with our parents and with our kids. So
this looks dangerous to me. I'm just saying.
well, legally, we had to make sure that Yates Communities is allowed to use fire inside the building, right? Because how can you run a science club without fire?
So we also had an astronomy.
Don't try this
workshop.
at home, okay?
And
It's
again,
looking at the sun
Yeah.
through special lenses.
Yeah.
Do not look at the sun without having special filters, right?
we indeed, in the neighborhood and at Yates, obviously, we try to find the people who want to use their skills and their passion and share it with others. So indeed, be careful. If you start talking to us, you may be swallowed in the neighborhood at Yates.
Yates sucks you in and so you cannot get out of it.
I think that was your finale.
That was
the
absolutely with this.
cooking.
That is the team that built that fabulous kids and parents made meal. It was just fascinating.
Community garden, this is actually behind my house, but it's a couple vacant lots that back in 2001, we basically slowly developed it. That's actually a few years old. We have 44 30-inch by 30-inch raised beds for the kids in the forefront. And then there's 32, mostly 5-foot by 15-foot plots and some 5x8 that we rent for like $15 a year for the 5x15 and $8 a year for the 5x8. We have compost piles, but that's kind of the layout. This is years ago when we had kids and adults making and filling the plots for the kids. This is early in the youth garden. It's every Saturday morning. Again, it's free. And we teach kids vegetables. This helps them pick out what vegetable they want to grow and where seeds come from and so forth. Here, one of the girls is picking out which plant she wants to pick for her plots. Through the season, the kids harvest from their own. Whoops, sorry. Okay. And I'll there's Andy and his daughter Nora. We have chickens, which is great to teach kids about animal care. They love watermelon. We had a couple pygmy goats from one of our Friday night market vendors that donated or we borrowed them for the summer and fall. Wildly successful. Adventure Playground.
Don't worry, be happy.
Yeah, don't worry, be happy. That's for Nick. This is an extension of the community garden where kids can build stuff. It's kind of a throwback to the old days, where we have saws and hammers and they can build forts and there's enough adult supervision, but not too much because it's really their space to be creative. Kids wanted a tree house, so the kids and adults and my contractor and his guys donated time to actually build the tree house. And here they're mixing concrete. They're learning about safety and actually building the structure themselves. So they're taking ownership, using power tools. And it's, and you see the ladder on the left side. We leave that ladder there, so if you're ever in the neighborhood, feel free it's always open. And then we also added a zip line. There's some things, obviously the zip line, we don't hook up unless there's adult supervision. We occasionally have movie nights where we, shine a movie on the back of the Adventure Playground.
That was the Goonies, wasn't it?
I think it was, yeah. And we'll have like, you can see there's a fire where we're cooking marshmallows. Again,
Oh, yeah. That's big show.
So we did do a slip and slide. It's a little bit dangerous, but I've had this photo for blackmail material.
That's the two people here in the room, right?
Yeah.
But this was someday in the park, in the hot days of summer, Chris would just get a big sheet of plastic and then have a hook up to the garden, to the hose in the park.
And dish soap.
Then dish soap.
It's fast.
But this is where our adventure hits reality, because we kind of stopped doing this. We did this about 3 years in a row, and then we started realizing there was kind of a major liability issue there that we didn't want to incur.
So we won't do it under the GPNA, the Upper Park Neighborhood Association.
Well, now that
some road individual does
there's
this
two
fine.
sides to this slide, okay? Chris Foster was trying to persuade us or dare us to do it, and then we did it, but we realized why. He didn't want to be alone, okay? He really wanted to do it himself, but he didn't want to be alone. So he dared us, we did it, then he did it too. And then, no, go back. The second part is, look what happened. Look at my dear bride's hair in the picture and here, okay? This is what community engagement does to you, okay? We got Yates, but that was the cost.
Overnight,
yeah. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Then we did this year, the Heartland Bike Share approached us, and this is the lot where the market is held. The market is held in the business district. There's an empty gravel lot. We hold the market every year. And that lot then filled up with bicycles, so they started their first ride out of the park, out of the neighborhood, and they went down over to Iowa, and they all came back. And we're hoping they do more of these bike rides in the neighborhood. It's kind of a nice partnership. And they just asked to do it in our neighborhood.
That's what we're taking off. Yeah. And then Porch Fest, about 5 or 6 photos, Martin.
Yeah, so this is Porch Fest. Again, a lot of people come to us and ask us about certain projects in the neighborhood association. We're getting a little more leery. I hate to say that just because insurance has kind of come to us and asked us questions. And so, but this is Porch Fest. And a lady came to us and asked if she could do something called Porch Fest, which is a national event. And we said, yeah, let's try it. So we're on our 8th year, I think. And where they take porches around the neighborhood and put bands, local bands.
And
Yates School. And they host all Sunday long. It's a Sunday from Sunday noon till Sunday at night, all free. You go around the neighborhood, we give you a little map. You go to this porch at this hour, and this band's playing. You go to that porch at that house, and they have a different band, and it rotates all day long. There's like 75 musicians, maybe 12 porches, including Yates Illuminates, hosts something in their yard. And then we have food trucks. We have, it's really a lot of fun. It's a little more on the bluegrass, maybe country, instrumental, jazz, folk. It's just a lot of nice, showcasing, and all the musicians get paid. So
There's a poetry.
Poetry porch, yeah, and so we kind of, we wanna make sure musicians get paid, cause that's always that kind of underserved, undervalued sometimes, in the events. And so we raise funds for that, and we're gonna do it again this year, it's always the first Sunday of October, so. And the market, we have at the market stage, we have bands scheduled, and, it's nice.
I think that's it.
That's impressive. I have a quick question. I did visit Yates School with many other faculty a few years ago as part of service learning. I remember meeting you. We did some projects in your school for you, and made a good impression on me and Gifford neighborhood in general. How I would like to share that with my students. How do I go about doing that? Do you have a presentation somewhere that I could relay? Or maybe you're not to that point. Do you have speakers that would come to my class and just explain what you're doing? It certainly fits into my class and is a great example. So how would I go about getting this information to my students?
I think you just contact us. I mean, you got Yates Illuminates, and I'll give you a vendor card here too. And
Okay.
we over the years, again, we don't have a big marketing budget or whatever we do, but so you can contact
Okay.
down there.
Okay, thank you.
Here's our newsletter.
You've done it with colleagues.
And here's a
We
newsletter.
have service learning classes by others, colleagues of yours from who somebody actually did a project as a competitive project. They chose us to present to, meaning Yates, to present to their respective colleagues. So it's a natural fit. We've done it before.
Yeah, you are welcome to contact me. We can discuss and I can talk about some of the needs we have and then.
Sounds great. Thank you.
We're
What are the biggest challenges, and you would think with all this digital media available, is a lot of faculty don't know what the other faculty are doing.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't know if it's online classes, I don't know if everybody's just busy going to work, but and I know service learning is working on this, but it's voluntary, where we share in an exposition, the service learning showcase, but only like 1/10 of the people. So I would love to know what another faculty did for you guys. I don't know. Like there's no repository for us to consult, but anyway.
We're revamping our website where we're hoping to have more, like photos and history and.
That'd be great.
So we're in the process.
We're in the process.
Yeah.
So don't be sitting there waiting for it every day because we had a lady in the neighborhood who lived her entire life. Her parents lived there, then she was born, she lived there, and she donated some money to the neighbor association for us to use, and she was very much into history. She made all these scrapbooks of the neighborhood, and so we're digitizing everything, and then we're taking the funds she left with us to create a brand new website, and there'll be a Eva Swanson page, which is what her name was, and it's gonna be Eva Swanson's archive.
Okay, so the website is on here?
Gifford Park, I think it's on the Gifford Park, Omaha.
Yeah, and Yates, it's kind of like two organizations within under the umbrella of the neighborhood.
Okay.
Yates also needs a revamp of the website, but I'm still the only one on the team, so.
Okay.
But I think if you contacted like Chris, myself, Maria Lane, we could get you connected to do a presentation to your students or something.
Oh, wonderful.
We've done that before.
Thank you.
Council Bluffs asked us one time.
Okay, super, thanks.
And we can talk.
Okay.
And we have a lot of photos.
Be glad to talk.
So we'll
I
talk.
wish I could stay. I got a sick husband, I gotta go take care of.
If anybody's interested, I do have, there's a lot of, I do have some market information. If anybody knows anybody that's interested in joining a vendor, it tells them about what we do and contact information. If you know anybody that has a food truck, same thing. So, you're welcome to come up and get them. They're new as of last summer.
All right. Thank you guys. I've lived in Gifford Park before, as you guys know, but I learned a lot more about it today. So I'd like to thank you guys for having me. Nick, thank you for putting this on. I know it's been a tremendous effort. But thanks for getting us all together here on World Happiness Day. Today I'm going to talk about two different endeavors I'm part of that have their roots in well-being. So, okay. So my involvement in well-being research and science starts with a walk, not my walk, but with this person. Her name's Paula Francis, and I met her back in 2019. She was walking across the United States, so she did this 3,000 person interview tour. She walked over 10,000 miles, and she just interviewed people, asking them what made them happy. And so Paula was a board member for Gross National Happiness USA, and she's co-founded that organization back in 2009 after they visited Bhutan. And so Bhutan is of relevance in the well-being world because it kind of led the push to begin measuring progress as far as society goes, not in terms of GDP, but in terms of what they call gross national happiness. And so part of Paula's walk was to kind of understand if the way that Bhutan measures happiness with their various happiness domains, if that matched up with what an American audience kind of felt and thought about as far as well-being goes. So Paula set out on her journey. It took her about 7 years to do. She walked in a month or two at a time, going to 32 states in all. And at the end of her process, not only did she collect over 3,000 different interviews that gave that organization, Gross National Happiness USA, a really firm understanding of what makes Americans happy, but also she walked away with a slightly different way to categorize the happiness domains. And so one of the things that, so obviously we have GDP, and that's kind of like your single metric. It doesn't encapsulate all that can be understood. I'm sorry here, my notes are a little bit off. So anyhow, so basically what G&H USA advocates for is for a more holistic measure that's called GPI, which is Genuine Progress Indicator. And so that basically consists of the economic, the social, and the environmental. That decomposes into something like 26 different measures. And so that's what our organization advocates for. We advocate for that along with having GPI and other holistic measures of well-being being a larger factor within how policy decisions are made as well. So just talking a little bit about our recent research that we've done. So as I mentioned, Paula, she did her 3,000 person survey over the course of 7 years. And then we followed up on that with conducting a 5,000 person random sample survey a few years ago. So we had the Gallup, the lady from Gallup in earlier. So basically to kind of tie her work into our work, what the Gallup organization is doing with the World Happiness Report that just debuted today, they're doing that on a national scale. And then the organization that Paula founded that I'm a board member of, we're doing that on more of the local scale, or more of the national scale. So hence G&H USA, Gross National Happiness USA. So we've had a lot of interesting findings from our last big tranche of surveys that we did. was back in 2022. And just want to highlight a couple of the interesting findings that we had. So the first of all is the least happiest state that we found that year happened to be Oregon, which I don't think a lot of people would have guessed, but just kind of at that time, there's a lot of turmoil going on within the state. And then the second thing, we talked about it a little bit before in the Gallup presentation, but this was actually a finding that I made on our research team, and we were one of the first teams to kind of spot this trend that we were talking about a few sessions ago, which is the change in the shape of happiness. So the red curve here is the so-called U-shaped curve that we expect to see, that we've seen a lot. It's been a very durable finding, one of the most durable findings that we've ever seen in well-being research. As recently as 2020, there was a report that came out that showed that it was found in 145 different countries. So this is like a very widely observed curve. But what we ended up finding was the green curve. And so basically, if you think about the area between the red and the green curve, this is the loss of well-being. One of the ways that we could kind of think about loss of well-being is there's a metric that I like. It's called WellBees. It's an acronym. It stands for well-being adjusted years. And so basically what that means is I ask you once a year to measure your subjective well-being. So that ladder that we showed earlier, Cantor ladder, on a 1 to 10 scale, or a 0 to 10 scale, basically where you're at, that's your measure of subjective well-being. And if you move from a 6 to a 7, that is like one well-being. That's one step change basically. And it's pretty interesting because there's been a lot of efforts to like measure how like the exact value of that. And I think it's like at $17,000 moving from one value to the next. So it's a pretty significant, if we just consider the area under the curve from the red to the green, impacting mostly young people, that's a very significant difference. But if we consider what may be the worst case scenario, is that it might be that the shape of happiness, again, when we're plotting age on the X and life satisfaction, or that subjective well-being on the Y, it might be the case that there still actually is a U curve, but it's just a lower U curve. And so that's one of the theories that our team is, as we're continuing to do research, we're taking a look at that possibility. And so this is all kind of, this is really getting into the weeds of well-being science, but this measure, this WellBe, so-called WellBe measure, it relies on doing a few things, making a few assumptions, but there's something that's called the value of a statistical life. It starts out with that. It starts out with the subjective well-being score. And then it does some pretty clever stuff with basically like asking people like if they know there's a certain risk of like death in a situation, like say they're going skiing or something and they buy insurance to prevent that. So it sees the rate at which people purchase these sorts of insurance to get a value, to get an estimate for the value of their life. It's kind of dark once you get into some of the science there, and how they're doing it. But basically it all falls under the category of revealed preferences. And so you're pulling together a lot of different kind of concepts to be able to get these measurements: subjective well-being, revealed preference, and then well-bees. Anyhow, so our future research is taking a little bit different direction. In the past, we've done these surveys where we're surveying 5,000 people at once. Right now, we're surveying a smaller amount of people every single day. So in the past year and a half, we've conducted about 15,000 surveys. We had some bigger portions a few months where we did huge numbers, but we're more of doing like a trickle survey right now. And we have a really tech savvy president, and he's working on a tool that will basically analyze policy and then give it a grade based on its impact on well-being, or its theoretical impact on well-being. So everybody that does research, they want to see their research taken to new heights, to the field. And in this case, it's a literal field. So I have the pleasure right now of working with a farmer near Bennington, Nebraska. I pitched him on this idea of building an agrihood. Agrihood is just like a neighborhood that has a farm within it. The farm's the focal point of that. And so basically, we just heard a lot about Gifford Park, and so I think we all kind of know what a community could be if it was really engaged and it was really a factory of producing well-being. I think it's an overlooked unit of account, and I think it probably is because it's hard to get that together. You guys have done like a tremendous job. That's kind of it doesn't happen that much, so it's like very difficult to do it in an already existing neighborhood. So we're taking a look at a neighborhood that already exists. Because I've been a participant in all this well-being research, we're asking the question, which of the insights that we've gleaned from well-being research can be kind of used in our process to like design a community for well-being. And so the first part, I think, is identifying the dimensions. Like I mentioned, our co-founder of G&H USA, she went on that long walk partly to identify the dimensions of well-being that fit Americans. The GPI, the Genuine Progress Indicator, it has dimensions. So we've created our agrihood livability dimensions. I think that's the first step. It's just basic stuff: social, housing, land use, transportation, commercial, public space, safety, governance, health, and agriculture. The second insight is to talk to a lot of people. Paula from G&H USA spoke with just over 3,000 people. It's not really feasible for us to do that in our agrihood project, but we are doing a participatory design series, and we do have a goal of speaking to 500 different people in our different series. Ruben over there, he's been part of our last one. And in this series, we're basically trying to partner with different organizations who align with one or more of those agrihood livability domains that I just showed you guys. Partnering with those organizations to kind of borrow their expertise and to get participants to join, and then they also help co-host our events. The third one is to prioritize what matters. And so what we've seen consistently in our data is that there's two different categories of the well-being domains that really kind of have like an outsized impact on well-being when we ask people. And so those two are psychological well-being and social connectedness. So we're really trying to design our community to emphasize those. Specifically, when we're doing our participatory design events and we get ideas, we want to give extra weight to those. So just kind of end with talking about some of the ideas here. First one, I didn't know that Gifford Park did this, but I thought we were clever when this came up in one of our events, was to have it be certified as a level 1 arboretum. The second one is really interesting. So we have to have an HOA at this site, and we're having a farm at this site, and we could secure the financial viability of the farm and ensure that the residents have access to healthy, fresh, local food by kind of implementing a CSA share that's paid for in the HOA fees. So this would be a kind of interesting feature. This has been done in a few other agri-hoods. And then the third idea that we'll just share is we don't want this to just be a place where rich people live. So there's so many factors that are going against you for affordable housing. So one of the ways that we want to attack that is through having a home affordability sweat equity program where people participate in building their homes there. You know, we might try to partner with some of the organizations that participate in that sort of work. And then extending that even further would be to look at not just the vertical development, but how could some of the residents participate in the horizontal development of things like the roads, sewers. We've seen a model where they've employed that, and we're able to get people with low and moderate incomes between like 80 and 120% of AMI into some of the new builds around there. So, but yeah, that's basically the project here, or the two different projects here. I think this QR code will go to the newsletter for G&H USA, although I'm not 100% because the person that sent it to me wasn't sure and I haven't checked it. But and then yeah, here's my contact information if anybody wants to get in touch. But thank you guys for your time.
Do you want to take any questions? Does anyone want to have any questions? All right.
Get signed out here.
Okay. So a little bit of place, a little bit of how do we measure this thing? Dustin, let's give Dustin a hand. Dustin made this happen.
Oh, it's on that one. Oh, great. Okay. Yeah.
All right. So I was interested in the idea of for-profit companies that are working to increase well-being. I thought that's a cool trick. So, you know, first thought, kind of like Gallup, that's the one. The original idea there came actually from a nonprofit mentoring program. And what they were trying to do was to create a tool to select the best mentors. And from that tool, basically, the company that eventually bought the Gallup poll ran with that sort of finding that they're able to create better matches between mentors and mentees by screening the mentors well. Anyway, so Gallup is an example of that. There's several other companies where really it's kind of about like kind of finding great people, and usually like the sociability and positivity is a part of that. So it's kind of like baked into what those companies do. So they're kind of making money and expanding well-being, which is, I think, rather cool. And all the community and volunteerism, like, it's like, I think it can all kind of work together. The reason, or one way in which I see that happening potentially, is a association of private foundations that have, with their grant making, a focus on funding well-being science, well-being education, and nonprofits that implement it with their staff and with clients. That's kind of on the grant making side. And then on the on their investment side, with their billions of dollars, you have to invest in something. What if some of that money was focused on investing in companies that are also trying to increase well-being? So kind of everything's aligned, basically, is like the vision that I have. So this is like maybe not the main thing for private foundations because there are so many like problems and so much suffering that can be prevented and alleviated. It's like, I think that should take the lion's share of funding. But like maybe for some small portion, that would be a possibility. So there are very few companies that are explicitly focused on trying to increase well-being, and Alpaca happens to be one of them. So let us welcome Alpaca. And
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Let me kind of reorient myself over here for a second, so nothing falls or tumbles. And then I don't know if it's gonna play through the speaker, but I do have a little video to get us kicked off, and then we'll kind of go from there. I'm not sure, but we'll see. And we want the mics on. I think it would just be speaker volume, maybe. We'll just give it a whirl. It's like a minute long, so it's no problem at all. And then we'll kind of kick off from there. Okay, so that's just a quick precursor of kind of where we're at and where we're starting. But real quick, I'm Kimberly Bailey. I'm the head of marketing at Alpaca. To just kind of time and place and where we're at. I'm a proud UNO Mav, and go Mavs tonight. Let's see what we can do with the Cinderella shoes on. But I'm also a really proud team member of Alpaca, and Alpaca is started and founded here in Omaha. Our office is down in Millwork Commons in the new development, just north of the baseball stadium. And we started just under 3 years ago, where Karen Borchert started the company to say, okay, so what can we do in the world of education to kind of make school an awesome place to work for teachers, a place to work. We all have workplaces and we have managers and we're employees and we're professionals, and all these aspects of what we are, all in our different roles and everything, we have so much in common. And then, but teachers in so many ways, they wear so many hats. Their managers have so much responsibility, and they're so crucial to all of our communities and truly to every state and kind of across the country. And so where we are today is trying to make school the happiest place to work with a few key tools. So our kind of, and they all come together in this really nice kind of employee engagement, employee experience system that we maybe know in the private sector or in different industries. There's not as much of that in K-12 education. So that's what we're building. But in a simpler form, what we're building and how that looks is with these 3 tools so far. We have a quick pulse check-in tool, resources for school leaders, and then this kind of turnkey teacher recognition. I'll walk you through each of them just here really quickly. So on that point of happiness and kind of what makes us feel great at work, there's lots of research behind that, and especially focused around what makes teachers feel great at work. And we also know this based on over 100,000 inputs to that Pulse survey tool that I mentioned, and I'll kind of showcase here a little bit more in just a second. But everything we do is backed by research around what makes teachers feel great at work. And these might seem similar to what we all want in our workplace and as an employee and as a growing professional. But specific to education is having a supportive leader, being a part of and growing alongside a high trust team, being part of a connected community, working and growing in a healthy workplace, and then opportunities for personal and professional growth. And so everything we've built on that last slide, the check-ins, the resource library, this turnkey teacher recognition system, everything that we build is kind of tied back to how can we make impact on those 5 things. And so first, can there be a survey that teachers love to take? That gets actionable and real-time data back to school leaders. So again, kind of to orient who we are, who we serve, who our customers are. Our customers are schools and districts. Principals use our tools to then help support, recognize, and be great managers for teachers. But then these tools also have to be awesome for teachers to use. So we say, can there be a survey teachers love to take? And the answer we believe and we've heard is yes, because it's quick, it's fun to take, and it asks just 3 questions. And thinking, again, all this back to well-being, happiness, kind of this, how do we make school a thriving place to work? It actually can come down to asking some simple questions regularly and more often. So these 3 simple questions are, how are you doing? What helps the most right now? And anything else you'd like to share? And then that survey looks like a different type of survey than maybe what a lot of us are used to. No Likert scales, no 1 to 5s, no Chris Foster, how are you doing today on a scale of 1 to 5? And you're like, I don't know, it's a complicated day, I'm a 3. Okay, so now put on the role of a teacher, let's just say a 2nd grade teacher, and they're asked, how are you doing on a scale of 1 to 5? And they're like, well, I was a 4 when I got to school, and now I'm a 1 because of behavior, and now I'm 5 because test scores came in, they went well. The role is so complicated. So more importantly, getting real data back to principals and those that can do something with the data is really important. So instead of more 1 to 5s, more thumb up, thumb downs, we're like, let's ask with real words. Real words. Chris Foster, how are you doing today? And give me 2 words to describe how you're doing today.
Excited, little tired. But
Oh, okay, nice. Okay, so nice. There's a positive and kind of neutral negative word in there. Awesome. So just think about having that data. Think of it being a principal or a school district where you're like, all right, instead of getting more data about my school and my teachers this month feel like 2.8 out of 5. What do I do with that? What can I do? What actions can I take? Where's the context, right? And that type of data is really important in certain ways and forms and to solve different problems for different stakeholders. That's really important. But for us, little wins more often to help kind of cut off that teacher retention and attrition problem that we see across the country. What about kind of just being an employee and being a manager? Like, I don't need a huge set of data to make a difference. I need a little bit of information more often to then make a difference. We call them little wins, right? So that's why we ask this how are you doing question, and why our survey is a little different is because instead a teacher goes through and picks the words that describes how they're doing today at work. So, which then paints a more contextual picture of teacher well-being, school culture, gets that data back to school leaders in real time. That's the important part. And in a beautiful and easy to use dashboard. We're looking to build more useful modern tools for K-12 education. There's lots of tools that have been around for a long time. Household names kind of in the tools and and software category, but we're showing up around like, okay, but how are we going to help school leaders and districts be more proactive around what their teachers need and what their teams need right now? How can we be proactive around attrition? How do we understand how this type of data comes through on a regular basis also showcases and compare with student outcomes? Then we start to understand the leaders of the rooms, the teachers who are growing and really important professionals in our schools that we need to keep. But you do that by building great tools for their managers or for them to use. Getting that data back in a really awesome, easy to use dashboard that then kind of pulling in this happiness and well-being part. Actually, what we maybe know about what the words are used in the media around how teachers are feeling at work, or oftentimes, and you probably don't see them there, but you do on a different screen, like burned out, exhausted, tired. Those are 100% true, but there are other words that are being used also, like supported, like cherished, like uplifted. So then it starts to create a more holistic picture for a school leader and then for districts of saying, okay, we all really like to look at feedback and then just look at the bad feedback, right? The challenging feedback, the problems. This, which is important. Let's fix some things, let's do some stuff, let's make impact and then keep moving. But it's also important to see what's going well. And so that's what our tool can help with. Teachers aren't just picking the negative words of how they feel at work. They're saying they're excited, but also I'm feeling a little disconnected. If a principal sees that, they're like, all right, excited, I love that. Disconnected, I can do something about that. And then keep moving. And to that point of action, and where kind of that second section of that first slide, a resource library. Okay, we think interesting data is fine. Actionable data is 100 times better. And so getting actionable data back, this is what that second question, what would help the most right now? To know that socialization with our team, having that the top 2 months in a row, 3 months in a row, 4 months in a row, that's like, okay, I see it. I'm listening as like a principal or a kind of district HR or something like that. I'm like, hey, we hear you. We have some ideas about that, and here's what we're going to do about it. What we all actually kind of want in the world is to feel heard, seen, appreciated. Doesn't have to be all the time, but on like a kind of consistent basis, especially at work, is nice. This is what this is helping do. And then that kind of the other part of our system. So again, there's this employee listening tool, employee teacher listening tool that gets real-time data back to school districts and school leaders. And then Alpaca Packs. That's just turnkey teacher recognition and celebration. Teacher Appreciation Week is coming up early in May for anyone that knows teachers in their life, but it's actually really important to do this consistently throughout the year. Not to just do it 1 or 2 times, another coffee mug, a nice ornament, keep going. No, just a little bit of information more often, a little bit of recognition and celebration more often can really be impactful for teachers feeling great at work. Because we also probably, and I'm saying we as like a collective here, we're all in the room and we maybe see a lot of the same news. Teacher pay, lack of flexibility, there's a spectrum of systemic challenges in education, right? And really no matter what type of school or where, there's pay, lack of flexibility on the list, but then there's also some of the reasons why teachers leave are because they don't feel valued and seen and heard at work. And so that's where we're focusing, and we can help with that. And so with PACs, it's helping with that just regular recognition and celebration. And these PACs are kind of like Stitch Fix for teachers, but makes the principals in school, makes principals' job easier and is kind of equitable across the school district. PACs are full of teacher favorites, well-being items, snacks, treats, top brands, and we feel really passionately about making these PACs something that teachers love and look forward to, but then also are so easy for a principal to do that principals have a busy job. They need some time back, and that is valuable time. but having consistent recognition throughout the year is something that there just hasn't been quite a good enough system for yet. And so we thought this is kind of our solution for that. And teachers love them. It is like at the very beginning of the company, we used to kind of coin the term that it was like a happy alpaca day was when the alpaca packs arrived to schools. And we saw a video, I should have pulled it up. We saw a video on Twitter get posted about a principal getting on the intercom and saying, "Happy Alpaca Day, alpaca's here." And you see teachers running down the hallway to come get their packs because they just love them so much. And it really is just like a little bit goes a long way. So again, kind of where we're at is building this system around this employee engagement, employee recognition system, but in K-12 education. And what that looks like for us is a quick pulse check-in tool with real-time data back to school leaders and districts, a resource library to help build and cultivate awesome school culture, and then that teacher recognition system that just makes it super turnkey and easy to do consistently throughout the year and then equitably across the district. Because school should be the happiest place to work. Thanks. Does anybody have any questions? Yes, sir.
So kind of refresh my memory then. So you guys are a nonprofit or a for-profit?
We're for-profit.
For-profit.
Yep.
And you started here in Omaha?
Yep.
And you're nationwide?
Yep. We're in, so we can sell at the school or district level. So either school, meaning one-off buildings at a time, or district as kind of a district customer. And we actually, there's I don't know if anyone else likes the quarter, works off of the quarter basis. There's 11 days left in the quarter. And we have 98 customers. So we're pushing really hard to get to that 100 mark. 98 customers across, I think we're in 26 states and 4 countries now.
So that's like a 98 could be a district or it could be an individual teacher of that 98.
So no, we don't sell to individual teachers. No, we sell to a building or to like maybe the assistant superintendent's office or district HR or something at the district level.
And the alpaca packets change every
month. Yep. They're different every month, curated by teachers based on thousands of data inputs. Yeah. Around what tools do teachers like. What do they spend out of pocket on? What are their favorite brands? And then they're different every month.
Do you ever try to connect with parents? Because sometimes parents want to appreciate the teachers too. Do you kind of stay away from that?
So thank you for that question. That's actually how the company started. And then we have since transitioned away from that for a handful of different reasons. But at the very beginning, yes, that's actually, we were a Stitch Fix for teachers paid for by parents and communities and businesses, kind of in a crowdfunding platform type of way. But we soon grew to realize that, yes, there's lots of parents and community members and businesses that want to take part in this, like alleviating some of these challenges for teachers, but who really have the acute challenge and problem are the schools and districts. And so we kind of repositioned after understanding that. But it's nice that you asked that because actually that's where we started.
Is it more, do you have more public schools and private schools, or what's your mix? Or
I can't even tell you now because I can't even name all the customers, which is a good place to be. Again, we're kind of in startup. We would be considered a startup, but startup growing up quickly. But we're type of school and district agnostic. So, I mean, if you have teachers that you need to know how they're doing on a regular basis and you want to be proactive around retention, we're a tool for you. So we have charter, we have public, we have private, we have parochial, just any type of school and district kind of we can serve any of them.
So if you had a group of parents that wanted to do that, they would have to approach the school.
Mm-hmm.
The school would have to sign up for the alpaca program.
Yep.
To do the surveying, to do the...
Yeah, because we found that the survey component, especially the data component, is really useful data for the principal.
Sure.
To know, okay, so as a leader, what does my team need? As a manager, what does my team need? And also what's going well? What can we celebrate this month? on the PTO and PTA basis, we have kind of transitioned away from that, but we are always open to, it's kind of on the school how they pay for it. But it's usually getting the buy-in from the principal and the school leader is where we start, and then go from there. But good question. Any other questions or curiosities? We are down in Millward Commons, and I'm also in the Joslin Castle neighborhood. So I have frequented the Gifford Park Neighborhood Association activations and everything. So great job to you all. If you're ever down in the Millward Commons Ashton Building area, come say hi. If our doors open, we're there. We're in there working, or maybe packing packs, or building more software to make a difference in kind of K-12 education. So come say hi. And we're a small team of 7, so you'll see one of us. But thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
That's me on LinkedIn. If you'd like to connect or have any questions or anything else, that QR code goes to me on LinkedIn, and feel free to reach out and connect. Thanks so much. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, our next little session here, going to be a little more casual. Ruben, would you like to maybe like sit at this middle table here, kind of, and then just the camera's right up there, so just face that way. So the seasons, like things change. Sometimes our schedules, we just lock them in, but we need not do that. We can change with the season. And Ruben is going to tell us how that works and why we should do it. If you want to just sit there, I'll move the. All right, here's Ruben.
So we have been talking about happiness all day, and how the seasons relate to happiness and well-being, right? I think the best way to summarize it is the science of epigenetics. So genes plus the environment equals who you are, essentially. It is what I like to think on the front forward of science right now, for the last few decades. And essentially it's just understanding that our genes are who we are born or what we're born with. And the environment activates those genes. It activates and deactivates them. It's actually, it's a switch. And what is really interesting when it comes down to being happy, to being in good shape, having a good well-being, is that we truly understand that our routines and our habits have a lot to do with that. It's not just what we're born with, but what we do in our daily routines that determine our wellness and our happiness. So when we're talking about the environment, I just want you to understand that it's not just the weather, perhaps. There is more to it. Our behaviors are perhaps part of the environment, like if or indoor spaces or outdoor spaces or sleep or exercise. Those activate our genes. So there's a lot of experiments that have been done on twins. And from that, we truly know that if even identical twins born with the same or very similar genes, they turn out to be a very different person if they grew up in different places. The same way, if those twins are adopted and one of the families has cancer running through their family, even though he's not blood related to them, he experiences and he has developed cancer. So it is a fact already known that our environment is perhaps the most impactful, it's like the most impactful area, influencing area when it comes down to our well-being. What is interesting to me is that I'm not from Omaha, I'm from Venezuela. I grew up in the Caribbean. And I moved here over 15 years ago, so almost half of my life I have been here already, and I consider Omaha my home. But I never experienced the 4 seasons when I was growing up. And when I moved out here, I was about 20. And after 5 winters, this was back in 2015, I started to feel horrible. Like I started to question everything, confused and depressed and with a lot of anxiety. And this was a movie that was repeating over and over and over. So just to make it brief, who else here has experienced the winter blues? Everyone, right? So we can all agree the environment has a significant influence in who we are and how we feel. So how come there is not a bigger effort to understand our environment and specifically the seasons? Because we are into an agreement that the environment is important, but the environment is constantly changing. The environment today is actually relatively unique. There is snow out there. It is, I would say it's almost 6 p.m. and it's still bright out there. Usually it would be dark by now with snow, right? If it was a month ago. So we have daylight savings times. We have, temperature changes. And when I moved here, I had no idea of anything related to the seasons, because even if you Google it, like, you don't even know what to Google to begin with. And especially over 10 years ago, if you Google it, you wouldn't find that much information. This is something that is kind of on the front edge right now. It's like paying more attention. And my hope is that that is the field I want to dedicate my life towards, to help people increase their well-being, happiness, and to be more productive, to be more efficient, to live a better life. Whether that might mean for somebody being more efficient, being more productive, whether that might be for somebody being in a better physical shape, whether that might be to be more satisfied. Again, happiness can take a few different definitions depending on the person. But what we know is that to be a healthy human being, we can attack that from a behavioral perspective, meaning the behaviors that we take will have a very dramatic effect in the way that we think and in the way that we feel. Now, again, going back to the winter blues, we all have feel the winter blues because I saw every single hand go up. If you just start looking at it, what was I doing during that time? Sure, it has something to do with the environment, the short days, the dark days, the long evenings, the cold. But what I want us to understand is that that environment is affecting your behaviors. It's also affecting the way you think and feel, of course. But from a behavioral perspective, we know that that is the easiest way to change the way we think and feel. I'm going to give you an example. I was experiencing the winter blues, and I look back now and I realized, wow, I was sleeping very poorly. I was having a very bad understanding of the lighting environmental change that we experience during the seasons. Because now I know it gets dark in Omaha perhaps 4:30 during the shortest time of the year, and then it gets bright around, it's still bright out there. Sometimes I think it's like 9:30, right? And if you count the dust, it might be until 10 p.m. So as I started looking into this, I realized that we can actually gain awareness by looking into the lighting environment. And by tracking that, I realized where we live in Omaha, our summer days are 1.5 times longer from a daylight perspective than our winter days. So every summer day is 1.5 times longer than the winter days from a lighting perspective. So you tell me if that's not going to change the way that we feel, think, and behave, correct? So how many of us are being proactive about the way that we behave and also the way we think and the way that we feel in a seasonal basis? Because we can all agree that that's very impactful. So what I try to bring awareness with is this fact of life being linear, and the fact that one routine, like if I ask you, at what time do you go to sleep? I truly wish you to tell me it depends on the season. Why? Because in the winter time, it's very natural, and from a neurochemical perspective, melatonin rises early during the day when it gets dark. Cortisol goes down. We feel sleepy early on. Now you tell me 9, 10 p.m., that's a healthy range. It's like between 3 hours, 4 3 hours after sunset. That's very healthy. An average adult needs about 3 hours of melatonin production accumulation to go to sleep in a natural and efficient manner, as long as we are not surrounded by blue light. Because that is the current epidemic that we're living, which is that there's blue light everywhere from our phones or TVs and all around our house. So there are ways to understand that, but that's into a more practical level. What I want us to know today is basically become aware of seasonalities. Now, when it comes down to practicalities, there is a Rolodex. I have a method based on neuroscience, based on Chinese traditional medicine, based on a multitude of disciplines, chronobiology, and truly understanding how we biologically, subconsciously react from a hormonal basis to the environment changing around us. But everything starts with awareness. So now that we're transitioning from the winter into the spring, we can expect that the days are gonna get longer. So I just wanna give you a few nuggets here that can improve your well-being for the next 6 months. And is that the days are going to start getting longer. Right now, it might be getting dark by 8, which is a big drastic shift we just experienced. March, we gained about 80 minutes, 75 minutes of light here in Omaha. Just in 1 month, that's an exponential growth from a lighting perspective in the afternoon. And it's the biggest one we experience throughout the year. But we also get daylight savings time. So I want you to be aware, have you felt a little differently? Are you able to do the things that you perhaps were doing and wanted to continue to do, but it somehow becomes a little more challenging and difficult? I want you to truly think about this. And I'm gonna give you a story. I realized that seasonal routines were the way to go for me back in 2020 or 2019. And it's when winter has been like my kryptonite. Like during this time, I was like, okay, if I wanna open up this new business, if I wanna be successful, if I wanna, be a good father, if I wanna do all the things that I wanna do, I need to buckle up and I need to have a high performance routine for the next 3 months. And that was the first time that I sit down and forgot about making a routine for the whole year. It was the first time that I realized I'm gonna make a routine that works right now and then I will figure it out later. So somehow it's what now has become my approach to seasonal routines. And essentially it's a routine that is in alignment with the energy of the season and with the environment. When we achieve that, we achieve circadian rhythm alignment. Essentially our biology, the way that we're built, the way that perhaps our computer or brain receives signals is in complete alignment with what we want to achieve. So the story goes back that after that first winter, that I had the best winter of my life, that was about 3 months, I was waking up about 5:30 and I was going to the gym and I was feeling great. Again, all the behaviors just up after the other, everything was great. And then in the springtime, I just started slacking. Like I was having a hard time going to the gym. I wasn't going as often, and I remember like I was frustrated. I'm like, I'm not committed enough. Here we go again. It's me. How many of you have felt that way? Like, it's your fault. Like you're not consistent enough, right? And now looking back, I realized that what happened wasn't a lack of confidence or a lack of motivation. It was an environmental change happening around me that I didn't understood and I was not aware of. So what happens this time of the year? From getting dark by 6 p.m., which again is very natural perhaps to go to sleep by 9 and 10 and then wake up 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning, getting some good 8 hours of sleep. What happens this time of the year is that we gain 75 minutes of light. We got daylight savings time, and as you can tell, it's going to be getting dark by 8 o'clock, right? So from 6 to 8, that's a big shift. What happens now? Unconsciously, your brain starts producing melatonin later during the day. So the relation between cortisol and melatonin is related to multiple factors, but primarily to the light. So what I want you to be aware is that you might be going to sleep later now, and you might wake up a little later. And that's totally fine. That is your biology. your biology is not ran by the clock, the fact that humans say, hey, let's add an hour here, let's subtract an hour here. Your brain is just looking at the signals in the environment. So now that I know this, what I do is that I slightly adjust my routines so that they're in alignment with the environment, so I can live in my natural biology and I can achieve everything that I want to in a more natural manner. So the way that we do this is that we look at the most important behaviors from a health perspective, which are sleep, exercise, nutrition, connection with others, which we have been talking a lot about that here today, connection with nature, which I'm seeing a lot of that as well, and novelty, having a lot of fun, which I just see a lot of that in the neighborhood, right? So those is what we know from a neuroscience perspective that make a happy, healthy individual. Not just immediately, which it does immediately. If you have a life where you are sleeping well, you're exercising well, are eating well, are connecting with others that you love, this is just a neurochemical party that you have in your brain that is favorable for your well-being. So how can we achieve that consistently? Well, the answer is not in a yearly routine. The answer is in a seasonal routine. Because when the environment changes, we tend to drop them. The sleeping goes bad. I'm not sleeping as good anymore. Then the exercise drops. I'm not feeling well. I don't feel like going and work out. Then I start, there is a lot of subconscious things that happen with the environment. So this is just the tip of the iceberg. And is that when we talk about nutrition, there are primal instincts in our body, metabolism changes that happen based on our environment. So really understanding this and diving deep into it is key to make our life easier and achieve what we want, which is to be healthy, to be happy, to be satisfied. So when it comes down to nutrition in the wintertime, I don't know if you have noticed after this big storm, during the big storm, perhaps you just look out the window. Did you notice how maybe you wanted to eat maybe a little chocolate, or maybe you wanted to bake, or maybe you wanted to eat a carb? And that's because our body during a storm, there is primal instincts that activate at an unconscious level that have been with us to allow us to survive for thousands of years. And our brain doesn't know there is a store down the street. Our brain wants to store fat because that's what our ancestors did. So there's a lot of areas of study that come into understanding the way that we react to the seasons. And from a nutritional perspective, we use that to be aware to direct our behaviors in the way we want to go. And the same thing goes with the other behaviors, which are connection with others. Did you notice? And again, going back to the environment is not just the weather. The environment is actually our social dynamics. That is a key factor on our environment because it has a neurological reaction. When we are with people we love, we produce oxytocin. When we are with people we hate, we produce cortisol. So it's all about creating the mixed balance of hormones into your routine. Have you noticed in the fall time how busy life gets with Halloween, with Thanksgiving, with Christmas? I kind of pack that into the fall because it's at the end of it. Every single holiday might have 1, 2, 3 events. Then there is all these events happening as well. Have you noticed how busy life gets from a social dynamic perspective in the fall? And then when you contrast that to the winter, it's basically just going down a cliff. It's going down the Grand Canyon. There is no holidays. It's cold outside. Everybody goes indoors. Unless you are very intentional about social connections, the natural rhythms of social environments are to go by yourself. So again, this has a dramatic effect in the way that our chemicals are produced. So the way that we want to look at this is, if we know those 6 behaviors, and I didn't even touch on outdoor connection yet or novelty, but the same thing happens, is that we want to implement those behaviors from a seasonal perspective, meaning sometimes we know something's good for us. Sometimes we know that we should be perhaps going for a walk. But sometimes it's going to be easier than others. Like today, Sure, going for a walk is great, but you probably don't want to sleep on ice, right? Now, 2 days ago, who was walking out there? I guarantee you, like, who can resist to go for a walk in the last few days, right? So understanding that and realizing that your routine needs to be adapted. Now, today is, spring in Omaha is just winter, summer is all sorts of things. But when you look at perhaps the winter and compare it with the summer, you realize that your strategy to be connected with nature, which again, it just reduces your cortisol and it balances at a very healthy, and the most efficient way to balance your cortisol levels is by connecting with nature. That's why it's part of our routines. Again, is to have a good neurochemical balance, to be happy, to have a good well-being. So when you look at connecting with nature, you perhaps need to be more intentional in the winter time than in the springtime. So that being said, there is many different areas, and that's why I'm here for. I want to basically guide people through understanding how the seasons truly matter, how the seasons is the way to live a happy life all year round. Because what happens is that by understanding how stress and relaxation happen, we can create a routine where we enter into the flow. So the way that we do that is that our seasonal routine, we're going to first create a weekly seasonal routine, something you're going to commit for the next 3 months. Again, going into novelty and going into performing, if you commit to a routine without an ending date, what end up happening? You fail. Like at one point, it might be a week or it might be 6 months into it, you don't realize that you actually, did very well, but the environment changed, life changed, behaviors become more difficult, and you just, one domino goes down, and then the next, and then the next, and then the next. And then you are in chaos. Again, going back to the winter blues. It's not just the winter blues. The winter blues is like the example that our behaviors are not in alignment with the environment. Because I guarantee you, even though if it's cold outside, it's gray, but you are sleeping well, you're exercising well, you're eating well, you are nurturing your loving relationships, you're connecting with nature, and you will have novelty in your life, something you are excited, something you are learning. It's a graceful way to age, a graceful way to have neuroplasticity in your life. If you're doing those 6 things during the winter, you're most likely going to be a happy human being. You're going to accept the fact that the weather is what it is, but your neurochemistry is going to be balanced. So the opportunity that we have here is to see the winter blues as the signal that the environment matters, but also realize that this is a year-round movement. The reason that we sometimes get out of whack in the winter might be the same reason why we get out of whack in the summer. Have you ever felt that you might be a little more spontaneous than you wanted? Have you ever felt that maybe you burn out a little bit? So burnout is something that is kind of on the rise right now when it comes down with well-being. And it's essentially the fact that we just go without stopping. And that happens a lot into work environments. That happens a lot into like high achievers, people that just want to achieve and keep going. And what I want us to realize is that by not understanding and knowing how to mold our routines a little bit and creating seasonal alignment from a Chinese traditional medicine perspective, the biggest example is the yin yang. And is that is the actual lighting pattern that we experience. Is a lower lighting pattern in the winter, and then it expands into the yang, the summertime. So the energy of the season is variable. It's like a tree. In the wintertime, it shoots its energy inwards. And we can actually do the same, because if you start looking into quantum physics and frequencies, like we are connected to it. So we feel that, and we have the need to go inwards a little more, to reflect, to plan, to measure, to project, to ensure that we're in alignment. I mean, we're still working, but the work we do might be a little different, and the way we rest and the way we play, just slightly different. And if you look into burnout, it's essentially thinking that the summer is an all year round summer and don't taking breaks in between. So my point is that even though the seasons is very clear that it can represent an issue, that same issue actually happens when we're in the summer or when we think we're in the summer. I have experienced burnout twice in my life from multiple businesses that I have to just take 6-month breaks and be like, hey, I'm gonna put this on hold, I'm gonna close the business, I'm done. I just push myself to the limit for too long. And again, looking into the seasons, that is what I wanna leave you with, which is that if you study the energy of each season and you allow yourself to adapt to it, doesn't mean that we're not doing anything or we're not working. It just means that we're working in a different way to align ourselves with that energy so that we can achieve more with less. How? Again, by ensuring that our seasonal routines are in alignment with the seasons. And I think that is the way that I found for the biggest exponential growth, satisfaction, and well-being in my life. And that's what I'm committed to share with everybody. So if you got any questions, I'm here. I will be around for a few more minutes. But thank you so much for hearing what I have to say. And if you want to get involved, just let me know.
Now, you have a company? Are you with an organization or you're?
Yeah, so right now, if the last company was a startup, I'm a micro startup, basically. I used to be a real estate investor, very active, and now I'm in the passive stage on that business, and I transitioned fully into this new business 5 months ago. So we're 4 employees. Right now, we're working on a book, building the social media, going to podcasts, just getting the message out. And I have a method, so we are working on building our community. And we have a free community, we have a paid community, and we have one-on-one coaching. But I mean, we're in the very early stages of that business model. The idea is to impact the world, to increase the frequency of the world, as I like to say, to bring awareness and kind of bring us back a little bit, like realize that we don't live in a synthetic world anymore. Well, we have never done that. We don't live in a synthetic world. And when did we lost track of our connection with nature? Don't get me going in that. That's a very long conversation, you know.
And you're just Instagram, see the seasonal what?
The seasonal movement. So we're on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. I have a business card I can share with you. It's a digital business card. Yeah, that would be probably the best way to hear the message on podcasts. And we'll be rolling out everything as we go in that place.
What's interesting is that I'm an architect during the day, and natural light is a big thing. You know, we over many years, you start realizing how light is important in so many ways. You know, you can't perceive color without light. You know, light in the human body, it does a lot. And what's interesting is in society, as an example, Yates School, which was a 1907 school.
I know where you're going now.
1917 school, and you notice those huge windows in the classrooms, huge windows, and they're beautiful. You walk in that school classroom, and the windows are gigantic, and all the natural light comes in. You feel connected to the outside.
Yeah.
As a student, today standards for schools are much smaller.
Yeah.
OPS or most schools, you have only so much area of glass you can allow that are allowed in classrooms, and so you kind of wonder what the correlation between some of that and then what's going on in society today, because kids are so anxious to be outside. And there's a lot of energy in kids that I think if they had more natural light through the day, they might, some people would say they get distracted by too much light or too much viewing out.
Yeah.
But the reality is they'd probably be more calming if they had more access to light.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of, it'd be interesting if there's and I'm sure there is studies that show, the lack of light in students' day compared with their personality and conflicts and energy are.
Well, I'm just gonna go very quick on that. There is studies on that when I'm talking about connection with nature, is visual connection as well, having access to look at nature, whether it's there is a lot of studies, there's books about it. And now the inverse of not having that natural light coming in means that you have to turn the switch. So until about 1960s, like if you go to a 1950s house, and before, there wasn't a light in the living room. Like there wasn't a overhead light. Why? Because people were using lower lights. Now, when you go to any house right now, the first thing you see when you do a remodel is like they put 4 can lights. Now, that type of light, the LED lights, lights from our phones, that is blue light. That is close to what we experience around the meridian of the day. the midsection of the day where the sun is at its strongest, and that produces cortisol. So our brain or eyes get that light and process it and release cortisol. Now, the morning light, the sunrise and the sunset is more rich on red light. So naturally, what is happening is that because of that and because a few other factors with electromagnetic frequencies, we are disrupting our circadian rhythm. We are disrupting our chronobiology. So while you're talking about kids being more anxious, being more impatient, so what we are living right now is essentially an experiment. We have never in human history been in front of blue light to the degree that we are now. What does that mean? There's already studies that in the short term link anxiety, depression, not being able to go to sleep, because when people don't know this, they have their lights cranked at night, then going to sleep becomes a real challenge. Why? Because your cortisol level is up to the roof. Your eyes see the light, your brain identifies as, well, it might be midday. You're on your phone, you're on your TV, it's a disruption, it's toxic. So the difference will be if you are at night and you are aware of that and you stop turning all the lights on, you perhaps want to go to the extreme and put a few red light bulbs around, which is what I do, and then you see your kids just going to sleep by themselves. Because an average person needs about 3 hours of melatonin production just to feel sleepy. So again, understanding those environmental changes allows to have an efficient and quality sleep. Instead of, if you don't have a good sleep, again, the whole domino effect. That's the first behavior we look into when we want to align our routine with the environment. So, if there's any other questions or,
Can we trick it? So in other words, we call that, Michigan snowbirds or Texas, we have Texas.
Yes.
So if you trick it, you are just happier by virtue of, I don't care what the season is in Omaha. I'm not gonna be in Omaha.
Yeah.
Where the seasons are not good for me.
Yeah, you can do that. I have done that before. Again, not being aware will get you in one way. I was in the beach in Mexico for a month and a half, like from the morning to the night, and then I got hypomania. I got hypomania. I suffer from mild hypomania in spring and summer, because not understanding those will get you one way or another. The reason we understand the lows is because there is also highs.
Yeah.
And the idea is to prevent the crashes, like the abrupt down, the abrupt up. When we are not aware, that's what we experience. We experience burnout, we experience, like crises for a few weeks until we kind of figure it out. But being aware, being ahead of that allows you to kind of have a smooth ride. You kind of go with the yin yang. You go a little lower in the winter, you go a little higher in the summer. So it will get you, and there's ways to mimic that here. That's kind of what again, my title is I'm a seasonal expert. So the idea is to have a good chemical balance in your brain. So the winter disrupts that because there is not as much light. So there are ways to mimic lighting. There is 10,000 lux happy lights out there. There is also, again, but it's just the environment, understanding the environment and how to mimic it in a healthy way. So that what do we want to do in the winter perhaps is get our energy a little higher. It's not just with the light, it's also our nutrition. Because when we eat, our metabolism slows down. And what do we don't want to have in the winter? A crash in the afternoon, right? Like feeling sluggish with the winter blues. So understanding all that is what allows us to increase our energy in the winter time at a normal, natural rhythm. And I'm just going to leave you with this. It happens, the environment changing affects us in ways that most people don't really consider, because there's a lot of them. An example will be that in the summertime, how many like to go outside and be barefoot, right? So scientifically has been proven that the earth is at a frequency, and when we go outside barefoot, we connect and regulate to that frequency, scientifically proved. Now, in the wintertime, when was the last time that you went outside and connected to the earth? So in ways that we don't even understand, we're changing our behaviors. I mean, these boots, they're super uncomfortable when I'm wearing them because it's full of snow outside. This even changed my posture. and the way I feel. So the exercise and the stretches. So again, just finding hacks around that to being in good balance is kind of what I do when I create seasonal routines. And an example to, when it comes down to grounding mats. So that's when it becomes kind of, okay, this might be a good thing to use in the winter time. And then you put it outside and say that the light, you just put it away in the summer and the springtime. So again, from many multiple areas, we create a routine that is in alignment with the season to just be a healthy, happy person. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I had, there's a component around kindness, acts of kindness. Like, I think one of the speakers earlier talked about taking a moment to reflect on your acts of kindness. So that's kind of the motivation behind the kindness card. So if you volunteer, take a moment to write down what that's about, how it affects you. If you want to do new acts of kindness, there's that component to it. And in sort of launching this, I thought, based on this quote from Martin Luther King Jr., life's most persistent and most urgent question is, what are you doing for others? One of the Gallup books was written around this same theme, and then when I asked Ferial to come talk on the panel, that's when I realized that her secret kindness agents had made it to the stage, and then it was like, that's awesome. Maybe I could reconfigure this Acts of Kindness project that I first did back in 2012. And the Rose Theater, they're like, yeah, you can start it here. And then it was like, oh, this is MLK Junior Weekend. Like, I think Gallup wrote a book like based on that quote by MLK Jr. And it's like, yes, that is the case. And so I went to all the MLK Jr. events that I could in Lincoln and Omaha to kind of launch the Seeds of Kindness project. And when I was at the one at UNMC, I think I'd heard Chris McCroy speak at the Do More Good movement last year during the lunch panel on nonprofits. And mentoring. I think mentoring is one of the most beneficial forms of volunteerism. There's research that shows that the act of youth mentoring is something that tends to release the propensity towards community building. And so my wee brain thinking, what if how do we get more community builders in the world? Reverse engineer it back to get more people youth mentoring. The program where this research was found has people starting mentoring in college, and they're mentoring in Lincoln middle school through LPS students, middle school through high school students. And that was the original research. This goes back 75 years. So anyways, I want to see more community builders. So that's why I encourage youth mentoring so much. And here, Chris McCroy has a mentoring program, and Marquis, his friend, they've been friends since kindergarten, I believe. And I just thought it would be great to hear about the story of a friendship where they've gotten themselves involved with leadership, mentoring, and like so much more. And that kind of, I think, really touches on a lot of like crucial dynamics of kind of the community building. So I'll let you guys share the story of your friendship.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, evening rather. My name is Christopher McCroy, as you mentioned. Proud native of North Omaha, Nebraska, and just grateful for this opportunity to speak about a relationship that I think is transcended friendship at this point, is more so the brotherhood. Marquis and I have been friends since, as was mentioned, since kindergarten. We were in the same AM class at Springville Elementary, and we've been friends ever since. And so I think friendship, this relationship and even partnership at this point has been something that has carried and transcended through all of our professional careers, lived in different cities at different times, but a friendship that not only brings us joy, but really kind of helps us
and has allowed us to go through some of the most difficult moments in both of our lives. And so I think friendship is paramount to continue that. And so right now I work with the nonprofit organization called 100 Black Men of Omaha. We've been around since 1995, and we provide youth mentorship for students between 6th and 12th grade. And so we're all about culturally responsive and culturally sensitive mentorship for students throughout our community. And so I've been in that role for almost 2 years now. And my brother, my friend, has been a support for that. He's a mentor with our organization, and it's just been a support all throughout my life. So that's a little bit about me and my backdrop, and I'll pass it over to Marquis to introduce himself.
As I said, my name is Marquis Ballard. As I said, we also proud native of North Omaha. Obviously, we both went to Springwell Elementary School. Like I said, we're both, this has been my guy since forever, my whole life. So whenever I need something or I have a question about something that I don't necessarily want to talk to my parents about, we've always had each other's back always. As I said, we're both mentors. We also are in another organization called Launch Leadership. That's another mentoring program for high school students.
Yeah, we've been, so Launch was an organization that this probably really could deepen our friendship even further. So it was a youth leadership camp in Wayne, Nebraska at the time. And we got an invitation from our school counselor to go. And it was probably the first time, I know for me, it was the first time I'd ever been outside of Omaha. And I certainly didn't want to go alone. So Marquis agreed to go with me. And so we were in Wayne, Nebraska. And for anyone who's ever been to Wayne, Nebraska, it is certainly different than Omaha. And so being able to go there and participate in this youth leadership camp was really transformative for us in our relationship and just the camaraderie we built. We were also just in the cultural context, the only two persons of color at this entire camp in another city, just not used to being away from home. And so I think for us, it created a bond that again has just kind of the undertone of what a true friendship and relationship is about. He had no idea what this camp was about. I just said, hey, I need someone to tag along with me. And he agreed. And so I think that's what friendship is really about, is that when you have individuals that even in dark spaces and unknown spaces, they're willing to go with you and be by your side in those moments and times. I think that's a sign of a true friend. And so I think for us, we've seen a lot of friends come and go. Like we not only went to the same elementary school together, but we went to the same high school. We parted ways in middle school, which I still don't know how that happened, but we went to 2 different middle schools, but reconnecting in high school. We were friends all throughout that time. But I just think friendships are not just about longevity. It's really about the impact and the moments that you create together, those memories you're able to have. And as we kind of alluded to, some of those, we both, within a year's time, both lost our fathers just to health issues. And so I think leaning on each other in those moments and times really created even stronger bond. And so even as we thought like our relationship could get stronger year after year, as we continue to grow older, that partnership and relationship continues to strengthen. So yeah, I don't know. We could probably more so answer any questions. Friendship, of course, is paramount to, when we talk about joy and having someone, as Marquis alluded to, that you can talk to in those most difficult moments is something that is certainly valuable. Like this is one of the first people I call if there's ever something that has hit the fan or if there's a joy in my life. We were talking just yesterday about the fact that like whenever something joyous happens in our life, like there's no ego, there's no envy. It is really like we're supporting. Like anytime he has something going on, I'm there. Anytime I have something going on, he's there. And so it's just being there kind of in those moments of joy. And even in those moments where you're in the valley of life, just kind of sticking by each other's side. So I don't know if you want to add anything or any questions you can answer.
Just a funny story about the launch, how we got started with that. He and the counselor told me Monday night about the camp, and we were supposed to leave Wednesday. So I was kind of hoping my parents would say no, but they said if it's with Chris, then it has to be okay. So as long as you're with Chris, then we trust him. So they said yes, and then here we are. We went every year after that. So and now we're staffers. So as I said, I think important for me about friendship is you don't need 101 friends. You only just need a couple. You know, you just need a couple of your close your close buddies. And yeah, I think that's pretty much been our whole friendship. Always showing up for each other. Always whatever he has going on. Always make sure that I take the time to be there. Whatever I have going on, he always makes time to be there. So.
You know, we had a speaker just, well, a couple hours ago on friendship. And I think he said there's 3 types, I can't remember all the types, but you guys have fit right into one of those types about friendship in a good way, you know? So that's kind of neat to see that what he talked about, this professor from Creighton, you guys as friends would fall into that, which is pretty neat. Launch, so that's still going on. So you guys work at Launch or you volunteer? How is that still in Wayne or do you guys move it around?
It's moved now, so now it's at Doane University.
Okay, Doane.
So it's been at Doane for the last maybe 4 years. So it used to be at Dana College before it closed down. It went to Wayne. It was at Wayne for a couple decades, and then now we're at Doane University. We do 2 workshops over the summer in June and July for about 300 to 400 kids every summer.
And they come from all over the state?
All over the world.
All over the world.
Yeah, we've got
okay.
a few countries represented, and we've got some staffers that are originally from Nebraska that have maybe moved to like California or Texas, and they still bring their kids up to the workshop every single summer.
Neat. What ages are the kids?
So we go middle school through high school, so they can start 6th grade. That was the first camp we went to in 2006. That was our 6th grade year, and coming back up until we graduated from high school.
That's probably one of the things that I struggle with our neighborhood, but it's so easy to lose these kids at I mean earlier and earlier, you know, 5th, 6th grade are just super critical and then on up. What are you guys finding on how to keep them engaged, how to keep them from making the wrong decisions or obviously friendship, I heard you guys say you have each other's back, which is so important when you know that. But
I think what Chris alluded to, we had each other's back and we also keep each other accountable. I think we both kept each other out of trouble, both kept each other accountable for our actions and the love for our parents. So really, I think it was important for kids to see people like us, especially colored kids or kids that don't look like everybody else, to see 2 African American young men, so they'll have somebody they'll feel more comfortable to come back every year.
Yeah, I agree. I think so. Like the model that we move by through the 100 is what they see is what they'll be, and so what we try to do is put individuals in front of young people that not just look like them, but also have common interests that they have. And so I think to your question is about how can we take an invested interest in what young people are into. So prime example, my mentee, his name is King, and King goes to Westside, and I tried like every stereotypical thing you could think about a high school student. I was throwing it at him. I was like, oh, let's go to a basketball game. Let's go to a football game. Let's go. And he was not into any of it. Like that was not his interest. And so for me, it was about breaking down those stereotypical ways of what we perceive young people to be interested in and really taking invested interest in him. And so he was really into like sci-fi movies. And so once I learned that, it was up to me, like, I kid you not, I spent like 3 or 4 hours just watching movies that he was into, movies that like I would never watch, just had never had any interest in. But for me, it was important for me to be able to build a connection with him and understand it. So I think the ways in which we keep students involved in this gauge is like, one, not assuming what they're interested in, but allowing them to tell us and to give them space and opportunity to communicate. This is what I'm involved in. This is what I'm interested in. And like Marquis and I, we just like our biggest thing was sneakers in high school. Like we had a common bond over like we just love sneakers all the time, still do. And so for us, it was like being able to communicate that. But I think oftentimes with young people, we put on programs or we have events for them that they didn't say they wanted. And so they're not going to be attracted to it because they didn't really have a hand in putting on the program or the event. And so I think it's vitally important for us to allow young people to voice and for us just to be what I call in bowling like the bumper. So like if they get too far one way, we can kind of be there as a bumper for them to say like, all right, let's center back just a little bit, but we don't need to be the controlling factor of what it is that they want and what they want to do. Because we oftentimes, like I did, sometimes we get it wrong and we think that this is what they want, and it could be completely far-fetched from what they're really engaged and interested in. So I think that's a way to keep them involved and engaged, is like allowing them to lead the way. Oftentimes in mentorship, we think the mentors have to lead the way, but sometimes we can put the mentee in the driver's seat and we're just kind of there as like a guidance next by their side.
Because at that age, I mean, they want their freedom, they want to explore, try new things. They want excitement. I mean, you know, everybody does it, especially at that age. They've got more energy too, and more wonder. And also, you said empower them to, like in our neighborhood, you know, to, if there's a project, to have them lead it, give them some guardrails, because they do want structure. I mean, even teenagers, they say they don't, but I think they really yearn it, especially from, you know, men in this case, that might, you can identify. So yeah, it's always bothered me. We lost somebody, a neighbor of mine that would volunteer for, you know, tennis, soccer, our community garden. He was a real leader, and people would hang around him. Talk about Elijah. During 2020, when COVID first hit, he was going to Central High School, and his family had moved away from the neighborhood, and I was always kind of worried about that. And then him and some buddies started breaking into cars, and tragedy struck, and ended up running into the wrong person and died. So he was only 17, and just think, how do you can never save everybody's life, but here's somebody that was really a born leader, was doing great things, and lost himself. I always want to try to think of things we can do better in our neighborhood association and in the schools too. But when they're done with school, how do you do healthy activities, give them something that they